Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin the summit in 5 minutes from now. We request you all to kindly be seated. You may also inform your colleagues to join you inside the hall as we'll begin shortly. Also, please switch your phones to silent mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin the 4th annual summit on illness to wellness with the auspicious lamp lighting ceremony. May I request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly light the ceremonial lamp, requesting Shri Rajesh Bhushan ji along with Dr. Manoj Nesari ji, Padma Bhushan Dr. T.S. Clare to kindly proceed for the lamp lighting ceremony along with Dr. Ravi Gaur and Mr. Anil Rajput sir to kindly light the ceremonial lamp and request Sushil Kumar sir also to please join for the lamp lighting ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as we now light the ceremonial lamp. We request the dignitaries to kindly come together for a group photograph. Thank you very much, dignitaries, for lighting the ceremonial lamp. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished dignitaries will be gracing the stage with their presence. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Rajesh Bhushan, former Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and Chairperson, Governing Council, Illness to Wellness Foundation, joining us on stage. Can we extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Rajesh Bhushan? A very warm welcome to you, sir. Now, please join me in welcoming Dr. Manoj Nesari, Senior Chief Medical Officer, CGHS, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and former advisor, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. Can we give our distinguished dignitaries a more energetic round of applause? We now welcome Padma Bhushan Dr. T.S. Clare, Member, Advisory Council, Illness to Wellness Foundation, and Chairman and HOD, BLK Max Heart and Vascular Institute, and Chairman, Pan Max Electrophysiology. A very warm welcome to you, sir. We now welcome Dr. Ravi Gaur, Co-Chair, FICCI Digital Health Task Force and Healthcare Awards, and founder, DRG Path Lab. A hearty welcome to you, sir. We now welcome on stage Mr. Anil Rajput, Chairperson, Advisory Council, Illness to Wellness Foundation. Once again, a very warm and hearty welcome to our distinguished dignitaries. Your gracious presence elevates the significance of today's summit. And now, as a token of our appreciation and a gesture of warmth, we'll present bouquets to our distinguished guest. I now request Mr. Anil Rajput, Chairperson, Advisory Council, Illness to Wellness Foundation, to kindly welcome Shri Rajesh Bhushan ji with the flowers. Mr. Rajesh Bhushan, we welcome you with flowers. Can we once again give him a very warm round of applause? We now welcome Dr. Manoj Nesari ji with the flowers. Mr. Rajput to do the honors. Kindly keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen. We now welcome Padma Bhushan Dr. T.S. Clare with a bouquet. Kindly keep the applause going. We now present flowers to Dr. Ravi Gaur. Thank you once again, dignitaries. Your presence brings great strength and inspiration to our summit. Once again, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the 4th annual summit on illness to wellness. I'm your host, Prerna. It's my honor to be a host for this summit. Today, ladies and gentlemen, is more than a summit. It's a movement towards holistic preventive healthcare. This year's theme, Advancing Holistic Health Through Innovation, Technology and tradition reflects a powerful vision where modern science and timeless wisdom come together to shape a healthier future. And now, to set the tone for today's deliberation, it is my honor to invite on the dais a visionary leader who's been at the forefront of promoting integrated wellness in India. Please join me in welcoming on dais Mr. Anil Rajput to render the welcome address.
Mr. Rajesh Bhushan, former Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and Chairperson, Governing Council, Illness to Wellness Foundation. Dr. Manoj Nesri, Senior Chief Medical Officer, CGHS, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Padma Bhushan, Dr. T.S. Clare, Member Advisory Council, Illness to Wellness Foundation, and Chairman and HOD, BLK, Max Heart and Vascular Institute. Dr. Ravi Gaur, Co-Chair, FICCI Digital Health Task Force and Healthcare Awards and founder, DRG Path Lab. Distinguished guests, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you to the 4th Annual Summit of Illness to Wellness. At the outset, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to doctors, medical practitioners, health experts, and wellness professionals who have been integral to this journey. Your unwavering support, guidance, and commitment have enabled this initiative to grow from strength to strength. With each passing year, the conversations have become deeper and more meaningful. The theme of this year's summit, Advancing Holistic Health Through Innovation, Technology, and Tradition, is both timely and significant. It represents a shift in the way we think about healthcare. For many decades, healthcare systems across the world have largely focused on treating illness. But the real challenge before humanity today is not how to treat disease, but how to prevent it, and how to live healthier, longer, and more balanced lives. India today stands at a juncture in its healthcare journey. With a population of over 1.4 billion people, we face a dual challenge: managing infectious diseases and healthcare access on one hand, while also dealing with the rapid rise of non-communicable and lifestyle diseases such as diabetes, cardiovascular disorder, mental health. Challenges are, on the other hand, are daunting. At the same time, we are living in times of rapid urbanization, sedentary lifestyles, information overload, long screen times, social media pressures, stress, changing food habits, and so on. If you look at the issues, there are plenty. While technology has made our lives more convenient, it has also made our lifestyle more complex and often less healthy, making lifestyle diseases, mental health concerns, and chronic conditions common. These changes also compel us to pause and reascertain what kind of life we want for ourselves and for our future generations. Because the choices we make today will determine our future. This makes it clear that the future of healthcare has to be built in our homes, our kitchens, our schools, our workplaces, and our daily routines. That is the essence of this year's theme, a shift from a system that reacts to illness to a society that actively works towards wellness. In many ways, we are rediscovering what our ancient wisdom always taught us, that health is not merely the absence of disease, but a state of balance between body, mind, food, sleep, and lifestyle. Our ancient texts, particularly the Charak Samhita and Sushruta Samhita, defined a healthy person as one whose body is in balance, whose digestion functions well, and whose mind and senses are calm and content. Our traditional knowledge systems focused more on prevention than cure. They emphasized discipline in daily routine, balanced food habits, physical activity, mental well-being, yoga, and meditation. Treatment was personalized. Even diagnosis through methods like Nadi Pariksha was aimed at understanding the individual and not just the disease. Medicines and treatments were curated based on individual needs, conditions, and lifestyle. In fact, for thousands of years, Ayurveda has led the way in all-round development of the human body. We are now rediscovering its fundamental contribution to health and greater focus on its teachings. They will pave the way for healthier nation across all age groups. Interestingly, modern medicine is also moving in a similar direction towards preventive and personalized healthcare. Access in digital health, data science, and artificial intelligence are enabling us to focus on areas like gut health, nutrition, mental health, preventive screening, and individualized medicine. In many ways, what technology is enabling us today is what traditional wisdom always believed, that every individual is different and health management must be holistic and personalized. Such an approach not only improves quality of life, but also reduces long-term healthcare cost and strengthens the resilience of our healthcare system. The Illness to Wellness Foundation, since its inception in 2014, has worked with a clear purpose to promote holistic well-being through health education, sustainable hygienic practices, lifestyle changes, and by blending ancient wisdom with modern technology. The goal has always been to shift the narrative from illness to wellness, from treatment to prevention, and from healthcare to healthcare awareness. I firmly believe that the foundation of a healthy life rests on simple principle, which I call the 8+8+8 rule. 8 hours of work, 8 hours of sleep and rest, 8 hours for family, physical activity, learning, reflection, and personal well-being. If we can maintain this balance, many lifestyle and stress-related health challenges can be prevented. Often, it is not big intervention, but small, consistent habits create lasting well-being. I urge all of you to embrace this and spread this simple yet powerful principle. I would like to share a thought that deeply resonated with me. Recently, while going through the drawings from our painting competition, whose winners will be felicitated today, a young participant wrote in his painting, and I quote, "If you don't make time for your wellness, you will be forced to make time for your illness." Unquote. I think this was a very powerful statement. It was inspiring to see such clarity from a young mind. If our next generation begins to think this way, we can be confident that the illness to wellness movement is on the right path towards building not just a healthier society, but a more aware and responsible one. As we conclude, I would like to leave you with a call to action. Let this summit not end as a conversation. Let it become a commitment to integrate wellness into policy, into organization, into communities, and into our own lives. Because real success of this summit will not be measured by what we said here today, but what changes we can have when we leave this room. If each of us takes responsibility, not just for our own health, but for influencing at least 10 more lives, we can create a ripple effect that transforms the health of our nation. This is not just a healthcare movement. This is a societal movement, and its success depends on all of us. With these words, I once again welcome you all and wish Summit a great success. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your warm welcome and insightful address. Our next speaker is a stalwart in the field of cardiology whose contributions have transformed cardiac care in India. Padma Bhushan Dr. T.S. Clare, please join me in giving him a very warm welcome on the dais. So.
So thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, and thank Anil Rajput ji for starting this campaign from illness to wellness. We have been associated with last so many years. A lot of work they did in COVID, and Ashokam also. I think it's a great venture. India is a very unique country. We have lots of pluses, a lot of challenges. One thing I can tell you that India is very lucky to have a lot of talent. There is no deficiency of IQ in Indians. In fact, I have worked in Middle East, I worked in UK, I worked in United States, and believe me, the best doctors are from India. And there is a study from Harvard. They followed 50,000 patients in that area, and they kind of analyzed who were the doctors treating those patients. And the longevity and quality of life was better where the physician was a foreign medical graduate, and out of the foreign medical graduates, 79% were Indians. So this is published data. But when we come to India itself, there are a lot of good hospitals. We have world-class treatments available, particularly in cardiology. We can do everything which is being done in Washington or in London. But think about the average person on the street. That where we fail actually. So I don't know the real answers. I think people like Mr. Rajesh are here who are much more experience in the administrative setup of the country, but I think a lot needs to be done. Few suggestions I want to give. First of all, I think as a government or as a politician, as a leaders of the society, we should educate people on one thing, to tell them that there are only three things important in life. Number one is health, number two is health, and number three is health. Actually, nothing else is important, in my opinion. Including any amount of money, your house, your car, your wife, your girlfriend or your boyfriend, nothing is important. I tell you why. If you have the best girlfriend in the world, the best, but you are sick, you are having breathing problem, what will you do to the girlfriend? Useless. So this concept has to be instilled in schools from the beginning, that health is important. You know, many of you may be knowing Jack Ma, the founder of Alibaba Empire. So his words are that if you throw 2 bananas and $200 note in front of a monkey, the monkey will pick up 2 bananas. Why? Because the monkey doesn't know that $200 can buy a truck of bananas. Usko pata nahi hai. Similarly, most of us, we run after money, not knowing that good health can bring you a lot of money. Actually, if you really want to earn money in life, you have to be healthy. That's most important thing. So this has to go into the minds of people. And what Mr. Rajput said, that actually a lot can be done by prevention strategies, a lot. To the extent there is a published WHO data that if you adopt a healthy lifestyle, treat blood pressure, treat diabetes, treat your weight, bring your bad cholesterol down, you can prevent 78% of premature death. 78% premature death can be prevented. See, I don't bother if person at the 80 or 85 dies. Everybody has to go. But I feel very sad when 29, 30 years boy comes with heart attack and he dies in the hospital. That's a pity which is happening. And I think there are some special things in our nation, particularly in the cardiovascular disease, because of some hereditary, some dietary habits. And now I think there's a lot of role of pollution. Particularly there is a published data, almost like 15% of cardiac mortality and the brain strokes can be attributed directly to pollution. We need to work on barefooting, and I think nothing concrete is being done. Few other things. I think in India, there is very wrong concept, allopathy, Ayurveda, as if they are parallel systems. No, they are not parallel systems. They should be integrated. Actually, I would suggest that there is no need to make separate Ayush department. It should be in the health ministry, everything. We should have an integrated, holistic approach. Ayurveda should be combined with allopathy. We have the capability, actually we are the only nation, we can tell the world that it's not only allopathy. If we combine our traditional systems in a more scientific way, I think we can do much better. There is a need to create a SOP in healthcare. There is no SOP in India. Indians are very bright people. You can go to a doctor who can be better than anybody in the world, but then you go to other person who is worse in the world, because we don't have SOPs. For example, I was just talking to Mr. Rajesh. Most of the good countries, they have all the countries divided into small areas where one doctor is the GP, is the point of contact. We don't have that system. It must be mandatory to produce that kind of system. We need to bring good GPs so that 90% of the problems he will solve, only for 10% he will refer to an appropriate institution. For example, patients with fever come from Bihar to AIIMS, and they waste time of doctors. So if the doctors have to see fever or blood pressure, only people from AIIMS, they can't do research, they cannot do anything tertiary or quaternary care of medicine. So a lot needs to be done in that aspect. I think this is for the policy makers of this country, that a lot of things can be done, and believe me, they don't need extra money. We have that kind of money. It just needs the proper thinking and proper integration of various thoughts, giving more stress to prevention. We need tertiary care, we need quaternary care, we develop those hospitals. Primary care should be affordable to everybody, and a lot of things can be done as far as the country is concerned. And finally, I think people like Ashokam or Rajput Sahab, there's a lot to be done for health education. इंडिया में हेल्थ एजुकेशन बिल्कुल नहीं है. लोगों को ये नहीं पता हार्ट कहाँ है. बिलीव मी, पढ़े लिखों को नहीं पता. मेरे पास पत्रकार आते हैं, उनको पता नहीं कुछ. वो ऐसे बेहुदा क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं, उनको अकल ही नहीं कोई. So what needs to be done? The government should have a health channel which should work 24 hours a day. Various doctors from good specialties, they give talk in simple language, Hindi, English or Telugu or whatever. There are a lot of Baba channels in India, Asaram channel, Flana channel, Dhimka channel, but there is no health channel. What nonsense here. You can teach, we need to teach people about health. That can do a lot of good things, in my opinion. So I think I can go on in the interest of time. I will rather stop. But I just want to say one thing, that lot is possible to be done. Lot can be done with the same amount of money which we have. We'll waste that money. I think that is what my feeling is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your valuable perspectives with us. We now invite an eminent speaker who brings a unique perspective, beautifully integrating traditional wisdom with modern healthcare systems. Please join me in welcoming on the dais Dr. Manoj Nezari. Can we give him a more energetic round of applause?
The dignitaries on the dais. First of all, I am thankful to Sri Anul Rajput ji, the Chairperson of Advisory Council of ITWF, for taking the lead and organizing this event and inviting all of us and allowing us to share our thoughts. Shri Rajesh Bhushan ji, the former Secretary, Minister of Health and Family Welfare, and the Chairperson and the Governing Council of ITWF. मुझे अभी पता चला कि ये 2014 में एक्चुअली एस्टेब्लिश हुआ. आई वॉज नॉट अवेयर ऑफ इट, बट ग्रेट दैट वी हैव ऑलरेडी कंप्लीटेड ऑलमोस्ट 12 years now. Wow. So Dr. Ravi Gaur, co-chair, FICCI Digital Healthcare Task Force, Dr. Rajendra Dhamija, Padma Bhushan Dr. T.S. Clare, and all the dignitaries in this August gathering. When we are talking about the holistic health technology and the innovation, so right now, Dr. Clare, he mentioned about, he gave example of a beautiful girlfriend, and that's what actually Ayurveda has said, Dharmartha kama mokshanam arogyam moolam uttamam. Dharma, artha, kama और मोक्ष, चारों चीज़ें अगर हमें चाहिए, उसमें से एक भी करना है, चारों करना है, तो पहले तो हमारा आरोग्य अच्छा होना चाहिए. So dharma is not religion, dharma is our duties, whether we are the father, son, doctor, whatever it is. So any kind of duty and performance that we do in our life, so that entire is dharma. Artha, obviously everyone knows. Kama, any worldly desires, मेरे पास गाड़ी होना चाहिए, बंगला होना चाहिए, घोड़ा होना चाहिए, जो भी कोई है. So that is kama. And finally moksha. So moksha is not after the death. Moksha is every second, every minute, every hour, throughout the life. And this moksha again, it happens only and only if the health is good. तो स्वस्थ हेल्थ के लिए जो शब्द आयुर्वेद ने यूज किया है वो है स्वस्थ. So what is स्वस्थ? Swa is myself and stha means to stay. So whatever are my own parameters at the time of birth, जो प्रकृति हमारी है, उसमें मैंने रहना है. Myself and Mr. Rajput or Dr. Clare, we are different. So we cannot have the same parameters. But we have our own individual parameters, और उस frame में हमें रहना है, that is स्वस्थ. And Ayurveda had used the word स्वस्थ. So what is how actually we should maintain the swastha? So swastha or the health, so it is not only on our individual efforts for person, for individual. It is the cumulative effort, myself and the entire community and entire society, not for well-being of myself, not for the well-being of the human being, but for the well-being of the entire universe. So this is the concept of the holistic health. Because Ayurveda has believed on the concept of yat pinde tat brahmande. The universe within is universe outside, and whatever is outside is within. Because we are dependent upon the outside universe. तो जो भी हमारा इंटेक है, तो हमारा आउटपुट है, उसी के अनुसार वो डिपेंड करेगा. सरकार में ये भाषा होती है, इनपुट एंड आउटपुट. सर ज़्यादा एक्सप्लेन करेंगे. तो जो इनपुट है, तो इनपुट अगर अच्छा होगा तो आउटपुट अच्छा होगा. एंड दैट्स व्हाई वी हैव टू वर्क फॉर द एंटायर यूनिवर्स. सो एंटायर यूनिवर्स व्हेन वी से इट इज़ द लिविंग एंड नॉन लिविंग. तो लिविंग है मतलब जैसे अभी आजकल हम कहते हैं कि वन हेल्थ. सो देयर इज द कंसेप्ट ऑफ वन हेल्थ, एंड द वन हेल्थ कंसेप्ट गॉट मोर इम्पोर्टेंस आफ्टर द कोविड. सो आई थिंक दैट कोविड वॉज अ ब्लेसिंग इन डिस्गाइज. It actually taught us differently to look at the universe, differently to look at the health, differently to look at ourselves. So COVID taught that it is not just my health, it is not just the NCDs, it is not just the nutrition, but there are so many things more than that, and all are there interdependent. We cannot have a tubular vision. हमें पूरा देखना है. सो दैट इज द होलिस्टिक वन. और ये जब होलिस्टिक की बात हम करते हैं, ऑब्वियसली नॉन कम्युनिकेबल डिसीजेज आर देयर, द इन्फेक्शियस डिसीजेज आर देयर. बट देन बियॉन्ड NCDs एंड इन्फेक्शियस डिसीजेज, द सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल, इट हैज मेंशन अबाउट 17 सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स. नाउ ईच सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल दे आर इंटरलिंक्ड. तो SDG 2, द न्यूट्रिशन, जीरो हंगर, अगेन इट इज लिंक्ड विद द हेल्थ. एनवायरनमेंट, अगेन इट इज लिंक विद द हेल्थ. तो ये सारी की सारी चीज़ों है वो एक दूसरे के साथ में लिंक्ड है. अर्बन डेवलपमेंट, अगेन लिंक विद द हेल्थ. तो एक चीज़ को हम आइसोलेट नहीं कर सकते कि वी हैव टू सी होलिस्टिकली. एंड आई थिंक कि आज का जो हमारा जो टाइटल हमने दिया है कि होलिस्टिक हेल्थ, तो होलिस्टिक हेल्थ का मतलब मुझे लगता है कि हमें इतना विशाल रखना चाहिए कि व्हाट इज मीन बाय द होलिस्टिक हेल्थ. Say for example, we are talking about the environment, we are talking about the COVID, we are talking about the air pollution. I saw many actually the posters outside. Most of them they were focused on the air pollution. लेकिन जो सृष्टि बनी है वो पंच महाभूतों से बनी है, पृथ्वी, आप, तेज, वायु, आकाश. So we talk about the soil pollution, पृथ्वी आ गया. We talk about the air pollution, वायु आ गया. We talk about the water pollution, जल आ गया. दो चीज़ें रह गई, एक है तेज और दूसरा है आकाश. तो आकाश जो है शब्द, ये जो क्वालिटी है ये आकाश की होती है. जहाँ जहाँ शब्द है वहाँ वहाँ आकाश है. आकाश अगर नहीं है, आकाश अगर विकृत हो गया तो शब्द विकृत हो गया. इन मेडिकल लैंग्वेज, इफ़ यू आर साइनसाइटिस, योर वॉइस विल चेंज. If you are laryngitis, if you are sore throat, your voice will change. तो जहाँ जहाँ आकाश जो है वो चेंज हो गया तो वहाँ पे हमारा शब्द चेंज हो गया. तो ये शब्द का, सो द साउंड पोल्यूशन is a very important factor. The sound pollution, how actually creates the people mad. So we heard a lot of honking. We really want the peace, but there is no peace. तो ये आकाश पोल्यूशन है. ये साउंड पोल्यूशन जो है इसको भी हमें एड्रेस करना चाहिए. सो देयर शुड बी मोर अवेयरनेस अबाउट द साउंड पोल्यूशन, व्हाई वी कीप ऑन हॉन्किंग. सो साउंड पोल्यूशन. एंड सेकंड इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज द लाइट पोल्यूशन. जैसे हमें लाइट चाहिए, अंधकार भी चाहिए. देयर शुड बी डार्कनेस, देयर शुड बी लाइट. इट शुड बी बैलेंसिंग. बट मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम इन मेनी प्लेसेस नाउ देयर इज नो डार्कनेस एट ऑल, जिसको पिच डार्क हम कहते हैं लिटरेरी लैंग्वेज में. वो लिटरेचर लैंग्वेज जो है पिच डार्क वाला, वो भी डार्क अभी है ही नहीं. द डार्क हैज गॉन. एवरीवेयर यू फाइंड द लाइट. And this also impacts not only the human being, it obviously impacts the human being. The issue of insomnia has linked with, obviously मतलब जो mental irritability है वगैरह वगैरह वो तो है, but then these two main reasons are there, the light and the second is the sound. People don't get the quiet peace, people don't get the quiet sleep. तो ये दो इशू है कि यूजुअली जो हम निगलेक्ट करते हैं, तो उसको भी हमें सामने रखना चाहिए. एंड ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, ऑब्वियसली ऑल ऑफ अस वी टॉक अबाउट द ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, कि ग्लोबल वार्मिंग क्या होता है, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग के हेल्थ इफेक्ट्स क्या है. So many of the incidents, just now Dr. Claire, he actually mentioned about that 50% of the cardiovascular accident and stroke, they are because of the global warming. They are because of the pollution. They are because of the climate change. Many of the infectious diseases, they are because of the climate change. अभी हम धीरे धीरे क्लाइमेट की बात हम कर रहे हैं. But at the same time, there are many other diseases, because I said that health is not only the individual health, ये पूरा एक समग्र जो एक कम्युनिटी है, सोसाइटी है, वो सब एक साथ आता है. जो अचानक से बहुत सारे फ्लड्स आते हैं, स्पेशली इन द हिमालयन रीजन, and that wipes out the whole village, the entire society. See the calamity. So it is the diseases, physical diseases, it is the mental trauma, it is the wiping of the total society. So these are the impacts of the global warming which we are actually, and that is, in short, it is called as the GLOF. तो हिमालयन हिंदू कुश जो है, तो हिमालयन हिंदू कुश ये टोटल जो है 18% of the total land mass, or the 18% of the total mountain ranges, they are in the Hindu Kush, the Himalayan ranges. And that is most affected by the warming. जो ग्लोबल वार्मिंग का मैक्सिमम जो इफेक्ट हुआ है वो उसके ऊपर हुआ है. इट इज रैपिडली वार्मिंग अदर देन एनी अदर माउंटेन रेंजेस, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दैट द ग्लेशियर मेल्टिंग्स एंड अदर थिंग दीज आर हैपनिंग. The population obviously is a problem. The deforestation is obviously a problem. And because of that, the salinity of the water, even in the Himalayas, it has gone up. 1 degree temperature अगर बढ़ता है तो उससे हमारा हार्ट रेट बढ़ता है. It leads to tachycardia. तो ये काफ़ी स्टडी किए गए कि जो प्लेन्स में है, जहाँ पे वो जो वेदर है, जो वेदर अगर कूल है तो वहाँ पे लोगों का एक नॉर्मल हार्ट रेट कितना होता है, और जहाँ पे टेम्परेचर बढ़ गया है वहाँ पे लोगों का हार्ट रेट कितना है. सो देयर इज लॉट ऑफ डिफरेंस. सो द ग्लोबल वार्मिंग ऑल्सो लीड्स टू टैकीकार्डिया. तो टैकीकार्डिया हो गया, सैलिनिटी हो गई. एंड बाय 1940 इट इज एक्सपेक्टेड दैट देयर इज अराउंड 10% rise in the incidences of the diarrhea. तो डायरिया की कंडीशन इसमें बढ़ेंगे. So there are so many such examples that we cannot actually isolate the human being, the society and the environment. We have to think all together. The nutrition is another issue. Some 50-60 years back we actually had the scarcity of the food, and then the green revolution was there. And the green revolution, whatever the policies that we frame, उसका impact 50 साल के बाद आता है. So the green revolution हम लाए, food security definitely उसमें आ गई. We are surplus in the food, but not in the nutrition. In the 2013, the government of India brought the Food Security Act. And under the Food Security Act, there was a Schedule 2. Under Schedule 2, it was just mentioned about the requirement of a calorie for every person. After 10 years of implementing the Food Security Act, it was expected that the quality of nutrition, the quality of health should improve. Rather, it happened that there was more obesity, there were more incidents of diabetes, there were more incidents of iron deficiency anemia. So why it happened? Because we just focus on the calories. So having a bolus of rice, having a laddu and having a glass of beer will give you equal calories. But whether it will give the equal nutrition. So this is the issue. So when we actually frame the policies, so there are many things that we have to take into consideration. So for example, when we are talking about the nutrition, when we had this green revolution, but at that time we ignored about the diversity in our food practices, the diversity in the nutrition. The southern people, they never knew about the wheat, and the northern people, so they were eating usually the barley and not the wheat. But because of this, now gradually the barley is out, the red rice is out, and we are having the typical so-called basmati rice and the wheat, and because of that, now we are having the diabetes. So this is the main culprit, that if we can actually exclude the wheat out of our food, we can control the diabetes. And then we are dependent upon the food system which is dependent upon the agriculture. We have forgotten about the food system which is dependent upon the forest. So why can't we have, because there are 3,000 edible plant species in India. I repeat, there are 3,000 edible plant species in India. Now out of these 3,000 plant species which are edible, how much of us we are actually aware of it, that these are edible, and those who are aware of it, whether they are actually using it or not. So obviously the cultural differences are there, the climatic changes, the climatic variation is also there, and what actually you get in the month of the November, December, January, so and what you get in the month of June and July. So because of that, there is a lot of change in that, but still there is a lot of availability is there. So whether actually we can think of shifting our nutrition or the food from purely agro-based to agroforestry. So it is not possible to purely shift on the forest, but whether we can have the combination, whether we can give re-emphasis on the traditional food. So these are the traditions. And this is very important, and that it doesn't give only the proteins and the calories and the carbohydrates and the fibers, but that there are many polyphenols. There are many phytochemicals which are very much important to our body. So what actually is available in arhar and what available is in chana dal, so they are totally different. So it cannot have the same property, though both of them they have the proteins. So there is a lot of variation, and this is again a huge subject. There is a lot of tradition what actually we used to follow even in environmental protection. एक मैं केवल एक कथा बताना चाहता हूँ जो शिव जी की और गंगा जी का अवतरण कैसे हो गया पृथ्वी के ऊपर, सभी को पता है कि भगीरथ ने बहुत तपश्चर्या करी, और भगीरथ ने तपश्चर्या करने के बाद में गंगा प्रसन्न हो गई, और गंगा जी ने कहा ठीक है मैं आ जाऊँगी पृथ्वी पे, लेकिन मेरा प्रपात जो है वो इतना हेवी होगा कि पृथ्वी को सह नहीं पाएगी, तो आप शिवजी को ये प्रार्थना करो कि शिवजी पहले उसको धारण करें और शिवजी के मस्तक से फिर मैं नीचे आऊँगी। तो ये कथा है। तो सगर ने शिवजी की प्रार्थना करी, शिवजी प्रसन्न हो गए, और शिवजी ने गंगा को पहले अपने मस्तक पे धारण किया, अपने बालों में धारण किया, अपनी जटाओं में, और फिर वहाँ से वो पृथ्वी पे उतरी। अब ये कथा है। नाउ सी द साइंस बिहाइंड दिस एंड हाउ दिस साइंस एक्चुअली गॉट इनटू द कम्युनिटी। तो जो जटाएं जो है, तो एक हलमा करके एक ट्रेडिशन है of water conservation, and this is followed by Bhil. So Bhil in Rajasthan and Bhil in Gujarat. तो वो पूरे पहाड़ पे बड़े बड़े ट्रेंचेस खोदते हैं। ये जो ट्रेंचेस खोदते हैं, आई कुड एक्चुअली शो यू द पिक्चर, वो बिल्कुल जैसे कोई भी एक साधु है और उसने अपनी जो जटाएं बांधी हुई है उस प्रकार से दिखता है। उस ट्रेंचेस में जब बारिश गिरती है, उस ट्रेंचेस में वो पानी जाता है, तो वो जो सॉइल है, वो सॉइल का एक्चुअली सारा इरोजन नहीं होता। यूजुअली ये होता है जैसे चेरापूंजी है, चेरापूंजी में इतना पानी गिरता है, लेकिन चेरापूंजी में समर सीजन में देयर इज वाटर स्कैरसिटी बिकॉज द वाटर कैन नॉट एक्चुअली परकोलेट ओवर देयर। सो दीज आर द मेथड्स कि हाउ एक्चुअली वी कैन एक्चुअली परकोलेट द वाटर। जो सॉइल में जो वाटर कंजर्वेशन करना है, वो इसके माध्यम से होता है। तो ये ट्रेंचेस में सारा जो है वो पानी रहता है और धीरे 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 वो नीचे परकोलेट होता है। So the entire mountains, and because of the mountains, the entire the plains, they get lot of water. And not only that, then after that they actually do the plantation around that. So this is a forestation. और इसको वो कहते हैं मातानुवन, माता का वन, माता मतलब देवी का वन, वन मतलब फॉरेस्ट। अब इसके कारण जो बायोडाइवर्सिटी बनती है, क्योंकि वहाँ पे पेड़ पौधे आएंगे, वहाँ पे पंछी आएंगे, वहाँ पे जानवर आएंगे, सो अगेन द बायोडाइवर्सिटी इज अगेन रिप्लेनिश्ड। जो अरुणाचल प्रदेश है, अरुणाचल प्रदेश में एक ईबी मेथड करके है, तो ईबी मेथड करके एरम समथिंग उसका नाम है, तो उसने जो नदियाँ गायब हो गई थी तो उसका दोबारा उसने निर्माण किया। There are some rivers which are all the 12 months, there are some rivers which are only in the monsoon season. तो जो मानसून सीजन में जो नदियां हैं तो उसको दोबारा जीवित करना और उसको दोबारा हमने 12 मासी में फिर कन्वर्ट करना, तो ये मेथड है। ये भी मेथड इसी प्रकार से है कि जहाँ जहाँ वाटर बॉडीज हम क्रिएट करेंगे वहाँ पे दोबारा फिर प्लांटेशन करना है और इस प्रकार से दोबारा जो है वो वाटर कंजर्वेशन वहाँ पे हो जाता है। So while doing this, we can get the food, we can get the nutrition, we can actually restore the environment, and this will give the living support not only to the human being but to entire community, the entire ecology. Even जो बैक्टीरियाज होते हैं, वो बैक्टीरिया भी जो होते हैं जड़ों में, तो बैक्टीरिया एंड द रूट्स दे हैव द गिव एंड टेक पॉलिसी। तो जब ड्रॉट भी होता है तो पहले जो रूट्स होते हैं वो पहले वो पानी छोड़ते हैं ताकि वहाँ के जो बैक्टीरियाज है सॉइल में उनको पानी मिले, और फिर वो जो बैक्टीरियाज है दे फैसिलिटेट द रूट्स टू एब्सॉर्ब द वाटर। So this is a wonderful actually the mutual understanding phenomena. So this is actually concept of the holistic health, I think, and we should use the maximum technology in that so that we can generate the awareness, we can generate the resources, and it will help to each of us. तो जो कहा है वो हमारे ऋषि मुनियों ने कि संवदत्वम समगच्छत्वम संवो मना से जानताम, तो हम साथ में चले, साथ में बोले ताकि हमारी विचारधारा एक हो। और क्यों ये होना चाहिए कि देवानाम तो यथा पूर्व, तो हमारे पूर्वज जो है उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से इकोलॉजी का सस्टेनेबल हार्वेस्टिंग किया, उसी प्रकार से हम इकोलॉजी का सस्टेनेबल हार्वेस्टिंग करें ताकि सबको लाभ है और जो आने वाली जो पीढ़ियां हैं उनको भी उसका लाभ मिले। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, sir, for your profound insights. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to hear from a leader whose contributions have significantly shaped India's healthcare policies and governance. Please extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Rajesh Bhushan.
Shri Anil Rajput, Chairperson, Advisory Council, Illness to Wellness Foundation. Padma Bhushan, Dr. T.S. Clare, Member, Advisory Council, Illness to Wellness Foundation, also Chairman and HOD, BLK Max, Heart and Vascular Institute. Dr. Manoj Nisari, Senior Chief Medical Officer, CGHS, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Dr. Ravi Gaur, Co-Chair, FICCI Digital Health Task Force. My very good friend and former Secretary to Government of India, Sri Sushil Kumar. Galaxy of very distinguished doctors who have gathered here, ladies and gentlemen. As always, it is indeed a pleasure to be part of this annual summit. I would divide my conversation with you in two parts. First, something about the foundation, Illness to Wellness Foundation, and second would be on the theme which is advancing holistic health care through innovation, technology and tradition. So first, the foundation. Let me take this opportunity to place on record our deep appreciation for Shri Anil Rajput. He thought of creating a entity, a organization which would strengthen the healthcare system in India. As you all know, we are a vast country, 140 करोड़ का देश है. अभी नई सेंसस हो रही है, so the numbers would increase further. In a country of 1.4 billion people, you have a mixed healthcare system. You have government providers, you have private providers. Private providers are largely in secondary and tertiary healthcare. Government is largely in primary and secondary healthcare, also in tertiary healthcare through a network of 21 All India Institute of Medical Sciences and certain other central medical institutions which are also teaching as well as patient care institutions. So, why should you have a organization like Illness to Wellness Foundation, and what is the significance in such a huge country with mixed healthcare providers? The significance is that we must realize that health is not limited to what happens in the hospitals. Health is preventive health, health is promotive health, health is also palliative health, health is rehabilitative health, and lot of these things happen in the community. They happen outside tertiary healthcare facilities. Therefore, it is necessary to increase the awareness of the community about prevention and promotion. मैं कैसे बीमार न पड़ूं, मैं कैसे स्वस्थ रहूं. डॉक्टर निसारी ने कुछ सजेशंस दिए, डॉक्टर क्लेयर ने कुछ सजेशन दिए. इसको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, टू push this movement further of prevention and promotion, the role of Illness to Wellness Foundation becomes important. So how does the foundation do or does this activity on a day-to-day basis? It engages with the community. When you had all entered this hall, you would have seen those beautiful, attractive paintings and posters which are displayed. These have been made by young school-going children on health and wellness-related themes. So if you inculcate this feeling from a young, impressionable age in school-going children, in their teachers, then it becomes a habit. And why is that important? Because as a nation, we do not have what is called as health-seeking behavior. आपको खांसी जुकाम हुआ, आपको छींक आई, आपको बुखार हुआ, आप कहते हैं ठीक हो जाएगा. ये तो होता ही है. So this is a typical example of a community at large not having health-seeking behavior. मैं अपना मेडिकल टेस्ट कराऊं रेगुलरली, आदर्श परिस्थितियों में साल में 2 बार, नहीं तो कम से कम 1 बार. मैं नहीं कराता हूँ. मैं तो कहता हूँ कि मैं तो स्वस्थ हूँ, हट्टा कट्टा हूँ. And hatta katta in our parlance basically means that I am pleasantly plump, which itself is a precursor to multiple disease conditions. So that is why entities like Illness to Wellness Foundation are playing an important role, and again all credit to Shri Anil Rajput. Coming to the second part of what I wanted to share with you, that is the theme for the 4th annual summit of the foundation, which is advancing holistic health through innovation, technology, and tradition. Before we talk of innovation, we must talk of something that we have progressively lost. And this used to be a very favorite theme of mine when I used to interact with these young MBBS, MS and MD students when they were passing out of their medical institutions. I used to tell them that at least 4 to 5 decades ago, the doctors, that is the doctors that I saw when I was a school-going kid, believed in three principles. उसको अगर हम बहुत refined हिंदी में कहें तो उसको आप कह सकते हैं स्पर्श, संवाद और संवेदना. The doctors used to touch you. हिंदी में कहावत है ना, नब्ज टटोलना, या उर्दू में कहिए, या नाड़ी देखना. How many doctors today touch you when you go in a OPD? They don't. They have a justification for that, saying that my OPD is 3,000 a day. That's the institution's OPD. So the doctor's OPD would also be maybe, 300 or 200 or 500. The second is samvad. If the doctor is not establishing a communication or dialogue with the patient, then how does the patient feel reassured? Patient does not. The doctor asks the patient, क्या तकलीफ है? Doctor, the patient says, ये है. Doctor writes a prescription. That's the end of the transaction. So as a consumer of health services, at the end of this transaction, do you think I'm satisfied? Obviously I'm not. The third principle is samvedana. Samvedana is definitely not sympathy in English. Samvedana is empathy. The patient must feel that the doctor empathizes with him, understands the patient's situation. Now, picture yourself not in a metropolitan city, but in a peri-urban or in a rural setting. The patient comes and sits before you. As a doctor, you must know कहाँ से आया है, कितना चल के आया है, दो तरह की बस और ऑटो बदल के आया, कैसे वापस जाएगा, क्या उसकी आमदनी है, क्या खाता है, जमीन है, नहीं है, because that also impacts the overall health of that patient. So dialogue. So these three things are important. Only then, and these were things that we used to do. ऐसा नहीं हम लोग नहीं करते थे, लेकिन 30 साल 40 साल पहले करते थे, अब नहीं करते, because there is a lot of commercial pressure on us. But that aside, so before we talk of innovation, we must talk of getting back what we used to do, which was adding value to the healthcare delivery, and then think of innovation. Now, talking of innovation, lot of innovation government is also pushing, particularly innovation that's based on digital technology as well as on machine learning and AI. In the West, before coming to this room, Dr. Clare and Dr. Gaur, we were discussing that there is this concept of longitudinal health record of a person. अगर मुझे हाई ब्लड प्रेशर है या मुझे डायबिटीज़ है, तो आज से 5 साल पहले मेरे पैरामीटर्स क्या थे, फिर 4 साल पहले क्या थे, पिछले साल क्या हैं, इस साल क्या हैं. अभी क्या होता है कि एज अ पेशेंट आई हैव दिस ह्यूज बंच ऑफ पेपर, देन देर आर lot of other people, without any offense to Dr. Gaur, particularly path labs, who would tell me कि 74 parameters पे जांच करा लो. So I would have a thicker wad of paper, and then I go to doctor and say, I have got all my records. He does not have time. अब मैं उनको 700 पेज दिखा रहा हूँ कि ये देख लो. So this innovation, use of technology says that all individuals in India would have a unique health ID. It's called ABHA, Ayushman Bharat Health Account. That individual ID would permit that every time I get an X-ray or a blood report or a MRI, it eventually is digitized automatically through the system wherever, जिस भी अस्पताल में मेरा ये टेस्ट हो रहा है, and then it gets tagged to my ABHA, which is my unique health ID. So next time when I go to Dr. Clare and tell him that I have hypertension, high blood pressure, all he has to do is to ask my permission to access the record, but because there is this concept of privacy and data protection. And once I give him permission, he accesses my record digitally, and I need not take those 700 pieces of paper to him. It saves his time, it saves my time. This is the prime example of innovation and use of IT. But this would happen only when all hospitals, government as well as private, come on to hospital management information systems which are open-ended. Presently, a lot of hospitals use proprietary softwares. So, proprietary softwares are like Qutub Minar, multiple Qutub Minar standing. So, they are not connected. So, these systems need to talk to each other. Therefore, they have to be open-ended and have to be ABDM compliant, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission compliant systems. Then this longitudinal health record can happen. This is the single most decisive innovative change that could happen if all hospitals come on board. It's happening in almost all AIIMS, in PGI Chandigarh, in JIPMER Puducherry, in RML Hospital, Safdarjung Hospital and Lady Hardinge Medical College in Delhi, and in other government institutions, but you need to do it on a larger scale because we are talking of a long, vast country. Lastly, I would like to talk of tradition and use of tradition in advancing holistic health. We have a very rich tradition. Dr. Nisari ने आपसे अभी शेयर किया. हमारे यहाँ आयुर्वेद का ट्रेडिशन, हमारे यहाँ साउथ इंडिया में सिद्धा मेडिसिन का ट्रेडिशन, हमारे यहाँ इन द नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न रीजन एंड अपर रीचेस ऑफ हिमालयाज सोवा रिगपा traditional system. All these traditional systems have a role to play. As a consumer of health services, a common Indian must have these options available. अभी हम वो ऑप्शन उसको नहीं देते हैं. सारी जो विमर्श है, जो बातचीत है, वो इसी पे है. You tell that person who is a potential consumer of health system that this is one health system, take it or leave it. You must tell him that these are multiple services available. My hospital offers 2 such services. Someone else's hospital offers 3 such services, 4 such services, and leave it to the consumer to make an informed decision. So that is the role of tradition. Since we have a traditional knowledge which is very rich, there are countries which do not have traditional knowledge. So therefore, talking to them about this does not make any sense. So to sum up, I take this opportunity to wish the 4th annual summit of Illness to Wellness Foundation my best wishes, and I hope that this dialogue which has been initiated to create better awareness about health and well-being is sustained and makes a significant difference in our country. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your visionary insights. And as we now draw the inaugural session to a close, I invite Dr. Ravi Gaur to propose vote of thanks.
Well, good morning, everyone, and it's my pleasure to be here amongst the distinguished experts right here, and of course, the special audience. To this Illness Wellness Foundation 4th Annual Summit with the theme that Advancing Holistic Health Through Innovation, Technology and Tradition. It's my honor and of course, to deep responsibility to stand here today representing the FICCI Healthcare Division. And of course, we are partnered with the Illness Wellness Foundation to this annual event. I think regarding Illness Wellness Foundation, I think a lot has been spoken, and I must congratulate Mr. Rajput, the chairperson, to bring us stand up as such a big platform, which is I think was set up in 2014 to create awareness. The purpose has been well defined, and all of us are here. And with the commitment, and when we go back, we probably realize and we convey the message. I think that's something speaks well of him. Congratulations, sir, for probably being here. I think, let me also, thank, we all heard about from Sri Rajesh Bhushan ji, of course, Dr. Manoj Nisari, Dr. Claire, and I think Ramija is not here, but I think he has been a great work. I think we need to definitely mention his name here for great work. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your wisdom and insights. Before, I think I'd like to, we just probably close down the session. I'd like to say a few words here. I firmly believe that the theme, which is advancing holistic health through innovation, technology, and tradition, is not just a concept. Basically, it's a calling and a strong need for all of us today. As a future of healthcare will not be just built by technology or tradition. It will be shaped by integrating both of them. And of course, we need to have innovations which will be driven by wisdom, empathy, and purpose. That's what everybody is talking about. If you look at the numbers, I think we are living in a paradox kind of a thing. India healthcare market is projected to be something beyond 370 billion by 2027, and much more numbers probably we are talking about. Yet, about 63 million Indians are pushed into poverty annually due to healthcare expenses. Of late, of course, the number has come down, but I think this is definitely still there, a big concern. And about 70% of the healthcare expenditure remains out of pocket, probably just come down to about 5% lately, I was told. And this tells us something very, very powerful thing. That is the data, something we're talking about, that we are treating illness. But we are yet to build on wellness. I think that's very, very important part if you look at the picture. Now, technology today has given us an unprecedented power. We have AI-driven diagnostics. We have a digital health ecosystem. We are all talking about building up a unique health, longitudinal health records. Mr. Bhushanji talked about it. Point-of-care testing device. I come from diagnostic industry. Predictive analytics. We can detect disease earlier, act faster, and reach further. But still, we are supposed to, I really believe, no innovation is successful unless you can deliver at the last man out on the post. I think that's what we should be aiming for. But let's pause and reflect one more thing. Rajesh Bhushanji spoke about something, can the data, what we're doing today, can data replace empathy? Can the algorithm replace awareness? And can machines understand what human heart feels? I think it's very, very important to have preventive health as a part of holistic healing, and I think both of them have to come together, and that's where our tradition of being together, holding pulse, talking to the patient, communicate, be with the patient, and present, not just the communication, but the converse with the patient matters a lot. And that's where our ancient wisdom of preventive practices, lifestyle balances, comes not as an alternative. Today we think of alternate medicine, not an alternative, but I think this is a necessary complement. Both of them have to work hand in hand together. Just because healthcare is not just about extending life, it's about enhancing the quality of life, and that life is lived. And the real shift we need today is from reactive care to preventive consciousness. I think that's first important part. And from disease management to health ownership. We have to take our health in our hand through our community, through our people, ourselves, our family, and of course, our treating healthcare providers. So, as an industry leader, the policymakers, clinicians, innovators, I think all of us, our role is not to just build a system, it's to build a belief that this is doable. By doing preventive care, by tradition, by technology, I think we can make a healthcare which is accessible, affordable, accountable, and above all, humane. I think this is something, if we take this belief today from here, I think half of the work is done. Probably we'll start working on the same field. Way forward, just a nutshell, because lots, I think, have to probably be heading the entire day here. Integrate technology with a purpose. Not adoption for the sake of innovation, but for impact. Then strengthen preventive healthcare. I think this is very, very important. Awareness, early diagnosis, lifestyle intervention, and this should become a part of mainstream, not optional. Bridge the urban-rural divide. I think this is again a very important part, Tier 2, Tier 3, what's happening there, Tier 3 and Tier 4 beyond. I think we need to bridge that, and technology can definitely do that. Innovations are definitely needed. Much more is happening, much more can be done. And our traditional integration can definitely help there. Empower the individuals, I think, because the future of healthcare is not hospital-centric. It is actually a person-centric. Everybody has to probably feel that they're part of the healthcare system, and that's where the role of Illness One Foundation will play an important role. Awareness, building a community. So, lastly, I think I'll just like to thank everybody here. I'd like to express my gratitude to all the respected chief guests out here, the honored dignitaries, visionaries, and of course the friends out here, the audience who are here, probably the entire day, you'll be listening to them, multiple panel discussions. And invite probably all of us to not just exchange ideas when you're here, take some wisdom back and contribute to the wellness and probably the purpose of Illness to Wellness Foundation. I'll just say, finish off with 2 lines. It says, when technology meets tradition with intention, when technology meets tradition with intention, wellness becomes the new foundation. I think that's the slogan we could take. And I was just sitting at the trade, I think sometime I just think what to, I think probably I just wrote 2 lines with the permission before we close. I'd like to say that, like, preventive care के साथ हर टेक्नोलॉजी हो हमारे पास, प्रिवेंटिव केयर के साथ हर टेक्नोलॉजी हो हमारे पास, दिल में हो वेलनेस का एहसास, दिल में हो वेलनेस का एहसास, दैट मीन टॉक्ड अबाउट संवेदना, एम्पैथी, व्हाटएवर इट इज, तभी मुकम्मल होगी अच्छी सेहत और तभी संवरेगी हर सांस. थैंक यू एवरीबॉडी, हैव अ गुड टाइम. थैंक यू.
Thank you very much, sir. I now request Mr. Anil Rajput to please present a token of gratitude, a token of respect to our distinguished speakers. We'll begin with Mr. Rajesh Bhushan. Please step forward. Let's all together thank sir for sparing his valuable time and joining us for the inaugural session. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence. We now present to Dr. Manoj Nesri ji. Kindly keep the applause going. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence. Padma Bhushan Dr. T.S. Clare. Kindly keep the applause going. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable insights with us. Dr. Ravi Gaur. Thank you so much, sir. I now request all our esteemed dignitaries to please come together for a group photograph, and with this we'll conclude the inaugural session. Kindly come together for a group photograph. Let's once again thank all our learned speakers for being with us, for their support, for their thoughts. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll request you all to kindly remain seated as we'll begin our first session, which is a panel discussion on mindful living, mental health for work, learning, and life. We'll quickly prepare our stage for the same, and we aim to begin in next 1 minute. Our upcoming session will highlight the importance of mental health in driving productivity and overall well-being, addressing stress, burnout, student resilience, and the role of technology in supporting mental wellness. And we'll begin very shortly. Once again, requesting you all to kindly remain seated. And please switch your phones to silent mode in case you haven't done so far. We have with us our esteemed session moderator, Dr. Rajesh Kesari, Member Advisory Council, Illness to Wellness Foundation, and Member National Executive Committee elect RSSDI. Can we please extend a very warm welcome to our esteemed session moderator? A very warm welcome to you, sir. May I now request our esteemed panelists to please join us on stage. We have with us Dr. Professor Meena Chandra, Head Center of Excellence in Mental Health, HOD Department of Psychiatry, ABVIMS, and Dr. RML Hospital, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. A very warm welcome to you. Dr. Sneha Sharma, Consultant Psychiatrist and Founder, Anvaya Healthcare. Kindly keep the applause going. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Ms. Richa Sharma, Principal, Ramjas International School, RK Puram, New Delhi. A hearty welcome to you, ma'am. Kindly keep the applause going. Ms. Anjali Malik, Principal, JP Public School, Noida. A very warm and hearty welcome to you, ma'am. Ms. Swati Chawla, Global Director, Global Operational Wellbeing, Teleperformance. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Can we extend a very warm welcome to all our esteemed panelists who've joined us on stage for our first panel discussion of the day. With this, I now hand over the session to our esteemed moderator, Dr. Kesari, for further proceedings.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and I must once again congratulate and thank Shri Anil Rajput ji, who had this vision of forming this foundation of Illness to Wellness, and who has been carrying out the work of creating wellness, awareness about health and promoting wellness in the society since more than a decade now. And I have been very fortunate enough to be a partner in these activities. And today we are having a very important, I would say this is a very important session. And the theme of this summit is also just as important. I would like to start this session with a Sanskrit shloka. Man ev manushyanam karanam bandhu mokshayo, which means mind is the source of bondage and mind is the source of liberation. So mind and mental health, this is something which is of prime importance in our lives, in our individual progress, in the progress of the society, and the well-being of the whole society. So what is mental health? Mental health is a state of emotional, psychological, and social well-being that influences how individuals think, behave, and feel, and how they cope up with life stress. So we are going to talk about these issues. We are going to talk about these issues throughout the lifespan at different times of our lifespan, in children, in adolescents, in adults, just to give you a brief about the extent of the problem. About 200 million adults in India are suffering from mental health issues. 1 in 10 adult has a mental health problem. And 1 in 7 adult in India has the lifetime burden of suffering from a mental health problem. So despite these enormous numbers, can you imagine how many of them are getting a solution, treatment? So 70 to 90% of such people do not have access to any treatment. There are very, very few psychiatrists available in our country who can address. And what is happening? The other part is women almost twice suffer more from mental health issues as compared to men. And even children, even young adults, adolescents, and adults less than 20%, than 20 years of age, there's almost 7.5% of this strata of our population suffering from mental health problems. So the numbers are huge. The problem is also quite big. We must understand this. But first of all, we should understand in our terms what is a mental health problem. So, Dr. Sharma, I'd like to come over to you. How can we understand in our daily lives, in our families, in our surroundings, that a particular person may be having a mental health problem and needs attention?
Right. I think, thank you, sir, firstly, for initiating this important conversation on mental health. And I think the question is very relevant. It's also something that is frequently asked to me. I think when family members come in, or even in a general conversation, dinner conversation, it comes up that, I went through a bad exam, for example, or a bad breakup. So does that mean I'm sick? And does that mean that I should see a psychiatrist or a psychologist? So it's very important to distinguish that what is a mental health problem and when it becomes an illness or a disorder. And that distinction will help you in further deciding whether you need support for your mental health from somebody at a community level, a counselor, or somebody who's well versed in clinical disorders like a clinical psychologist or a psychiatrist. So I think the easiest thing to do here is to remember 4 Ds. We used to remember it as 4 Ds of disorder, which is that if the dysfunctioning is coming up, first thing. If you feel कि आपके mental health symptoms जो हैं उसके वजह से या आपके आसपास में कोई है जिनकी problems की वजह से उनके अंदर dysfunctioning आ रही है, वो अपना काम नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, अपनी relationships में show up नहीं कर रहे हैं, academically perform नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, वहाँ पे वो dysfunctioning socio-occupational areas में it's a indication that it can possibly a disorder. The other thing that comes up is distress. Now, अगर आपको कुछ symptoms आ रहे हैं, अगर आपका breakup हुआ है, आपके एग्ज़ाम्स में नंबर कम आए हैं, आपको किसी इलनेस के बारे में पता लगा है, तो नॉर्मल सी चीज़ है कि डिस्ट्रेस होगा। बट अगर वो डिस्ट्रेस जो है, जो सब्जेक्टिवली आप फील कर पा रहे हैं, वो बहुत सिवियर है और वो एक लंबे टाइम तक चल रहा है, लंबे टाइम का अगर ब्रीफली हम डिस्कस करें तो 2 वीक्स के ऊपर अगर आपका डिस्ट्रेस उस चीज़ के ऊपर से चल रहा है जिसकी वजह से आप डिसफंक्शनिंग आ रही है, सो इट इज़ पॉसिबली अ डिसऑर्डर। द थर्ड थिंग दैट आई वांट टू टॉक अबाउट इज़ द थर्ड डी इज़ अगर उसमें डेंजर आ रहा है या डेथ की बात आ रही है। सो इफ़ किसी के बिहेवियर को देख के, उनके इमोशंस को देख के आपको लग रहा है कि दिस पर्सन कैन बी अ हार्म टू अदर्स, कोई धमकी दे रहा है, अग्रेसिव हो रहा है, खुद को जान से मार लेने की बात कर रहा है, तो इट इज़ अ साइन ऑफ डेंजर एंड दैट दिस इज़ अ डिसऑर्डर लेवल, इट नीड्स इमीडिएट इंटरवेंशन। एंड अलॉन्ग विद दैट अगर हम बात करें कि द फोर्थ डी वुड बी अगर आपका ड्यूरेशन जो है वो कितना चल रहा है। अगर फॉर एग्जाम्पल यहाँ जो ड्यूरेशन की बात हो रही है, लाइक आई ब्रीफली सेड 2 वीक्स के ऊपर हम जनरली सोचते हैं, बट हर एक डिसऑर्डर का अलग एक ड्यूरेशन क्राइटेरिया होता है जो यूजुअली प्रोफेशनल्स डिसाइड करते हैं। बट अगर आपको लग रहा है कि रेलेवेंट टू द सिचुएशन ड्यूरेशन बढ़ रही है, बहुत लंबे टाइम तक रह रही हैं चीज़ें, तो भी एक इंडिकेशन हो सकती है कि इट्स टाइम टू लुक एट अ मेंटल हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल। सो यहाँ पे मैं कॉन्टेक्स्ट सर ऐड करना चाहूँगी कि कई बार हम ग्रीफ को, लॉस ऑफ लव्ड वन में टाइमलाइन ऐड करने की कोशिश करते हैं, इसको सोचते हुए कि somebody is lost somebody, we try to think कि इतने टाइम तक तो we should get over it, इतने टाइम तक तो अफेक्ट नहीं करना चाहिए। वो एक अलग चीज़ है जो कि डिसऑर्डर में नहीं आता है। ग्रीविंग कैन बी अ नॉर्मल थिंग, बट अगर भी आपको स्ट्रेस हो रहा है कि कोई बहुत अनयूजुअल ग्रीफ से गुजर रहा है, तो आप उनको बता सकते हैं टू कंसल्ट अ मेंटल हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल। आई होप आई हैव आंसर्ड द क्वेश्चन।
Thank you so much. I think that was quite a comprehensive answer. तो मैं एक लाइन में ये कहना चाहूँगा कि अगर कोई हमारे साथ, हमारे दोस्त हैं, हमारे परिवार का सदस्य है और उसी परिस्थिति में वो हमेशा खुश रहते थे, काम करते थे, अपने सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ निभाते थे, अचानक ऐसा कुछ हो जाए 1, 2, 3 हफ्ते के अंदर, बहुत ज़्यादा लंबे समय में नहीं, कि उनके अंदर कुछ बदलाव आने लगे, वो जो चीज़ें पहले आराम से करते थे नहीं करें, खुश बिल्कुल नहीं रहें, ऐसे बदलाव आए तो हमें ये एक संकेत है कि उनके साथ कुछ मानसिक समस्या हो सकती है। अब मेरा ये मानना है, क्योंकि मैं डॉक्टर हूँ, फिजिशियन हूँ, डायबिटोलॉजिस्ट हूँ और अब ऑलमोस्ट 30 साल से मैं मेडिकल प्रैक्टिस में हूँ, लोग अक्सर ये सोचते हैं कि मैंने तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं किया, मेरे साथ कुछ नहीं हुआ, इनके साथ भी कुछ नहीं हुआ, तो इनको मानसिक बीमारी तो हो नहीं सकती। तो लोग, किसी का ध्यान उस तरफ नहीं जाता और किसी का ध्यान नहीं जाता तो उसकी चर्चा नहीं होती, उसकी चर्चा नहीं होती तो उसका ट्रीटमेंट या मैनेजमेंट जैसा होना चाहिए वैसा नहीं हो पाता। सो डॉक्टर मीना मैम, आपसे जानना चाहेंगे कि ऐसी बीमारियों की या क्या वजह हो सकती हैं जो हो सकता है हम सबको समझ में ना आए, क्योंकि लोग सोचते हैं कि ये तो किसी इमोशनल शॉक से, जैसे अभी डॉक्टर साहब बात कर रही थी कि कोई ब्रेकअप हो जाए, कोई फेल हो जाए, कुछ ऐसा हो जाए, तो क्या और क्या ऐसी वजह हो सकती हैं जो हो सकता है हम सबको ना पता हो? प्लीज़ एनलाइटन अस।
ज़्यादातर लोग सोचते हैं कि कोई तनावजनक परिस्थिति में ही मानसिक स्वास्थ्य बिगड़ सकता है, तो हेलो, ज़्यादातर लोग समझते हैं कि तनावजनक परिस्थिति, जिसे हम स्ट्रेसफुल लाइफ इवेंट कहते हैं, उसमें मानसिक स्वास्थ्य बिगड़ सकता है, लेकिन उसके बगैर भी बहुत ज़्यादा बिगड़ सकता है। ऐसा नहीं है कि तनाव होगा तभी होगा, क्योंकि कई बार लोग कहते हैं हमारी ज़िंदगी में तो सब कुछ अच्छा चल रहा है, हमें कोई परेशानी नहीं है, फिर भी हमारा मन उदास है। हमारा बच्चे को तो हमें सब सहूलियत दे रखी है, फिर भी वो पढ़ाई नहीं करता, वो चंचल है, वो शैतानी करता है। हमें कोई वित्तीय प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, कोई फाइनेंशियल इश्यूज़ नहीं है, फिर भी हमें हमेशा फ़िक्र रहती है कि हम बीमार ना पड़ जाएं, या पैसे का नुकसान ना हो जाए, या स्टॉक मार्केट क्रैश ना हो जाए, या हम लिफ्ट में नहीं जा सकते, या हम बंद कमरे में नहीं बैठ पाते, हम भीड़ में नहीं जा पाते। तो ये सब क्यों हो रहा है? तो बाकी डिसऑर्डर्स जो एनसीडी के डिसऑर्डर्स हैं, क्योंकि सर आप फिजिशियन हैं, काफ़ी लोग शायद हॉल में होंगे भी मेडिकल पर्सपेक्टिव के, जेनेटिक्स बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है। और मानसिक रोगों के साथ प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि जीन्स बहुत बार आइडेंटिफाइड नहीं है, मल्टीपल जीन्स है, पॉलीजेनिक इनहेरिटेंस है। तो कई बार लोग कहते हैं हमारे परिवार में तो कभी कुछ नहीं था, बट हमें म्यूटेशन वगैरह सब चीज़ें होती हैं, तो कोई क्लस्टरिंग ऑफ जीन हो सकती है। एंड 80 to 90% जो सीवियर मेंटल इलनेस है, SMIs हैं, उसमें जेनेटिक बेसिस है। मैनिफेस्ट नहीं हो वो अलग बात है, लेकिन जेनेटिक्स तो है। लेकिन 10 to 20% एपिजेनेटिक्स है, तो ऐसा भी है कि हम प्रिवेंटिव चीज़ें कर सकते हैं जिससे वो मैनिफेस्ट ना हो, या मैनिफेस्ट रहे तो माइल्ड टू मॉडरेट रहे और सीवियर ना हो। तो सबसे पहले तो मन से निकाल देना है कि अगर कोई तनावजनक परिस्थिति होगी तभी मानसिक रोग होगा। दूसरी बात मैं कहना चाहूँगी कि सर ने बहुत अच्छी बात की मेंटल हेल्थ के बारे में, उसमें मैं एक पॉइंट जोड़ना चाहूँगी कि अब हम लोग स्पिरिचुअल वेलबींग को भी मेंटल हेल्थ में डालते हैं। और स्पिरिचुअलिटी कोई रिलीजियस बात नहीं है, स्पिरिचुअलिटी एक हायर स्टेज ऑफ बीइंग है। और जब तक हम उस दिशा में नहीं कदम बढ़ाते, मैं ये नहीं कह रही हम लोग सब स्पिरिचुअली एडवांस हो जाएंगे, लेकिन ग्राउंडिंग तो ज़रूरी है। जब तक हम उस दिशा में कदम नहीं बढ़ाते तो बहुत सारी जो चीज़ें कम तनावजनक हैं वो हमें ज़्यादा तनाव देती हैं, क्योंकि हमारी खुद की स्पिरिचुअल ग्राउंडिंग नहीं है। और ये किसी भी उम्र के साथ है, बहुत सारे बच्चों की नहीं है, एडोलेसेंस की नहीं है, बहुत एज तक लोगों की नहीं है, क्योंकि वो लोग काम में बिज़ी रहे, बिजनेस में बिज़ी रहे और स्पिरिचुअल साइड को सिर्फ फंक्शंस और रिचुअल्स तक छोड़ दिया, आत्मविकास नहीं किया। तो वो वाली एक इंटरनल जर्नी भी हमारी चलनी चाहिए और कई बार वो छूट जाती है। तीसरी बात मैं कहूँगी कि जेनेटिक्स अपने आप में कई बार काम नहीं करती। हमारी स्ट्रेस वल्नरेबिलिटी हाइपोथेसिस है कि जेनेटिक्स के साथ कुछ एनवायरनमेंट में बदलाव आता है तो भी हमारे जेनेटिक डिसऑर्डर प्रेसिपिटेट हो जाते हैं। ये हमारा साइकोलॉजिकल एनवायरनमेंट हो सकता है, बुलिंग हो रही है, कोई परेशानी हो रही है, डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस हो रहा है। ये हमारा सोशल एनवायरनमेंट हो सकता है, बहुत मार्जिनलाइज ग्रुप हैं, स्टिग्मेटाइज ग्रुप हैं, अंडर प्रिविलेज ग्रुप हैं, रिलीजन, कास्ट, किसी के बेसिस पे भी लोग परेशानी देख रहे हैं या डिसेबिलिटी के कारण झेल रहे हैं। ये फिज़िकल एनवायरनमेंट भी हो सकता है, जिस फील्ड में मैं काम करती हूँ। एयर पोल्यूशन की बात हुई इनाग्रेशन सेशन में, जो यहाँ पीडियाट्रिशियंस होंगे या टीचर्स स्कूल सिस्टम से हैं, प्रिंसिपल्स हैं, पहले हम इतने ऑटिज़म के बच्चे तो नहीं देखते थे। जब मैं स्टूडेंट थी तो कोई ऑटिज़म और ADHD का बच्चा आता था तो बुला के दिखाया जाता था व्हेन आई वाज इन MBBS कि देखो ऑटिज़म ऐसे दिखता है, ADHD ऐसे दिखता है। अभी ये हाल है कि हर सोमवार हमारी चाइल्ड गाइडेंस OPD लगती है। 100 न्यू केसेस ऑफ ऑटिज़म, ADHD, ID we see एवरी मंडे। 100, जबकि मैटरनल चाइल्ड हेल्थ तो अच्छी हो गई, बर्थ एस्फिक्सिया तो कम हो गया, ख़त्म तो नहीं हो सकता लेकिन पहले से कम हो गया। IMR जो इन्फेंट मोर्टेलिटी रेट कम हो गया, मैटरनल मोर्टेलिटी रेट कम हो गया, बट ये वाले डिसऑर्डर्स बढ़े। और वन ऑफ द वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग्स जो इसमें देखने में आया, न्यूरो डेवलपमेंटल डिसऑर्डर्स में एयर पोल्यूशन इज़ अ वेरी मेजर फैक्टर, जो हिंदुस्तान में कोई बात नहीं कर रहा। मैं IIT बॉम्बे गई थी जनवरी में, आई स्पोक ऑन दिस। इंटरनेशनल इट इज़ वेल नोन, वो लोग तो अपनी सारी इंडस्ट्री और पोल्यूशन वगैरह को इतना सीरियसली लेते हैं कि वो WHO नॉर्म से भी बिलो रहते हैं। और जैसे WHO नॉर्म अगर 40 है तो हम लोग PM 2.5 में 350 होंगे, वो लोग 20-22 होंगे। सो वी डोंट टेक केयर ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट थिंकिंग कि इससे सिर्फ खांसी हो रही है या हम सिर्फ एयर प्योरीफायर एक कमरे के अंदर यूज़ कर देंगे, वी आर प्रोटेक्टेड, वी आर नॉट प्रोटेक्टेड, द नेक्स्ट जनरेशन इज नॉट प्रोटेक्टेड। इट इज़ नॉट जस्ट पार्टिकुलेट मैटर 2.5, इट इज़ ऑल्सो लॉट ऑफ पॉलीएरोमेटिक्स, जो IIT कानपुर में अच्छा काम हो रहा है। पॉलीएरोमेटिक्स है, पॉलीएरोमेटिक्स हैव बीन नोन टू पास थ्रू मैटरनल ब्लड इनटू फीटल सर्कुलेशन, वो भी स्टडीज़ हैं कॉर्ड ब्लड्स के साथ। फिर 9 साल से लेकर 13 साल तक वो बच्चे फॉलो किए गए बिग कोहॉर्ट्स में इन यूरोप, इन अमेरिका एंड ऑल्सो इवन इन चाइना। हमारे यहाँ नहीं है ये वाले कोहॉर्ट्स, तो क्योंकि जानकारी नहीं है तो हमें लगता है कि ये वजह नहीं है, लेकिन ह्यूमन बॉडी तो सेम है। अगर वहाँ पे एयर पोल्यूशन इज़ कंट्रीब्यूटिंग तो इंडिया में भी इट इज़ कंट्रीब्यूटिंग। एंड विद माई वर्क इन IIT Delhi we can see in adults contributing to cardiac issues, contributing to stroke, dementia. So it is contributing. It is the elephant in the room which nobody is talking about. सो द एनवायरमेंटल फैक्टर्स, एयर पोल्यूशन में क्योंकि मैं काम करती हूँ, बाकी फर्स्ट सेशन में सॉइल पोल्यूशन, फर्टिलाइज़र, डाइट्स, इतनी सारी चीज़ें हम अपने अंदर क्या ग्रहण कर रहे हैं, एंड वो हमारे स्वास्थ्य को ख़राब कर रही है, लेकिन हमारे मानसिक स्वास्थ्य को भी ख़राब कर रही है. इसमें शोध कम है हिंदुस्तान में, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं कि ये फैक्टर्स इम्पॉर्टेंट नहीं है, ये फैक्टर्स भी बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है.
थैंक यू सो मच मैडम. इसके साथ साथ मैं ऐड करना चाहूँगा कि इन फैक्टर्स के साथ जो अभी मेटाबॉलिक डिजीज़ेस, बीमारियां जैसे डायबिटीज़, हाई ब्लड प्रेशर, दिल की बीमारियां जिसकी वजह से हार्ट अटैक, स्ट्रोक होते हैं, इन बीमारियों का भी एक बहुत बड़ा रोल है मानसिक बीमारियां और मानसिक तनाव पैदा करने में. और एक ये चक्रव्यूह है, जब इंसान इस चक्रव्यूह में फंस जाता है तो इस चक्रव्यूह में दोनों चीज़ें एक दूसरे को परपेचुएट करती हैं, सेल्फ परपेचुएटिंग होती हैं. जो डायबिटीज़ का मरीज़ है उसको दिन में 10 दवाइयाँ खानी है, वो 10 दवाइयाँ खरीदनी भी हैं, वो खानी भी हैं, और उसके साथ साथ उसको और बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, कोमॉर्बिडिटीज़ है, ब्लड प्रेशर है, हार्ट की बीमारी है, दिमाग उस तरह से अब काम नहीं करता जैसे पहले करता था. तो इसकी वजह से मानसिक बीमारियां हो रही हैं. और जब मानसिक बीमारी हो जाती है, जैसे किसी डायबिटीज़ के मरीज़ को हो गई, तो वो दवा समय पे नहीं खाता, वो दवा नहीं खाता तो उसकी शुगर भी बढ़ती है, और अगर मानसिक बीमारी के लिए उसको दवा खानी है तो वो भी नहीं खा पाता. तो वी हैव टू हैव अ होलिस्टिक अप्रोच, एंड दिस इज़ व्हाट दिस समिट इज़ अबाउट. दिस समिट इज़ अबाउट अ होलिस्टिक अप्रोच टू हेल्थ. And once we have a holistic approach, right from the beginning of our life, I think we would be able to prevent these diseases. The good thing is that these diseases are preventable to a very great extent. मैडम ने जेनेटिक्स के बारे में बताया, तो मैडम ने एपिजेनेटिक्स भी बताया कि जो जीन्स हैं वो अपने आप को हमेशा एक्सप्रेस नहीं करती. ऐसे ही जैसे डायबिटीज़ के लिए जीन्स हैं, ऐसे ही जैसे ब्लड प्रेशर या कोलेस्ट्रॉल बढ़ने वाली जीन्स हैं, वो अपने आप को तभी एक्सप्रेस करती हैं जब उनको उचित वातावरण मिलता है, जिसको हम एपिजेनेटिक्स बोलते हैं. तो अगर हम इस वातावरण को ना आने दें तो हो सकता है वो बीमारी हमारे शरीर के अंदर रहते हुए भी बाहर ना आए. क्योंकि हमारे बच्चे सबसे पहले स्कूल जाते हैं. आई थिंक वी आर वेरी लकी दैट वी हैव two principals from very reputed schools today. So I would start with you, Richa Sharma ji. So where do you see, where should we start talking to or observing children about mental health? हमें कहाँ से शुरुआत करनी चाहिए स्कूल सिस्टम में?
I think from the day the child starts its journey in the school. So a child who's 3 years old, he starts his journey, and I think by the time he leaves the school, he's 17 or 18 years old. So I think that's whole span of life that child spends with us. The school has a very major role to play. How do we keep a check? I think with the school curriculum, the programs that we do, I'll take one by one. So we begin with the annual, and sometimes twice in a year, the medical health checkup जो एक होता है. It's just a kind of a survey that's done by the school to make parents also aware, and for us to see that where the child, what are the basic stats of the child. And as ma'am rightly mentioned, Abhi, ki there are certain rise in cases of autism. I remember when I started my journey as a leader, we never had a special educator in schools. And we had special schools, and then concept of inclusion suddenly came up. And the students that we are receiving now, we have mild autism at a very early age, severe autism students, entering the inclusive setup in schools. So when we're talking about that survey being done, that makes us aware whether the child is suffering from the behavioral issues. Child has certain traits as mentioned by ma'am. We are also receiving children with
hypertension at a very early age. And this is the reason that Government of India and CBSE has issued a circular which is mandatory for all the schools to keep a check on sugar and salt intake. So whether it's a meal in the school or meal at home, so we have to take so many programs right from the pre-primary years to the senior school years to promote these lectures, workshops, programs for parents and for students to make them aware that how harmful the extra intake of sugar and salt is so far our mental and physical health is concerned. There is also a concern that is raised when children face a lot of stress because of environment. Of course, the system of education is such that it is less cooperative and more competitive, so the stress of academics is more. But sometimes there are issues because of the environment. Environment is a third teacher, so something happening at home, within the family, peer pressure, because of the teacher or faculty, because of the exam stress, there are a lot of mental issues that occur during the school journey or is education life. Here comes the role of a counselor. But what I believe is that counselor is intervening when the child would discuss a issue. But our first and foremost step that why the child should face stress, let's engage them into something very productive that they easily sail through. So you will find that there are a lot of children who are very happy children and they face a lot of challenges, but they easily cope up with those stress, problems. It's not that they're not sensitive or they are not emotionally aligned to those issues, but there are certain things that help them to cope up. And for that, for example, our school has a very positive mindset curriculum, which we run throughout the year from nursery to grade 12. So the morning starts with a very positive 5 affirmations. You ask any child and they all know that these are the 5 affirmations. When I start my assembly, I start my class, I have to say and repeat. And when I go back home and I sleep, so it's a ritual. We don't know whether it's going to work for them or not, but a lot of positive feedback that I get to know from parents and from students that yes, these affirmations help them to cope up with stress. And humorously, they all remember, Amir Khan of 3 Idiots, all is well. So talking to myself that I am the best and, I am very strong, capable of, taking care of myself. My mind is very calm. I'm stable. I'm confident and success is, always certain for me. There are a lot of affirmations that the children are engaged in. When we talk about nutrition, we have yoga, we have breathing exercises. So there is a proper curriculum with the timetable that every teacher beginning the class, so it's the 3rd period, it's the 6th period, it's the 8th period, where you have these breathing exercise. We have not introduced any formal ki Chandra Nadi ye hai, ye Surya Nadi hai, aapki ye close kari. It's only simple exercise for 2 minutes that you have to do with your teacher. We have brain gym exercises, nothing being taught to children, what is the benefit of this and that, but it's fun learning for children, and the passive learning is that we are trying to trap the mind of children with a strong positive mindset. So as sir rightly mentioned that the school's curriculum is designed in such a way that when we talk to them about the mental issues, we talk to their problems, we tell them how to, deal with it. There are people to talk to in school, teacher, co-teacher, there are buddies, there's counselor. We engage parents in a lot of dialogues because sometimes there's environment at home and we need to take parent into confidence, and I always call them as partners in learning. So very essential, and I think that's the only way that we can guide our children and create a very strong mindset in our students and help them to deal with mental stress.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And I think we must give her a big hand for all the good things that we see are being done for the children. And I'm sure that this is going to have enormous benefit for these children in their future development. I would just like to add here that when we started the work of Illness to Wellness Foundation, what we used to do was we used to go to schools and we would conduct lectures, we would have fun activities, we would even have dhol nagades, and then we would have street plays which were performed in front of the children, and children would listen to the message of health. And it was very effective, and we carried this on for, I think, 5 to 6 years before the onset of COVID. We had to change our format because of COVID, but we have been actively pursuing this, and as you see, the paintings, these are all such sessions and activities going on with the Illness to Wellness Foundation. We have already been systematically engaged in primordial prevention of NCDs. That is, creating awareness, especially in the girl child, about the diseases which may happen in future generations, not just in these children. So we are actively engaged in such activities, and I'm sure we would have more opportunities since you have. So going back to the school period, you know, I remember, even though I fondly remember this, in our times, those are the olden times, the mental treatment of any problems would be do thappad. So I don't know how many of you have seen that, but this was quite an acceptable remedy for us. It actually never posed any challenge or a problem or an issue for any of us, for all of us whom at least I remember. But a lot has changed. Things have evolved, and for the betterment of the society. But still we see a staggering number of 7.3% adolescents and young adults suffering from mental health issues. So we understand, and I see as a physician, the challenges that the girls face, the rising cases of PCOS. We know there's increasing insulin resistance and inflammation and problems which follow. We as medical doctors understand. I'm sure that these problems are being faced by adolescents and younger adults as they move on to their a little bit more mature phase of life. So I would request Ms. Anjali Malik ji to throw some light on this. What are the problems, especially problems concerning mental health, that you might be facing in adolescence?
I think one of the most important aspects, sir, you have emphasized, especially in a school, when we handle children who are getting into adolescence, and we realize that adolescence has now started at a very early age. So most of the students, at times, they know more than what they should know. And it is just with the advancement of technology and the change in culture, the change in environment, we cannot hold on to it. Also, there is a lot of pressure among students because of examination. There are anxiety issues, there is peer pressure, a lot of competition, because agreed, we do guide the students that the marks are not that important anymore. It is all about learning. It's all about taking oneself to the next step. It's all about competing only with oneself and nobody else. But then the stigma and the environment, and especially what pushes from home, is something which affects a lot. I feel that parents have to be counseled more than the teachers and more than the students, because what normally happens is that the undue pressure and the non-realistic targets and tasks which parents at times give to the students becomes very difficult for us also to handle in school. At times, students are really open to us. They do open their heart, and they do tell us that, okay, they would not like to go for science, they cannot see themselves as an IITian, or maybe actually going to BTech or this kind of a stream. But the pressure which comes from parents till date, I am myself a mathematics person, and I understand how difficult this subject has been, and I believe half the anxiety issues are because of mathematics. So I think it's very important that the way our teachers teach, the way they handle the situations, the way they present the subject before them, the way they handle those situations where students are quite anxious and they do not learn to accept failure is really bad. We have to ensure that our students accept failures also with the same spirit. They have to have that emotional resilience, and that this is not the job of only the counselor. Every teacher has to be a counselor for this. Every parent has to be a counselor for this. I think from parents, it's important to have that feel of warmth for the child at any moment, whether it is success or failure. And let our students grow and branch out, flourish with their own dreams. Let them discover in school what they are meant for, what is their dream job, or where they would like to see themselves in future. Let us not impose our ideas, our aspirations on the students, thinking maybe we as parents could not do it, or maybe, especially because we face a lot of difficulties for this when most of the parents simply want the student to be either a doctor or an engineer. Still date, there are so many new careers which are coming up for this, although we do orient the parents through various career counseling sessions also, but we feel that it is more difficult to explain it to parents and make them understand that child has one's own passion. There is the seed of potential in every child which has to be allowed to grow and branch out in its own way and at its own pace.
I think this really deserves an applause.
Yeah.
So, before we cross over to the elder age, I would request, since we all have great professionals sitting in front of in this panel, why don't you give small tips, because all of us sitting here either have children or grandchildren. Let's start with you, ma'am. One small tip regarding children in the family, how they should be dealt with, what is right, what is wrong.
So I think one thing that stands out for me, and I want to convey this to almost everybody, is that जब भी हम बच्चों से बात करते हैं तो हम टैलेंट की बात करते हैं, इंटेलिजेंस की बात करते हैं, हम एफर्मेशंस की बात भी कर रहे हैं. आई थिंक रियलिस्टिकली बच्चे असेस कर पाते हैं अपना पोटेंशियल, और अगर हम उनको ये बोलेंगे कि नहीं, यू आर केपेबल about something that they don't know how to do, there will be intrinsically an anxiety at least. तो one thing I think जो हम हर कोई कर सकता है वो है कि हम अपनी लैंग्वेज में ना, you are not good at this, but you can get better. So I think that you can try to be better. That language of not our intelligence is set, it's not set in stone. Our talent is not set in stone. How much of effort we put will really decide how much we achieve. Because जितना भी मैं बच्चों से मिलती हूँ उनका ये होता है कि मैं इतनी अच्छी नहीं हूँ जितने मेरे आसपास में peers अच्छे हैं. I am not good. And very talented students जो कि टॉप कर रहे हैं, उनका पूरा fear, anxiety इस बात पे होगा कि I am not good. I look around and I feel कि मैं नहीं कर पाऊँगी. And then the language has to be कि नहीं कर पाओगे, अगर try करोगे तो हो जाएगा. It's not like कि intelligence set in stone है, जो एक fixed mindset और जो है कि you can change your potential. That is the mindset I think has to be brought in.
Thank you.
Very briefly, for students of today, first thing, sleep hygiene. सोते नहीं हैं, टाइम से नहीं सोते, गुड क्वालिटी स्लीप नहीं है, एंड फिर उनके डे टाइम बिहेवियर्स भी ख़राब होते हैं और डे टाइम परफॉर्मेंस भी ख़राब होती है. तो स्लीप हाइजीन वी कैन नॉट स्ट्रेस इनफ. हमारे पेरेंट्स हमें 7, 8, 9 बजे सुला देते थे, और अभी पेरेंट्स भी 1 बजे तक जग रहे हैं, बच्चे 2-3 बजे तक जग रहे हैं, फिर वो सुबह 7 बजे स्कूल में नहीं परफॉर्म कर पाते, ग्रास्प भी नहीं कर पाते. सेकेंड थिंग इज़ डिजिटल डिटॉक्स. वी हैव टू लिमिट एक्सेस टू डिजिटल डिवाइसेस. ये 24/7 स्टिमुलेटेड होना अच्छा नहीं है. ऑस्ट्रेलिया हैज़ ऑलरेडी बैंड थ्रू एन एक्ट ऑफ देयर पार्लियामेंट social media access for children less than 16. Our government is also looking into it, but recreational use ही नहीं है. हमारे यहाँ social media पढ़ाई के लिए भी यूज़ होता है, इसलिए वो नहीं हो पा रहा. Third and very important thing is teach the child how to deal with failure. हम बच्चों को सक्सेस की ही एग्जाम्पल देते हैं, सक्सेस का ही सब कुछ बताते हैं, बट फेलियर को कैसे इनकॉर्पोरेट करें इन अ सक्सेस स्ट्रैटेजी, वो ट्रांजिशन नहीं सिखाते, तो बेस्ट बच्चा है उसके 2 नंबर कम आते हैं एंड दैट अटेम्प्ट सुसाइड। तो वो फेलियर सिखाना है, दैट्स अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट स्किल, बिकॉज हम कभी हमेशा सक्सेसफुल नहीं हो सकते। एंड लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट, विच इज़ अ पैशन एरिया फॉर मी, माइंडफुलनेस। बहुत बड़ा शब्द है लेकिन आसान है। हमने नवयुग स्कूल के अंडर प्रिविलेज बच्चों को सिखा दिया, just to be aware of their thoughts, their emotions, their behaviors, how they are not on autopilot, help them with grounding, help them with awareness, self-awareness, introspection. छोटे छोटे स्किल्स है, आजकल तो इनकी एप्स भी मिलती हैं। बट माइंडफुलनेस इज समथिंग, और ये हमारे वैदिक ट्रेडिशन से है, लेकिन जब फॉरेन से माइंडफुलनेस के नाम से आता है तो हम ज़्यादा एक्सेप्ट कर लेते हैं। ज़ेन है, ज़ेन बुद्धिज़्म है, लेकिन ये हमारा वैदिक ट्रेडिशन है। तो बच्चे को ठहराव सिखाना, बैठना सिखाना, अपने मन को समझना सिखाना, आई थिंक फ्रॉम सेकेंडरी स्कूल, फ्रॉम 6th 7th 8th ऑनवर्ड्स वी कैन टीच दैट। एंड जिन बच्चों को हमने सिखाया था उनके 10th में मार्क्स अच्छे हैं, नवयुग स्कूल गोल मार्केट मंदिर मार्ग पे। सो इट हैज़ अ ह्यूज इम्पैक्ट वंस वी स्टेबलाइज। If the child stabilize, his anxiety goes away, he performs better. So those are my 4 key points. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think when I talk to parents, सबसे पहले मैं उन्हें ये कहती हूँ कि please model what you want your child to do it. So it's very, very difficult for a child that the parent is continuously on mobile and you don't want the child to be online or on different social media platforms. Like ma'am mentioned, sleeping pattern. So the family has to have a culture, whether it is food. So you have to bring down the salt and sugar in your family food, fast food. How many times you're going out and you're preferring cooking at home? I can understand working lifestyles, conditions are such that not possible many a times. But we can always have good food choices for our children. And then we can encourage them to have that healthy lifestyle. Most important, as ma'am rightly mentioned, regarding the social media, we always discourage. In fact, आप देख रहे होंगे कि बचपन से कई लोगों के एक पर्सनल इंस्टाग्राम चैनल्स हैं made by students. Oh, she dances very nicely, she acts. And we have completely taught that child that the virtual likes is basically popularity and people like you for that. But imagine the child would come and, transform. He might not be a good dancer because dancing at the age of 3-4 might be liked by everyone, but maybe not when she grows into an adolescent. And she might feel a stress that why I am not so popular on social media. Now, who's the culprit? It's the adults. So reading, they say the child lacks, focus, concentration. Are you reading at home? You're always on mobile. Did you make an effort that you should sit with your child on Sundays whenever you're free? You're reading a magazine, you're reading a newspaper. Again, meditation, spiritualism. What is the culture in the family? Are we spiritually aligned? How are we encouraging passive, conversation in the family? I'll just share a very simple example with you, which I generally share with everyone. I was holding a student council interview for the primary wing, and there was this girl who came from class 5. And generally I ask all children, you have won a 7 crore rupee in Kaun Banega Crorepati. So what will you do if you win that money? So brilliant answer, the girl said, she says, ma'am, out of 7, 2 crores I'm going to give to my parents because I want them to go for a world tour. I said, excellent. What about the rest of the 5 crores? She says, 2 crores I'll give you. Whatever you want to do in school, you can do it and give money to, poor children or make something. We want a swimming pool. I said, fine. So you are left with now 3 crores. It says, I think I will invest. Class 5. So I asked her, I said, invest? What do you mean by invest? I don't know about investment. She says, I don't know, but I listen Papa, Mummy talking that if we put money in this some scheme or some invest, the money grows and then I will have more money in future. So suddenly I realized that, she's listening to what Mummy, Papa is talking about. And she might not know the definition of investment or mutual fund or shares or anything, but she's just learned that the word ki money invest karo to money grow karta hai. And I shared that experience with many parents that हमको लगता है that children are not listening to us and they're not learning anything from our conversation, but they learn everything. So let us not accommodate lot of things like options. Let's go back to our own childhood. Parents हमेशा कहते थे घिया ही खाना है, नहीं तो कुछ और नहीं मिलेगा. And now I have options. Oh, you don't want ghee, I'll make this for you, I'll make that for you. So passively I've told that your parents will make changes and accommodate life for you. And this is the reason when they reach adolescent age, they break. Because life is not easy. It has ups and downs. We have to accommodate ourselves to that situation. So we have to tell them that failures are not for stress, depression. Failures are productive failures. Learn from your failures, be resilient and bounce back. And I also tell parents that please prepare our children for the world when we are not there. So no principal, no teacher, no counselor, no mummy, papa. How will they sustain themselves? So think that, ask yourself that question every day. How will my daughter and my son survive or sustain once we will not be there to support them? And if we find answers, then only we'll be able to prepare them for that future.
Yes.
So having ancestral money or property or something like that will not sustain them. It is basically strong mind, knowledge, education that will help them. So that's what, a very strong tip I give to all the parents, that even to teachers also, model in classroom, model at home what you want your children to be. So that's what, it's very, very essential.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, I think already so much has been said, but in addition to whatever was discussed here, I feel that our students must be guided to have a heart for sports. I mean, that is a culture which is missing in our country. So I would relate with the first session also, because we are actually into too much of academics at times, and then too much of technology now, but then we don't find time for the physical activity. I believe every individual should have one major and one minor game. So let's nurture our children since beginning that they are into playing every day, because if they are doing this physical activity, they will find a channel where they can burst out their emotions and they can be more balanced people. So this is, of course, beyond, this again comes with modeling that kind of behavior, because we all do take that junk food and other things, but then how do we burn out that energy, and how do we really take care of our health? That's important. Also, I would simply add another point, that parents and students, everybody has to accept, in case they have any mental health issues, they have to seek help. They are not to take it as a weakness, rather it is a strength. So we have to guide our students accordingly, that they speak up. They go to the counselor, they go to the teachers, and they do discuss what they are feeling. They do share their emotions and anxiety. That is in addition to all this, which I feel, because it is the acceptance which comes with a lot of difficulties, especially from parents. When we find some students which are with some special needs, and we do call the parents and we do tell them, I mean, there is a lot of resistance from their side. What do you want to say? That there is a mental issue with my child? I mean, they don't accept that the child is hyperactive, and then we have to guide them how they should be going for the testing and all. And it is absolutely okay, because with the data that has been given here also, we realize, we understand there are many students who have these issues, and especially when they, at times they don't cope up. This is not really vigilant at a very early stage, but once they enter in adolescence, then they come up with it. And when they get to know about the relaxations which they will get from CBSE to write the paper, at that time the acceptance comes. And now they are ready with those certificates coming from AIMS, so that we can give them extra hour for examination, and maybe an adult prompter or maybe a scribe to write the paper. So it's all about the mental well-being of the child. We have to take care of this since beginning. We have to accept the way he or she is, and always be warm to the child, always give them that jadoo wali pyar ki jhappi, and always say ki don't worry, main hu na. That's it.
Great.
Very quickly, I think a majority of the answers have been already given by esteemed panelists. But I want to ask you one single word. यहाँ पे कितने लोगों ने या तो ये 100% यूज करा है अपनी लाइफ टाइम में, और या उन्होंने ये वर्ड दूसरों से सुना है? पागल है क्या? Have you lost your mind? हम ये क्यों नहीं बोलते हैव यू लॉस्ट योर किडनी, हैव यू लॉस्ट योर हार्ट? ये जो पागल शब्द है ना, इसको बहुत सिंपल शब्दों में हमने उसको एक अब्यूज बना दिया है। इतनी घबराहट चीज है कि जो सबसे खराब चीज है उसे हम पागल ही बोल देते हैं। और बहुत सरल भाषा में पागल मीन्स मेंटल हेल्थ, राइट? इट्स कनेक्टेड टू मेंटल हेल्थ। सो हम इतना डरते हैं इन चीज़ों से, इतनी खराब चीज़ है ये। So as a child, the first institution of the child is of course your home. The first teacher of your child is your parents. Very correctly said by other panelists as well. आपसे ही सीखते हैं, हमसे ही सीखते हैं, जो हम करेंगे वही वो करेंगे। आज एक अब्यूजिव फादर है जो मदर को मारता है, वही बच्चा आगे जाके अपनी गर्लफ्रेंड्स या वाइफ्स और सिस्टर्स को मारेगा। It's very common. So what we are, so before reacting to any situation, we have to respond. एक बहुत अच्छा कल्चर मैंने देखा है जापान में कि किसी बच्चे ने कुछ बहुत बड़ा एक पॉट था वो गिरा दिया, मिट्टी मिट्टी हो गया। उन पेरेंट्स ने क्या किया, चिल्लाए नहीं, हम होते अरे ये कैसे करा तुमने, कई बार लगा भी देते हैं पेरेंट्स। What they did, the parents sit down on the floor, they played with the mud and they tried to play with the mud in a kind of a story format. Even the father came, joined the family, created like a play, and then उसको explain करा कि ये तो ठीक नहीं है, उसको समेटा और उसको side पे रख दिया। So how we teach children is extremely important. The second is financial well-being. आज हर बच्चा को पता है स्विगी और जोमेटो क्या है। बहुत easily कहते हैं ये तो ब्लिंकिट पे available है, immediate gratifications. Those needs to be controlled. आप 6 महीने ये कर रहे हो, आपकी जो हम थोड़ा सा रेम्यूनरेशंस देते हैं, पैसे देते हैं महीने के, वो आप उनको सेव करो। जब आप 1 साल सेव करोगे, हम 100,000 रुपया और लेके देंगे और आपकी विश पूरी करेंगे। टीच हिम सेविंग्स। फाइनेंशियल वेलनेस कम्स नॉट फ्रॉम, आज की डेट में तो हम शायद 90% ऑफ लेडीज को फाइनेंशियल वेलनेस नहीं पता है, तो बच्चों की तो दूर की बात है, बट इट स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम द वेरी चाइल्डहुड।
Yes, I think this is very true. Since we have talked a lot about children, I am getting a lot of stress because Sanjeev ji सामने बैठे हुए हैं, and I understand that we are already late. And I'm afraid in the next session I'll have a burnout also. So please quickly tell us about stress and burnout. And it happens in adults also. So give us a brief overview.
So मैं सबकी नॉलेज के लिए, मैं कॉर्पोरेट वेलनेस में काम करती हूँ, 20 साल हो गए। मैं वेरियस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के साथ काम करती हूँ, एम्प्लॉयज़ के साथ काम करती हूँ। एंड वेरी इंपॉर्टेंटली, बर्नआउट एक बहुत फैशनेबल वर्ड होता है, ऐसे लगता है ट्रेंड में चल रहा है आजकल। इट्स अ ट्रेंडिंग वर्ड। बट कई बार एक चीज़ होती है, बर्नआउट होता है जब आप बहुत ज़्यादा थकावट हो जाती है, बहुत ज़्यादा ओवर बर्डन होता है काम का, हम उस चीज़ से डील नहीं कर पाते हैं, हमारे में पर्सनल लाइफ का भी स्ट्रेस चल रहा है, काम का भी चल रहा है, बॉस की टॉक्सिसिटी भी होती है, स्पेशली इन, आई वर्क ग्लोबली, सो व्हेन आई सी इंडियन एंड एशियन रीजन्स, दे हैव लॉट ऑफ हायरार्की। यहाँ पे सर और मैडम के बिना काम नहीं चलता है। वेस्टर्न में सीधा नाम बोलते हैं, डेनी आई नीड टू डू दिस, डेनी कैन यू हेल्प मी विद दिस। वेरी ओपन कल्चर, एंड बिकॉज इट शोज दैट वी आर एट इक्वल लेवल। सो बर्नआउट डेफिनेटली है। बर्नआउट होता है जब आप नहीं कोप अप कर पाते हैं, सैलरीज का इशू आ जाता है, बोनसेस का इशू आता है, हाउ यू आर ट्रीटेड। इसके बर्नआउट के अलावा भी रस्ट आउट भी है, जब आप कैपेबिलिटी तो है बट आप अपना काम, जो अच्छे प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं वो अपने फेवरेट को दे देते हैं, वो चीज़ें भी हैं। इसके अलावा कुछ इंडस्ट्री में एक ऐसी चीज़ है जिसे बोलते हैं पोस्ट ट्रॉमेटिक स्ट्रेस डिसऑर्डर, एंड इट इज़ इंक्रीजिंग वेरी ह्यूजली, बहुत तेज़ी से ये बढ़ रहा है, स्पेशली इन द ट्रस्ट एंड सेफ्टी इंडस्ट्री, जहाँ पे जो मॉडरेटर्स हैं उनको सोशल मीडिया का बैकएंड देते हैं, और उनका काम है जो भी सोशल मीडिया में मिलियंस ऑफ वीडियोस अपलोड होती हैं, मिलियंस ऑफ कंटेंट, मिलियंस ऑफ फोटोग्राफ्स, ये हर कोई सही नहीं होती हैं। 30% आर नॉट, यू कांट इवन सी, दैट कैन इंक्लूड चाइल्ड अब्यूज, दैट कैन इंक्लूड adult content, it can include suicidal, harmful content. और यही कुछ एम्प्लॉयज़ बैक एंड पे देखकर रोज़ इनको करेक्ट करते हैं, पॉलिसीज़ में डालते हैं, इंटरनेट को क्लीन करते हैं. सो दे एक्ट एज अ सोल्जर्स ऑफ इंटरनेट. और इनको देख देख के उनको स्ट्रेस डिसऑर्डर, पोस्ट ट्रॉमा स्ट्रेस इतना ट्रॉमेटिक होता है. सो इमेजिन आप बिल्ली से प्यार करते हो और आप बिल्ली को स्लॉटर होते हुए किसी को खाते हुए देख रहे हैं, और ऐसा कंटेंट आप हर रोज़ देख रहे हैं, लगातार देख रहे हैं. एंड दैट इज ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द प्रॉब्लम्स इन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन अपार्ट फ्रॉम बर्न आउट, रस्ट आउट. So those are the conditions for burnout. But what is suggested is first and foremost, catch the disease before it catches you. Proactive interventions, monthly check-ins with the employees, ensure they are there. But before that, you need clinical teams on the ground. Organization should definitely have policies around mental health, harassments, toxicities. 1 in 6 person, WHO say 1 in 6 person has obviously stress, burnout, going through it. हर इंसान सुबह उठता है, साइलेंटली एक वॉर लेके जाता है ऑफिस में. आई एम श्योर एवरीबडी हु सिटिंग हियर, किसी ना किसी की लाइफ में कुछ चल रहा है. किसी का कोई बीमार है या खुद बीमार है, या किसी का बच्चे का इशू है, या किसी के कोई रिलेटिव्स वॉर जोन्स में खड़े हैं, या किसी के वॉर जोन पे लड़ाई कर रहे हैं. सो पर हम ये चीज़ें एक्नॉलेज नहीं करते हैं एम्प्लॉयज़ के साथ. हम सीधा मीटिंग शुरू करते हैं, ये टारगेट हुआ कि नहीं हुआ, उस चीज़ को बदलना है. सो सबसे पहले उनको कंग्रेचुलेट करिए कि आप आज रोज़ अपनी बैटल फाइट करके काम पे आते हैं. जैसे हम सब आज यहाँ प्रेजेंट हैं, सबकी लाइफ में कुछ ना कुछ चल रहा है, बट हम आज यहाँ पे हैं और उसको डील करें. कैन वी गिव अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज टू योरसेल्व्स?
Thank you. I think that was really great. I would just a quick line and a brief question also. You know, there's one book which has changed my life, that is Eckhart Tolle's Power of Now. And Madam, you have worked on mindfulness. A quick brief about mindfulness, and if you could just tell everyone, ये ऐसी चीज़ें जो यहाँ पे बैठे सब लोग कर सकते हैं, महसूस कर सकते हैं, please.
मैं बर्नआउट से स्टार्ट करती हूँ, है ना, क्योंकि ये रेलेवेंट बात थी. बर्नआउट से पहले की एक स्टेज है जहाँ हमें पकड़ना है, वो है ऑक्यूपेशनल स्ट्रेस. हर कोई एक काम करता है. वर्क शुड बी फॉर सस्टेनेंस, वर्क शुड बी अ जॉय, वर्क शुड नॉट बी स्ट्रेसफुल ऑन अ डेली बेसिस, राइट. तो बर्नआउट होने से पहले ही पकड़ना है ऑक्यूपेशनल स्ट्रेस. एंड वी हैव फाउंड रोल एम्बिग्विटी. पता ही नहीं क्या काम करना है, सारा काम आपका है, वैसे कोई काम भी आपका नहीं. हम मेडिकल प्रोफेशन में भी इतना देखते हैं, ये भी तुम्हारा काम है मीना, ये भी तुम्हारा काम है, और एक एमटीएस भी देखता है. एवरीबडी गेट्स अ लॉट ऑफ रोल एम्बिग्विटी, जो इंटरनेशनली कम है, लेकिन इंडिया में जो सामने दिख जाए उसी का काम है. एंड ऑल्सो रोल कंट्रोवर्सी, अगर कुछ कंट्रोवर्शियल हो गया तो भाई ये तो तुम्हारा ही था, राइट. सो वी हैव डन अ स्टडी ऑन बर्नआउट इन आरएमएल हॉस्पिटल फॉर फैकल्टी एंड ऑल्सो फॉर रेजिडेंट्स. ऐसा नहीं है रेजिडेंट्स पे वर्कलोड है तो उनका बर्नआउट नहीं होता, उनका भी होता है. कई बार चॉइस लेने के बाद वो भी रिग्रेट कर रहे होते हैं. और फैकल्टी तो अपनी चॉइस बदल ही नहीं सकती, और जॉब तो बदलना बहुत मुश्किल है. सो वी फाइंड अ लॉट ऑफ बर्नआउट. एंड व्हाट वी डिड वाज वी स्टार्टेड माइंडफुलनेस. वी हैव डन स्टडी, अभी इस साल पब्लिश हो जाएगी. और ये फर्स्ट माइंडफुलनेस हमने बच्चों में की थी नवयुग स्कूल के मंदिर मार्ग पे, और फिर हमने वही सारे स्किल्स फैकल्टी को और रेजिडेंट्स को सिखा दिए. तो माइंडफुलनेस क्या है? इट इज़ मोमेंट टू मोमेंट अवेयरनेस. टेक्निक्स हैं इसमें, टेक्निक्स तो आपको नेट पे ही मिल जाएंगी, माइंडफुलनेस ऐप्स में भी मिल जाएंगी, लेकिन कंसेप्ट समझना है. मेरे अंदर क्या चल रहा है, भीतर झांकना, मैं क्या सोच रहा हूँ, मैं यहाँ हूँ, ये अटेंड कर रहा हूँ, या घर में कोई बीमार है, या मेरी नेक्स्ट मीटिंग है, या मेरा फाइनेंशियल लॉस है. हम केंद्रित ही नहीं रहते वर्तमान में. या तो हम पास्ट में चलते हैं, ये खराब हो गया, या हम फ्यूचर की आशंका में चलते हैं, ये खराब ना हो जाए. पास्ट अनहैप्पी थिंग्स एंड फ्यूचर पॉसिबल अनहैप्पी थिंग्स, वहीं पे हम दौड़ लगा रहे हैं. लेकिन जैसे श्री कृष्ण ने गीता में कहा वर्तमान वर्तमान, और वर्तमान में रहना बहुत मुश्किल है. अगर हम 5 मिनट भी अपने थॉट्स को देखेंगे, थॉट्स कैसे भागते हैं ना, कि एक पेशेंट इंतज़ार कर रहा है, ड्राइवर नहीं आया है, शाम को इवेंट है, बच्चों का ये है वो है. सो टू बी एबल टू आइडेंटिफाई द थॉट्स एंड फाइनली टू स्टिल द माइंड, वो भी स्टेज आती है व्हेन वी आर एबल टू स्टिल द माइंड. बट फर्स्ट थॉट अवेयरनेस, बॉडी में क्या प्रॉब्लम है, आप किसी से पूछो ये कब से स्टार्ट हुआ, नोटिस नहीं किया, लेकिन थोड़े दिन से दर्द हो रहा था। बॉडी स्कैन मेडिटेशन ही नहीं करते, पता ही नहीं होता बॉडी में कौन सी चीज़ क्या हो रही है। जब हम बॉडी स्कैन मेडिटेशन कराते हैं तो लोग कहते हैं हाँ मुझे पता नहीं था, शोल्डर में था तो पेन, अभी रिलैक्स हो गया, बिकॉज वी आर बिजी रनिंग ना ऑटो पायलट में। अनदर इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग अबाउट माइंडफुलनेस, मैम क्या अफर्मेशंस कराते हैं, वो भी एक पॉजिटिव माइंडसेट को ट्रेन करना। द माइंड स्टार्ट्स थिंकिंग पॉजिटिवली एंड ग्रैटिट्यूड एक्सरसाइजेस। हिंदी का वर्ड बड़ा टफ है और इंग्लिश का वर्ड बड़ा ट्रेंडिंग है, ग्रैटिट्यूड, कृतज्ञता, बट इसका विपरीत हमारे यहाँ बहुत यूज़ होता है, ना शुक्र है ना। तो ये बच्चे आजकल के ना शुक्र है, दे आर नॉट थैंकफुल, बट समटाइम्स वी आर ऑल्सो नॉट थैंकफुल ना। इन अ गिवन डे हम जब बहुत परेशान हैं, हम अपनी नियामतों को, अपनी खुशियों को, अपनी ब्लेसिंग्स को काउंट भी नहीं कर पाते। अगर मैं लोगों को कहती हूँ डू यू हैव समथिंग पॉजिटिव गोइंग ऑन इन द लाइफ, दे से नो, ऐसे दे मस्ट बी वन थिंग, सिर पे छत है, खाना है, जैसे नहीं कुछ भी अच्छा नहीं है, बिकॉज आई हैव लॉस्ट मनी इन द स्टॉक मार्केट, अभी गोल्ड क्रैश में इतना पैसा नुकसान हो गया। सिंगल फोकस, होलिस्टिक फोकस ही नहीं है। सो माइंडफुलनेस स्टेबलाइजेज यू, ग्राउंड्स यू, मेक्स यू बी अवेयर ऑफ योर इंटरनल स्पेस, इंट्रासाइकिकली क्या सोचते हो। हर समय बहुत सारे थॉट्स हैं, पूरे दिन में 2 लाख के करीब आ जाएंगे। क्या महसूस करते हो जब आप गुस्सा होते हो, उससे पहले आपको पता है क्रोध मन में होता है, बिफोर यू हैव अ बर्स्ट आउट, बट वो मन वाला क्रोध बैक एंड पे इरिटेबिलिटी चल रही है, आप स्नैप कर रहे हो, रियलाइज तो नहीं कर रहे हो किस बात से स्नैप कर रहे हो और किसके ऊपर कर रहे हो। टू बी अवेयर ऑफ आवर थॉट्स, इमोशंस, बिहेवियर्स, आवर इंटायर बॉडी, आर प्लेस इन द इकोसिस्टम। जो चीज़ हमारे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट लगती है, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण लगती है, अगर एक बार तारे देखोगे इतनी बड़ी सृष्टि में वी आर नॉट इवन वन स्पेक, इट ग्राउंड्स यू, है ना, वो अहंकार वहीं ख़त्म हो जाता है। इसीलिए माइंडफुलनेस जैसे आप स्टेजेस में आगे बढ़ते जाते हैं, हाँ, आपका स्पिरिचुअल ग्राउंडिंग भी होता जाता है, एंड इट इज़ इंडिपेंडेंट ऑफ एनी रिलीजियस डिनोमिनेशन। वो रिलीजन की बात नहीं है, ये अपने आप से जुड़ना और एक हायर पावर से जुड़ना, एक सृष्टि से जुड़ना, वो होता जाता है। और इसको बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट मत सोचिए, ऐप्स हैं, आप ऐप से करना स्टार्ट कीजिए। जैसे हम ABCD ना सीखते थे ना, A फॉर एप्पल, B फॉर बॉय, ऐसे ही स्टार्ट करेंगे, बट ओवर टाइम यू स्टार्ट अंडरस्टैंडिंग योर सेल्फ, यू स्टार्ट अंडरस्टैंडिंग योर पैटर्न्स, यू प्रीएम्प्टिवली टेक केयर ऑफ योर ऑक्यूपेशनल स्ट्रेस सो दैट यू डोंट गो इनटू बर्नआउट। तो थोड़ा जर्नी है, डिफ़िकल्ट नहीं है, शुरुआत की बात है, एक बार शुरुआत कीजिए। और वी इन RML वी आर ऑल्सो टीचिंग माइंडफुलनेस, वी ऑल्सो हैव ऑडियो रिकॉर्डिंग, स्क्रिप्ट्स हमारे अपने भी हैं और आपको प्ले स्टोर पे भी मिल जाएंगे। स्टार्ट डूइंग इट, फिर देन यू स्टार्ट रियलाइजिंग कि यू आर, आप अंदर से उबल नहीं रहे हो, यू आर नो लॉन्गर बॉइलिंग इनसाइड।
आई वुड जस्ट लाइक टू ऐड टू इट कि ये करना इतना आसान है। आप यहाँ से बाहर निकलिए, यहीं पे आप देखिए कि इतने सारे रंग हैं, इस नीले रंग में कितने रंग हैं, जस्ट ट्राई टू आइडेंटिफाई, एंड दिस इज माइंडफुलनेस। तो इट इज़ नॉट डिफिकल्ट एट ऑल। आई थिंक वी हैड अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग सेशन and there have been lot of learnings for me too. आप सबके साथ बहुत कुछ सीखने का मौका मिला, एंड आई एम श्योर कि हम लोग जब घर जाएंगे, घर में कैसा वातावरण हम बनाते हैं, कैसे हम अपने परिवार में अपने परिवारजनों के साथ रहते हैं, कैसे हम अपने ऑफिस में अपने कलीग्स के साथ रहते हैं, आई एम वेरी श्योर दैट देयर वुड बी सम, वी विल मेक सम चेंजेस एट लीस्ट इन दोज आफ्टर लिसनिंग टू टुडेज डिस्कशंस फ्रॉम आवर honorable panelists. Thank you so much. I think all our panelists deserve a big round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was a stimulating discussion we had. I now request Mr. Anil Rajput, sir, to please join us on stage for the presentation of a token of appreciation. We'll begin with session chair, Dr. Rajesh Kesri, sir, to please step forward as Mr. Rajput will now present a memento. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. This is our opportunity to thank our distinguished speakers for sharing their expertise, their valuable insights with us. We now present to Dr. Professor Meena Chandra. Ma'am, to please step forward. Kindly keep the applause going. Dr. Sneha Sharma. Ms. Richa Sharma. Ms. Anjali Malik. Ms. Swati Chawla. We now request the esteemed panelists to please come together for a group photograph. Mr. Rajput to also join for the group photograph. Let's once again give them a very warm round of applause. Thank you for a very insightful and meaningful discussion. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, we'll now shift our focus to technology. We would request you all to kindly remain seated as we'll now begin our next session on digital health for prevention and well-being. And post this session, we'll then pause for lunch. So kindly remain seated. We'll begin in next 1 minute. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we are very happy to share with you that we are trending on Twitter. So do see very beautiful artwork being made by our talented students on display towards the end of the hall. It is also on display outside the hall near the lift. So do take out time during lunch break and encourage the students while appreciating their artwork being displayed towards the end of the hall, also outside this conference hall near the lift. And as we're getting ready for our upcoming session, as we all know that healthcare is no longer confined to hospitals. It is becoming accessible, personalized and preventive right at our fingertips. Our upcoming session will explore how digital initiatives, telemedicine, AI are transforming healthcare delivery, while apps, wearables and Ayush integration are creating a more holistic and inclusive ecosystem. And our stage is all set. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the esteemed session moderator, Dr. Sudhir Kumar Kalhan, Member Advisory Council, Illness to Wellness Foundation, and Chairperson, Minimal Access and Bariatric Surgery Center, Sir Gangaram Hospital. Can we give him a more energetic round of applause? Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. I now invite on stage our distinguished panelist, Dr. Prabhu Kalyan Das, a scientist, BICMR, National Institute for Research in Digital Health and Data Sciences, New Delhi. Kindly keep the applause going. Dr. S.K. Meher, Head Health IT, All India Institute of Medical Science, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Dr. Kaushalendra Singh, Cluster Head Operations, Motherhood Hospitals. Dr. Rajiv Tandon, kindly keep the applause going, Executive Director, The Health Continuum, formerly Health Director, Research Triangle Institute, RTI, India. Dr. Prashant Kulshresht, Expert Digital Health. Ms. Hema Jagota, Member FICCI Health Services Committee and Director, Global Partnerships and Business Development elsewhere. Once again, very warm welcome to all our distinguished panelists. And with this, I hand over the session to Dr. Kalhan for further proceedings.
Thank you so much. I think without wasting any time, we'll get to the interesting discussion that we have on the digital health. To start off, first of all, I must say that the Indian healthcare model is very different from the rest of the world. Because it was not different, then we would have easily adapted any Western model. But how are we different? First of all, I think in India we have a lot of diversity, lot of inequality of resources. If you go from one place to another, they suddenly drop off healthcare. Available resources are very less. Healthcare is divided in between public sector and private sector, about 70% being private sector, and the cost is involved. So there are a lot of issues. Healthcare is a very complex issue. But then, if we look back, what is our strength? Our strength today is that we are a young nation, and we are very adaptive, and we have a strong hold on technology. World over, Indians are recognized by technology. So I think technology should come to our rescue, And today our discussion is going to be on this only, as to how digital healthcare and the available tools that are there. We hear a lot about artificial intelligence. I think the new kid on the block is AI, and it's a fashion that AI is being used very loosely in almost everything. So I will start off my discussion with asking Hemaji that how do you think healthcare has become or can become more accessible and affordable through using these various digital healthcare tools which are available today, to whether they are wearables or whether they are applications or telemedicine, you know. So please start the session on telling us what are the available tools to us.
Thank you, Dr. Sudhir. I think before I begin, I'd like to decode digital health. So if you just look at the word, digital means technology, and health actually refers to the content, evidence, guidelines, which is very important. So healthcare as an industry where people's lives are at stake, you need solutions that combine the best of technology as well as the trusted content or evidence or guidelines to help the caregivers. So with that particular framework, let me talk about the 3 ways in which the digital health solutions are improving affordability and accessibility and even efficiency of care across the country and even globally. So the 3 different parameters that I'd like to cover today is, how is digital health helping in detection? How is it helping in decision making? And lastly, how is it helping in delivery of care? Now let's take a look at each of these 3 very critical elements in detail. So let's begin with detection. We heard the previous esteemed panelists speak about the need for longitudinal health record. We all understand that it's important to create and capture health data. So therefore, it's important to leverage solutions that can conduct personalized health risk assessments. By capturing the health data of individuals, we all know that the census is going to begin from next month. Why don't we similarly capture the health data at the grassroots level through personalized screenings and conduct health risk assessments? We heard about how there are different diagnostic assessments that are easily available in cities. But such facilities, they are not equally available in the rural areas. So it's important to conduct the personalized health risk assessments at the grassroots level and use that to identify the high-risk people early. So that's where detection, early detection, through personalized risk assessment at the grassroots level becomes integral. Now, the good thing is that we do have a very strong force of frontline health workers, be it ASHAs, ANMs, allied health professionals. So we can leverage these existing capacity building initiatives to train the frontline health workers and use them to conduct the personalized health risk assessments and detect the high-risk cohort early on. Now let's talk about the second parameter, which is decision making. Now once the individual has been identified as a high risk, it's important to have an accurate diagnosis. We all know that the number of complexities, complex diseases with comorbidities has increased. So it is important to provide clinical decision support to the clinicians so that they are able to diagnose more accurately, and therefore clinical decision support systems that actually combine the health data as well as the guidelines, the latest research that is being done becomes very critical and will help the clinicians to diagnose more accurately. The third and very important pillar is delivery of care. Now that you've detected the high risk early on, you've diagnosed them, it's important to create a treatment plan that is based on the health data, that is based on the guidelines. And that is why delivery of care becomes important. We also heard in one of the previous sessions about the change in disease profile. India now has a dual disease burden of both infectious and non-communicable diseases like diabetes, hypertension. The care, as a result of the non-communicable diseases, the care has gone out of acute settings, as it's become very important to involve patients and caregivers in the delivery of care. So therefore, using AI and digital health solutions in delivery of care, educating the patients and their families about how they can manage their care. India is one of the strongest countries to have an alternative health system. We should educate the patients and their families about the different options and help them select. So these are the three different aspects in which the digital health solutions improve the affordability and accessibility. Because the earlier you detect, the lower the cost of care. The moment we go and conduct personalized health risk assessment at a primary health level, we improve the accessibility of care. So these are some of the ways in which affordability, accessibility, and efficiency of care can be increased by digital health.
So I think the very important point that you touched, and right at the beginning of the discussion, is that what needs to be done is organize the healthcare sector, the unorganized healthcare sector. Secondly, what I understand is that the quality of data capture needs to be improved, that national registries have to be rebuilt, audits have to be done. I mean, these are the things which have been lacking in the healthcare sector. So unless we capture we are talking about AI and other tools. If we don't have quality data, I don't think AI can help us in any way. So I think with this, we move on to the next panelist, Dr. Prabhu Kalyan. I will request Dr. Prabhu Kalyan to tell us what are the available digital healthcare tools today. The government talking so much about e-Sanjeevani. What exactly is e-Sanjeevani? And what do you think is the role of creating a healthcare network and using telemedicine to bridge the divide between rural and urban India? Sir.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be a part of this discussion. So I'll base my discussion on the topic which sir gave me, that what is the AI tool that is available in the ecosystem currently. But before that, I would like to mention that AI is probably the most consequential question of our times, in our generation, where artificial intelligence is all the hype that is being created about artificial intelligence. Definitely it holds transformational power. But what remains to be seen is whether the algorithms are being developed responsibly, whether they are being trained on an India-specific data context. Because majority of the algorithms which are being popular in today's time, they are mostly trained on Western population data sets. And when you try to replicate the same algorithm as it is in our population, you are bound to fail because they will introduce dangerous bias. Not because they have been successful on paper, but simply because we are a country with a diversity of 1.4 billion people, cutting across age, gender, geographic and demographic barriers. So that is where we have to be a bit more responsible and generate some robust validation frameworks to test these algorithms before they are deployed on field. Now, coming to the different AI tools which have proved their mettle and were in the news recently, one I clearly remember is a platform called Madhu Netra AI, so which was rolled out by, I think, AIMS and also the government of India, and that has given promising results when it comes to taking retinal images by a non-specialist, and then you grade it on the basis of severity of diabetic retinopathy. There is also an interesting platform which does a bit of surveillance on the media health reports. So what it essentially does is, it tries to aggregate all the media reports about a particular health issue in a region, and based on the clustering of symptoms, it flags a red sign or maybe a warning sign to the health authorities that, okay, there is a possibility that an epidemic or an outbreak might happen, and you need to take preemptive action. So I think that is where AI holds a transformational power when it comes to predictive analytics. Now, telemedicine, in my experience, telemedicine was supposed to bring doctors and patients close to each other. But what it has also done is it has brought healthcare closer to the ethos of justice and equity. I say it because for a long time, access to quality healthcare consultation was limited because of geographical barriers. People who live close to a city, say for example Delhi, have access to best healthcare facilities in the country. But people who live in a rural area, like I come from a very small town called Titlagad, which is in the western part of Odisha. So the nearest medical college, VSS Medical College, Burla, was about 300 kilometers from my place. So what we had to do was we had to wait till weekend then make some travel arrangements, then sometimes borrow money from relatives if something happened on an urgent basis. And if nothing worked, we had to drop the plans and make peace with whatever health facility was available in our vicinity. But I think with the advent of e-Sanjeevani, that equation has changed. But apart from that, there are also a few other benefits of a telemedicine platform which not many discuss. And as a medical practitioner, I think I have personally experienced these benefits. Firstly, in the previous session, I was observing closely that there was a discussion on mental health. So when you have telemedicine platform, people are now actively seeking medical consultations because that gives them a chance to avoid the stigma and the fear of being judged of when they walk into a mental health clinic. Now they can do so from the comfort of their own homes at the click of a few buttons. Secondly, I think there was a loss to follow-up problem which happened during clinical practice in PHCs. You ask a patient to come for a follow-up visit, he might postpone it or abandon it completely because of the travel and the logistic issue. But that problem has also been, I think, taken care of to some extent by the telemedicine platforms. And thirdly, when you know that you have access to a qualified medical practitioner or maybe a specialist through an app, it definitely gives a moral support or a psychological support if you are living in a far-off areas where even the PHC is, say, a few 10-20 kilometers away from your place. But after all, I think in digital health research, the basic bottom line is any digital tool that you see in the market is only as powerful as the weakest or the most amateur user. So if a digital tool is being used by my grandparents who live in a rural area with a basic smartphone, if it is being used by a daily wage laborer who cannot afford to miss a day of work to seek a doctor's OPD consultation, or if it is being used by a first generation family member who uses a cell phone for the first time and is unable to navigate through the complex app interface, I think that is the digital app that we are looking for. That is the digital solution we look for. If you ask a user to log in once on a platform, you have achieved reach. But you should be able to see them through this entire continuum of care from registration till recovery to call yourself a digital app which is actually delivering healthcare. So I think this is where we have to be very careful while designing digital apps.
I believe the government of India already has telemedicine guidelines. Just giving consultation over a WhatsApp or a video is not the desired thing. Telemedicine, you need to identify the patient properly, you should have a record, everything. I mean, so if telemedicine is done the right way, it is a very useful tool. And also, I personally feel that technology should be adapted slowly and gradually, so that doctor becomes comfortable, the patient becomes comfortable. To start off with, a doctor-patient relationship, I know cannot be a blind date. The doctor doesn't know the patient doesn't know the doctor. So to start off with, we can use it for follow-up. You already have a relationship with the patient goes back to his village and he needs a follow-up. You can use technology for that. So I think that is how we need to gradually adapt technology so that all of us are comfortable and slowly, gradually we adapt. So I think with this, I move on to Dr. S.K. Mayer, my favorite participant in all the panel discussions. Dr. Mayer has done a tremendous job at digitizing AIIMS. And AIIMS being not only being a premier institution of India, I think is a learning this thing for private sector as well as public healthcare sector. I know they were the first to start online OPD booking for patients, and there used to be lines outside AIIMS, and now people could book a OPD consultation. Then they started from OPD, they went to IPD, and I know they are capturing their data very well. There was a blip when their data got stolen, so I think they become wiser with that. So I would request Dr. Mayer to please share his own experience about AIIMS as to how they, gradually started digitization of AIIMS and what was the learning, how did they manage to change their data so that quality of data capture becomes good, how do they safeguard their data because data is the new oil, and ultimately now that we are talking about quality data is the time when you use AI and other tools to get information from the data. Because, in India, we don't have quality data. So there is no question of research. There is no question of you using AI to get information because whatever we're using is from the Western world. So I would request Dr. Mayer to please, share his own experience and make us all wiser.
Yeah, good afternoon. I am thankful to the organizer to inviting me at such a wonderful event. Yes, AIMS has been adopted digitizations 1988, long back. At that time, people, they talked so that why you are spending that much of money. At that time, it was the government has sanctioned a fund of around 5 crores, 1988. And the vision was not there. The project was not been successful because of the acceptance of the technology within the healthcare. Our own people need a lot of trainings, lot of intensive training to use the system. But slowly we have graduated and we come to such a place right now. We have 29 petabyte of data. It is the highest amount of data ever any hospitals in the country, 29 petabyte of data. Digital journey in AIMS, it is a lot of challenges we have faced it. Recently you have told me that the cyber attack also. But we have learned a lot, you have taught a lot to other people to how to adapt it. When we are talking about the digitizations, we have talked about how to empower patient as well as the doctor. If the doctor will be empowered, they can give good quality of treatment. More data, more healthcare. More data means the doctor has to know your all parameters of past history. They can come to a quality of suggestions or treatment plan for you. If the data is not complete, then doctor is also helpless. And the quality of treatment also go down. So that's why we have tried that whatever data is there, if the authority is saying that the data kept for the 6 years, we are not. We are keeping lifetime. Any patient who has treated in the AIMS, the digital record is available.
So where are you storing your data? I would like to know. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, no issue.
We are storing. Everybody would like to know whether it's a separate server or a cloud.
I'll come to that. I'll come to that way. So, so what we have done it, all the records you can access from your mobile if the same mobile number you have. Any records, let's say 2010 you have got the treatment registration has been done, the lab reports have been generated, you can access it from your mobile. That kind of things we are there. And we have empowered patients. When the patient comes, we have around 17,000 patients a day in the OPD. And there are a lot of queues. And you know, when the patient is landing there, a lot of queues will see, then psychology definitely depressed, where my turn will come. So what we have done it, we have put a QR code in the different places in the OPD. You scan it, you do your registration from your mobile yourself. This is the first in India we have ever done it. That they have to do their registration, they'll know their room number, floor number, and timing of the. If the time is 12:30 and the person has reached at 10 o'clock and 10:30, he has completed his registration, then he can go to the cafe or somewhere, he can have a cup of tea, and 12:30 he will come to the rooms and show the doctor. This is the things it is been done. Simultaneously, what we have talked about is where the data has been stored. We are storing our data on-prem. We have not put it in the cloud. For the higher availability, the backups is in the cloud, that is Nixie cloud. Rest of the things we are in on-prem. We have 3 data centers. One is in the main building, another one is a new building, it is within the campus, another in the Jhajjar. So 3 data centers we have. And all are taking backups. We have 3 copies of backup always. 3 copies of backup. So anything is to happen, another backup is there, another backup is gone, then third backup is there. So 3 set of backup we have to cater our all the data. Okay. Then quality of data we are talking about it. What do you mean by quality? Quality and clean data. If your metadata is not standardized across the domain, then you cannot make it a good quality of data. Let's take my clinical notes, it's supposed to be where? How to write it? We are using SNOMED City. And SNOMED City, it is recommended by Government of India. Free of cost, the licensing is available. Those who are registered practitioners, they can use it. But hardly people they use it. They just use only ICD codes. ICD code is a disease code. It is not a clinical code. If you want to go for a good quality of clinical data, you need SNOMED city. Another one is the lab data. Lab data is supposed to be SNOMED city. Sorry, lab data standard supposed to be lowing. But lowing, how many people they follow it? Right now, NAVL, they have already recommended that SNOMED city is supposed to be implemented. So many labs they have started to do it. If the standard is not there, then whatever data will come, it is not a complete data, not a clean data, not a machine readable data. You are a doctor, you must be knowing it. How many type of stomach pain we have? As per SNOMED city, it is around 1800 something. When will doctor will write in the paper, what he will write? The pain in the stomach, in upper abdomen. That's all. But when you will put this code, this is 1900 code, it will scan it and one code will put it. Means the accuracy of the clinical information, it is going to the patient record. So that is the quality of data we are supposed to follow it. If you will not follow it, then what it happens, the data is not being properly completed. Half of the data is going to the records. And that records, when you use the AI needs the clean and the complete data supposed to be able. Otherwise, there is a big challenge for us. Second part is that the question what you have spoken to you, what is the digitization is our roadmaps. We have 5P concept we are going on. One is the predictive, another is the personalized, another one is the preventive, another one is the precision healthcare. Based on that, AI is playing a major role. And this year, Government of India has nominated AIIMS New Delhi as a Center for Excellence in AI in Healthcare, and 300 crores has been given to us to develop the models and deploy across the country. I hope I answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So just one comment or question I want to ask. It's easier to discipline your patients, but more difficult to discipline your doctors. How do you ensure that they are compliant? Patient will be compliant. You tell them to come at 12:30, they'll come at 12:30. But how do you ensure that your doctor also comes at 12:30 and he also enters the data the way it should be entered?
Yeah,
that's also very important.
It is a very challenge for us. See, top management has to be more stick to it. We're supposed to have some clinical records in the team. Whatever the EMR has been developed, that has to be presented. Whatever customization is required, that has to be presented. Because what I have seen in one department, I will not name the department name, one discharge summary who has designed that when the HOD has approved it, other doctors, they have not approved it. So in same departments, you can't use the two discharge summary, two different discharge summary. So for this, we have made a principle that IT principles that whatever it is there, it is approved by the committee, you have to continue. Any modification is required, you can put the...
Why I asked you this question? Because you have been able to implement digitization in AIIMS 100% compliance, and the Government of India has not been able to do it.
So I would like to add...
I'm coming to you, Prashant.
No, just to add to this, this is a very interesting thing because we often ask this question that how doctors can be made compliant. And I had a time, we were discussing with the Director Sahab, Srinivasi. So he was mentioning about certain things that he is trying to implement and get compliance. And happily so, NMC has decided, including certain criteria for re-registration, which are linked to performance of healthcare providers or doctors on the digital health compliances and regulations, which will be directly tagged to your HFR ID. So doctors will have HFR ID. If they are compliant to digital health rules, then only the re-registration at NMC can be processed. So that will be the regulation which is going to come in 2028, November, we should have this.
See, Prashant, I have been part of the NABH for last 3 years. Every time they say 6 months and not beyond that. So I think somewhere we will be discussing that point also. But first of all, Prashant, since you are one person who's been involved into digital healthcare a lot.
One more thing is that, see, health is a state subject. If we'll put anything, any
That is again
also the state may not agree.
That's again a big problem with healthcare. It's being a state subject, yes. So Prashant, please explain all of us what you understand by AI in predictive. I think predictive health, and the time has come to shift from illness to wellness, the foundation that we are all representing today. So how do you think that digitization is ultimately going to help us in predicting, preventing, and ultimately, you spend 10 rupees in prevention, that can save lakhs of rupees on the disease.
Right. So I think Kalan साहब आपने मुझे बिल्कुल फोकस में डाल दिया, because we are sitting under the banner of illness to wellness, तो मुझे प्रूव भी करना है और मुझे एग्जाम्पल भी सेट करना है. So first part of the question, which was about AI in predictive health, as Dr. Kalan has said. So दूसरे पार्ट का आंसर मैं ऑडियंस से लूँगा, मैं नहीं दूंगा, बट मैं पहले पार्ट को थोड़ा सा एक्सप्लेन करता हूँ that where we are in AI in predictive health. So पहली चीज़ तो AI. So what is AI for health data? Everyone is talking data, collect करना है, quality चाहिए, इतना चाहिए, उतना चाहिए, ज़्यादा चाहिए, कम चाहिए. Now AI क्या करता है? AI does a simple thing. It converts your static data into actionable insights. It will tell you कि ये तो डेटा था, अब इस डेटा से ये किया जा सकता है और ये actionable insight है जो create हो रहा है. So basically what it is doing is, it is generating some kind of physiological smoke before the anatomical fire starts. You will have earliest possible indicators to be known, wherein you can look at that how we can stop the disease getting anatomically there to see and get detected. So these two are the important aspects. Now, if we see AI in healthcare, बड़ा टॉपिक है, छोटे छोटे चीज़ों में स्टडी करते हैं कि अभी तक हमने AI हेल्थ में क्या क्या हुआ है और क्या हो रहा है, या क्या पॉसिबल है, क्या हो सकता है, पॉसिबली क्या है. सो पहली चीज़ तो ये कि एज वी अंडरस्टूड कि स्टैटिक डेटा को एक्शनेबल इंसाइट में कन्वर्ट कर रहा है. इसका मतलब है कि जो एपिसोडिक डेटा था उसको आप कंटिन्यूअल मॉनिटरिंग में ला सकते हैं. दैट इज व्हाट इज डूएबल, राइट. अब इसके एग्जाम्पल देखें तो सब लोग शुगर फिट लगा के घूम रहा है, कोई इसी तरह का डायबिटिक CGM लगा के घूम रहा है. ये क्या, दिस इज डिजिटल ट्विन टेक्नोलॉजी, राइट. सो डिजिटल ट्विन इज वन एग्जाम्पल ऑफ दिस. सेकेंड इज दैट वी हैव वेरिएबल्स. मेरे पास भी एक वेरिएबल है, ऐसे ही कई लोग वेरिएबल्स लेके घूमते हैं. तो वेरिएबल में क्या हो रहा है, वेरिएबल इज कंटिन्यूअली मॉनिटरिंग योर डेटा, चाहे वो HRV हो, चाहे आपकी स्लीप पैटर्न्स हो, चाहे आपका BP हो, चाहे आपका CGM से शुगर है, वो उसको कंटिन्यूअली मॉनिटर कर रहा है एंड इट इज रिलेटिंग. नाउ वेरिएबल स्मार्टली क्या कर रहा है, देखिए पहले सेशन में बताया था मनोज नेसरी जी ने कि सब लोग अलग अलग इंडिविजुअल हैं, हर एक की प्रकृति अलग है. अब प्रकृति अलग है, इसका मतलब मेरा हेल्थ डेटा आपके साथ बेंचमार्क किया गया तो उसका कोई मतलब नहीं है. अब वेरिएबल्स क्या करते हैं कि दे आर एक्चुअली मॉनिटरिंग योर करंट डेटा विद योर हिस्टोरिकल डेटा. तो आपके लिए जो नॉर्मल एबनॉर्मल है वो आपके हिसाब से एबनॉर्मल नॉर्मल है या पॉपुलेशन जेनरिक में. तो वेरिएबल स्पेसिफिकली आपके हिस्टोरिकल डेटा को आपके करंट डेटा पे आपको ये बता रहा है कि आपके लिए ये नॉर्मल रेंज है या नहीं है, क्या आपकी बॉडी के हिसाब से ठीक है. दैट इज व्हाट इट इज डूइंग. सो इससे क्या आ रहा है कि बायोमेट्रिक स्टेबिलिटी आ रही है आपके स्टडी में. सो ये तो हो गया पहला पार्ट. दूसरा क्या AI के भी यूज हो रहे हैं कि अर्ली डायग्नोसिस या रिस्क स्ट्रैटिफिकेशन, मैडम ने बोला. अब एग्जाम्पल क्या है जो हो रहे हैं, जो ग्राउंड पे हैं, जीनोमिक स्टडीज, जीनोमिक मैपिंग, जीनोमिक प्रेडिक्शंस. These are all that example. Map My Genome इतना बड़ा कंपनी है, it is funded, it is doing such a excellent job finding out various trends and various things using genome. Second is रेडियोलॉजी में यूज हो रहा है, कलन साहब ने भी, क्योर AI अपना एम्स में भी यूज हो रहा है. सो उसमें क्या है, इमेज फोटोटाइपिंग है. सो बेसिकली इमेज पे रेडियोलॉजी को ट्रेन कर दिया गया है कि वो किसी भी अर्लीस्ट कैल्सिफिकेशन भी हुआ, माइनर सा ऑर्गन टिश्यू चेंज हुआ, एआई से वो उसको प्रेडिक्ट कर लेगा कि ये ऐसा है और ये हो सकता है कि इस बंदे को आगे जाकर के ये ब्लॉकेज हो. सो दैट इज द पावर ऑफ एआई विच इज ग्राउंड इन ग्राउंड, इट इज वेरी मच देयर. थर्ड है, एक आजकल काफी ट्रेंड है जिसको बोलते हैं नज इकोनॉमी का. नज इकोनॉमी इज नथिंग बट बिहेवियरल वेलनेस, कि भाई चलो हम कुछ ऐसा करें जिससे हम ठीक हो जाएं. तो क्या है, हाइपर पर्सनलाइज्ड डाइट या न्यूट्रिशन जो अभी पहले भी डिस्कस हो रहा था, दैट इज वन एग्जांपल. अब उसमें वो कह रहा है आपका सीजीएम डेटा चल रहा है, आपका गट माइक्रोबायोम का डेटा है, तो इन दोनों को कंबाइन करके वो एआई आपको ये बता देगा कि भाई आपके लिए पर्सनलाइज्ड डाइट सबसे बढ़िया क्या है, आपको कहाँ ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स में प्रॉब्लम आती है, कहाँ नहीं आती है, किस तरह के फूड पे शुगर स्पाइक कितना आ रहा है, कितना नहीं आ रहा है, आप कितना एब्जॉर्ब कर रहे हो, नहीं कर रहे हो. सो दीज आर एग्जाम्पल्स. तो ये दूसरा मेंटल हेल्थ में बात हुई थी. तो मेंटल हेल्थ में मेंटल हेल्थ वेलनेस से रिलेटेड प्रीएम्पशन एआई में बहुत यूज हो रहा है. प्रीएम्पशन में क्या होता है कि बेसिकली एआई है, डेटा है, आपका स्लीप का डेटा है, आपका स्ट्रेस का डेटा है, आपका बीपी का डेटा है, आपका पल्स का डेटा है, रेस्पिरेशन रेट का डेटा है. इनको कंबाइन करके वो आपका स्ट्रेस इंडेक्स या आपका प्रीएम्प्टिव स्ट्रेस इंडेक्स निकाल के आपको बता देता है कि भाई ऐसे ऐसे कंडीशंस में आपको ये प्रॉब्लम होने वाली है. नाउ दीज आर एग्जांपल्स ऑफ एआई. अब आते हैं कि एआई इन हेल्थ केयर, या भी सर ने बोला सर्वर की, इसकी उसकी डेटा की, ना गवर्नमेंट ने क्या किया है. अब गवर्नमेंट ने तो सब कर दिया, एबीडीएम कर दिया, एनएचए कर दिया, एचएफआर कर दिया, यूएचआई कर दिया, सब कुछ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ठीक कर दिया. देयर आर सम गैप्स विच विल बी फुलफिल्ड. लेकिन इंटरेस्टिंगली जो क्वालिटी पे बात हुई उसमें बात आई कि अभी हमने गवर्नमेंट ने एक बड़ा लॉन्च किया, सही. सही इज SAHI विच इज स्ट्रैटेजी फॉर एआई इन हेल्थ केयर फॉर इंडिया, राइट. सो उसमें कैसे कंप्लायंस होगा, क्या हो सकता है, कौन क्या करेगा, इसको कैसे इंटीग्रेट करेंगे, कैसे डॉक्टर कंप्लाई करेगा, कैसे पेशेंट कंप्लाई करेगा, कैसे कंपनी कंप्लाई करेगा, सब एड्रेस्ड है. इससे बड़ा काम जो किया, जहां पर अभी स्ट्रगल में बात भी हो रही थी, बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है. वास्तव में डॉक्टर से एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर सकते आप 100% वो डिजिटल डेटा दे देगा. OCR टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं, बहुत रिलायबल नहीं है. डेटा है, अनस्ट्रक्चर्ड है, यहाँ वहाँ पड़ा है, एम्स में ज़्यादा टेराबाइट है, कहीं और कम है, पर इसको कैसे यूज़ करें. तो IIT कानपुर ने ऑफ लेट इस साल डिक्लेयर कर दिया है दैट बोध इज नाउ अवेलेबल, BODH. नाउ बोध क्या है, बोध इज बेंचमार्किंग ऑफ ओपन डेटा प्लेटफॉर्म फॉर हेल्थ केयर AI, और ये इंडिया स्पेसिफिक है. बोध कंप्लायंस आपके पास है, आप कुछ करना चाहते हैं एआई में, आपके पास एक सेगमेंट है, आप उस सेगमेंट पे उसको मैच्योर करना चाहते हैं, आप बोध को अप्रोच कर सकते हैं. बोध विल हेल्प यू इन मेकिंग योर LLMs लर्न मच फास्टर एंड बेटर बिकॉज दे हैव ऑल कंबाइंड डेटा, सारे एम्स का, सारे PGI का, सबका डेटा वहाँ पे IIT कानपुर में बोध में है. एंड इट इज ओपन डेटा प्लेटफॉर्म, इट्स नॉट अ क्लोज्ड. तो ये तो हो गया कि कर दिया. अब इंटरेस्टिंग क्या है, इंटरेस्टिंग ये है मोटिवेशन. मोटिवेशन क्या है, पैसा. पैसा क्या है, एआई का यदि मार्केट देखूं मैं हेल्थ केयर में इंडिया में 2025 में 1.6 बिलियन. अब ये ग्रो कितना कर रहा है, 40% CAGR पे. तो 34 में 34 बिलियन हो जाएगा. सो व्हाट आई से और व्हाट आई टेल ऑल पीपल हु आर इंटरेस्टेड इज remember 34 by 34. So it is going to be 34 billion by 2034. This big is the market. अच्छा, इंटरेस्टिंग क्या है, इसमें से डिस्क्रिप्टिव और डायग्नोस्टिक AI सिर्फ 1/3 है. 2/3 मार्केट सर प्रेडिक्टिव है. इतना बड़ा तो मार्केट हो गया. तो अब मैं ऑडियंस से पूछता हूं कि टाइम आ गया इलनेस टू वेलनेस पे जाने का कि नहीं.
Absolutely.
So definitely आ गया है, and I congratulate Illness to Wellness. I think Anil ji had been very visionary to have started this concept way back in 2014, and I think market अब आया है. Section 8 है, मैं अनिल जी को हमेशा बोलता हूँ कि एक predictive AI में Illness to Wellness में launch करते हैं कुछ.
So I think all of us in this panel agree that AI is a very strong tool which is available today. But HI, that is human intelligence, is above AI.
Yes, sir.
And
Obviously,
again,
we need humans.
Again, a fool with a tool is still a fool. So unless you know how to analyze the data given to you by AI, it is going to be a, not a fruitful activity. Also, see today what is happening is that we also need to educate ourselves as doctor, as healthcare providers, because today your patient is becoming smarter. वो चैट जीपीटी करके आ रहा है, उसको आपसे 10 गुना ज़्यादा पता है, तो आपको उनसे 20 गुना ज़्यादा पढ़ा होना चाहिए. So I think the time has come when you have to constantly update yourself. Because if you don't update yourself, then you are going to look like a fool in front of your patients. So I think a lot of things need to be. So I will move on to the next panelist, Dr. Kaushalinder Singh, and I want to ask him that, there are a lot of campaigns that need our support, campaigns on preventive care, mental wellness that we talked about, nutrition, vaccination. And so, what do you expect from all of us as, as participants in public healthcare, in private healthcare? What should be our role in contributing towards growth? Everything cannot be left to the government of India.
I agree, sir. So thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Like Dr. Prashant said, time has come from illness to wellness. So as per my understanding, Indian culture is always having that mindset. We should maintain the wellness. हम illness से wellness की तरफ अब जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, but from ancient time, what was our culture, what was our fooding habits since long? We were following maintaining the wellness. We were able to maintain our health. You can get all the food items in your kitchen, all the spices you are having. All these things were maintaining your health, wellness. But due to the changing habits of lifestyle, foods, everything is going fast forward. We are having fast food. The kids are liking more pizzas, burgers. They are not having healthy foods. They are not having fruits, veggies. So that is leading to illness. So we should start campaigns like for prevention of health, the awareness about the prevention of health. How to manage the wellness, we should understand the importance of that. First is, we spend 1 rupee on prevention of health, that saves our many more amount on your managing sickness, on your treating your patients. So 1 रुपया आप अगर invest करते हो prevention पे, that will help you saving your health and help you saving your money also. So post-COVID we can see, sir, health awareness has come out in the society. People are getting check their health parameters, lab test लोग खुद से करा रहे हैं. They are aware कि अगर हम पहले से ही अपना annual health checkup कराएं, तो we would be able to manage our upcoming diseases. So first, we can make aware our children in schools कि what is health parameters, why should we maintain our health, and why should we play outdoor games. So that is there. Second is our immunization system has improved, but still there are some new vaccinations are coming, like government has started this HPV vaccination for adolescents girls. So to make the people aware, we have to bring that awareness in the society, and we should not leave all these things to the government, that the government will come and they will provide all the solutions to you.
So that's my question to you, how do we do it? Because I think, again coming back to the topic today, digital healthcare. Right. If we create a healthcare network, that network, and the government has already done that, beginning that, getting an optical fiber to every village. Once you have a healthcare network in every village, you can use it for education, you can use it for prevention, you can use it for spreading awareness, you can use it for immunization, you can use it for screening purposes. So I think somewhere down the line, there are about 200 good healthcare applications available in India today. And everybody is doing some good work. But I personally feel that we are a little disorganized when it comes to healthcare. We are not using the fruits of each other. Everybody is trying to reinvent the wheel. And the wheels which have been invented and rolling very well, Prashant and me, we have been doing it for the last 10 years now. Right. The wheels which are already rolling, why don't we all join those wheels and roll faster rather than reinventing the wheel? So I think that is a very, very important thing that needs to be discussed. So I'll come to Dr. Rajiv Tandon, sir. Sir, I would like to know from you that we have been talking about the Ayush integration, we have been talking about the ABHA card, we have been talking about so many things, Why do you think they are not taking off? Why there is compliance in AIIMS and not compliance in the rest of India? Why is that the private sector is not ready to accept? Are they afraid? They don't want to change share their digital data? Are they, because man by nature would not like to be audited. Very simple. Every doctor says, I do it this way, don't try and tell me. Because the time has changed now. We have to practice evidence-based medicine. For that, we need to have digital footprints. For that, we need to have audits. And unless we do this, we are not going to improve ourselves. So what do you think is the reason that it is not happening?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Rajput, for inviting me and for this very, very illustrious panel. I would possibly want to change the entire temperature of what we have discussed to the public health situation that our country is facing. We talked of AIIMS, which is a curative ivory tower, Gangaram, curative ivory tower, digital imprints, ABHA ID, ABDM, etc. What we need to realize is that when digital tools were brought in, the people who brought it in were people who were experts in digitalization. There was an assumption that digitalization will move behaviors of humans and actually create a more healthy, wealthy, and holistic society. None of that has happened. Can I complete, please? There was an assumption that when a mobile was to be given to somebody, that would give an opening through apps, through platforms of everything that a person was supposed to do, start doing. None of that has happened. The last panel, which was just such a fantastic panel, clearly highlighted mental illness is enhancing. We are talking of non-communicable diseases. We are talking of challenges which never had happened. Earlier, when we talked of public health, we would talk of social determinants, water, sanitation, hygiene, nutrition, behaviors. Now we are talking of commercial determinants of health. We are creating a situation where one of the panelists mentioned, a child is more enthused on fast foods than normal, hygienic, normal, nutritious diets. Where is, in my opinion, I've been a part of it from the public health perspective, things need to get a little better. I don't say that we need to not use the digital tool, obviously not. The country is leading its efforts. We are having just such great platforms. Unless we regulate what is to be done in a more appropriate way, we would have possibly lost the bet, and we would one day start. So somebody mentioned suicides. Somebody mentioned illnesses which are actually happening because of digitalization. I was aware, because I'm a pediatrician and a neonatologist myself, the data that AIMS lost was something in spite of all the checks and balances that they had. I feel that at this point of time, when our country is going through a demographic shift, earlier we were a young country with more productive, reproductive age cohort. Within next 2 decades, we are going to be an elderly country, where the whole challenges of disease patterns, behaviors, use of digitalization, somebody talked of wearables, somebody talked of continuous monitoring, all of it will have to be relooked at. From there, I've been a part of the whole AI discourse, but from the public health perspective. Today, everyone is saying, and I'm not talking about precision medicine, somebody talked of genomics, somebody talked of gut microbiota. From the public health perspective, we are still not being able to reach the last child. We are not being able to get breastfeeding, the most important first behavior that a baby and a mother should be setting in, happening. It's not because you don't have apps. It's not because the digital platforms are not there. It is because an assumption that the digital will reach the last mile would have happened. Somebody talked of those cables that are being put, sir. In every large town, urban slums, just walk into a slum and you realize the same tools are doing more harm than good. So my base is there is use of digitalization, definitely, and let's not confuse between data and digitalization. Digitalization is much, much more and beyond than just data. But there is as much use of human behavior, there is as much use of what earlier used to be counseling, interpersonal engagements, doctor-patient relationships. And unless we invest, unfortunately, the budget allocations that are happening, somebody talked of so much has been put and allocated for digitalization. We've just finished the AI summit, and we sort of know what the AI summit came out with. We need a balance between behaviors of humans, social contributors of not only illness, but wellness, and somehow regulation of the whole system, including the corporate indicators. Today, a small baby knows Coca-Cola, chips, but does not know normal breastfeeding and complementary feeding. So I think it's an important discussion happening at a very opportune time, where the message that the country's leadership should be is we have to invest in regulation, and we cannot be the regulators ourselves. Our panel has champions who've been engaged in this for decades, but we need an external regulator to even regulate us and guide us on where we've gone wrong, what assumptions we have to relook at, what are the risks that are happening, or else we would have lost the boat.
So I think I'll come back to the question, which is still remains little unanswered, is that, you know, we all of us who have been part of the ABDM and the ABA card and other, they have been excellent programs. Absolutely. You know, we were so excited when we heard about this initiative, and that could have actually changed the whole course of the nation. Because I still feel that creating a quality healthcare network is the most important thing. If you have a network, for example, today the banking network, if you see, so banking network, once it was done, it was easy to, you know, transfer funds, give incentives, everything was reaching to the last mile. Similarly, if we create a proper healthcare network, and I think the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission is one very ambitious project, and I think all of us should work hard in the private and the public sector to see to it that it is implemented. And once we do have a digital network which is reaching every small town and village, and, you know, both the public and the private sector is connected, that is the time we can spread information, share information, quality data, AI, everything can be used.
if I may just act one.
You can have the concluding remark on this.
No. You should have the concluding remarks. We just need to understand that in spite of everything, the first point of healthcare is the informal private sector provider. It is not AIMS.
Yes, 70% is private sector.
Informal. Yeah. It is still those who we used to call quacks, who we used to call Jola Chap. For the first point, the person is going there for various reasons. We have to bring that group also into the digitalized healthcare plan for the country. And unless we do that, we will not reach the last mile, we would not reach the last person. Thank you.
I think I'll just conclude with this, that all of us in the medical sector, I mean, when I was in the early 80s reading medicine, we were taught in PSM that our healthcare is like a pyramid. The base of the pyramid is the primary healthcare centers. What has happened in the last 3 decades is that pyramid has got inversed. You have 50 corporate hospitals in Delhi, 80 or 100 in Bangalore, in Mumbai, but look at the state of the primary healthcare centers. Most of the places, absolutely zero. Some of the centers, when COVID happened, didn't even have a paracetamol tablet there. You know, there were technicians were not there. Pulse oximeter was sent, but nobody would take the. So I think we need to sit across and put our heads together and try and organize this. I would still say a very unorganized healthcare sector. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Sandeep is looking at me and I'll be beyond time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for a very informative and detailed session. I would request Mr. Anil Rajput sir to kindly join us on stage for the presentation of mementos. We'll begin with the session moderator, Dr. Sudhir Kumar Kalhan sir, to please step forward. Please give it up for our esteemed session moderator. Thank you very much, sir, for your able moderation. We now present it to Dr. Prabhu Kalyan Das to please step forward. Kindly keep the applause going. Dr. S.K. Meher. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Kaushalendra Singh. Kaushalendra Singh, sir. Please give it up for Dr. Kaushalendra Singh, sir. Dr. Rajiv Tandon. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Prashant Kulshresht. Ms. Hema Jagota. And I'll also request all our esteemed panelists to kindly come together for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, some very interesting things coming on the other side. Post lunch, we have a very interesting session on integrating traditional practice for a healthy lifestyle. Post which will be applauding and celebrating our young talented artists who are here and whose artwork is on display. So we would request you all to stay with us till the end and encourage them all. Also very important, we'll be giving the hygiene kit to all our participants at the end of the day. So you can collect the hygiene kit from the registration counter, but that will happen towards the end of the day. So kindly stay with us as we have a very interesting session, award ceremony, and of course, a hygiene kit for all of you. And for now, we will pause for lunch. We'll request you all to kindly reassemble at sharp 2:45 p.m. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. Next session, integrating traditional practices for a healthy lifestyle. We would request all our participants to please find a seat, make yourself comfortable, and help us begin the session. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move from a technology-driven healthcare to timeless wisdom. Let's begin the session which will explore how yoga, meditation, Ayurveda, and traditional nutrition continues to guide us towards a balanced, holistic well-being. To guide us through this meaningful conversation, please join me in welcoming on stage our distinguished moderator. Joining us again, Dr. Rajesh Kesari ji. Can we please give him an energetic round of applause? All of us just had lunch, so we are now again full of energy. Member Advisory Council, Illness to Wellness Foundation, and Member National Executive Committee elect RSSDI. I would now request our esteemed panelists to please join us on stage. Dr. Ishwar Basarvadi, Director and Professor, Center for Yoga, Wellness and Integrative Medicine, Mahatma Gandhi University of Medical Science and Technology, Jaipur, and former Director, Morarji Desai, National Institute of Yoga, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. Sir, Dr. Ishwar, to please join us on stage. Meanwhile, I invite Ms. Ishi Khosla, Member Advisory Council, Illness to Wellness Foundation, and Chief Nutritionist, Founder, Celiac Society of India. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Vaidya Shikha Prakash, Ayurvedic Consultant and CEO, Parav Specialty Ayurvedic Treatment Center, Uttarakhand. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Dr. Brender Sharma, Director Ayush, Directorate of Ayush, Government of NCT of Delhi. A hearty welcome to you, sir. Mr. Santosh Kumar, Founder and President, Santosh Yoga Foundation. And requesting Ishwar sir also to please join us on stage. Dr. Ishwar, Director and Professor, Center for Yoga, Wellness and Integrative Medicine, Mahatma Gandhi University of Medical Science and Technology, Jaipur, and former Director, Morarji Desai, National Institute of Yoga, Ministry of Ayush. Though we love the presence of this guest of ours, but we would request the parents to please take the child as we are starting with a serious discussion on stage, requesting the parents to kindly take the child with you. With this, I hand over the session to Dr. Rajesh for further proceedings.
Thank you so much. And once again, welcome to all of you. I think we've had a very sumptuous lunch, and we are going to give you some health advice, we would say, churnas which would help you digest and utilize all the meal, and not only the meals that you've had just now, but whatever we've been listening to since the morning, so we would develop further on that. And this topic is very interesting. Not only this topic that we are going to discuss right now, the panel is very interesting. The approach is also very interesting. Why? The traditional sciences, the traditional medicine, the sciences of medicine like Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, and all different these systems that we have in our country, we have so many systems. They are very important and they have their relevance today as well. This I am speaking as a doctor who practices modern medicine. Why? Because we call these sciences as empirical sciences. We have written records of Ayurvedic system of medicine, of diseases, of procedures, of surgeries, of medications, and they date back to 5,000 years from today. So people had this knowledge more than 5,000 years ago, and it is working even today also. So what is the most important thing about these sciences or this knowledge is that it is empirical. It means that this knowledge, the knowledge system was passed down from generation to generation to generation to generation, and it is being used today. Why? Because it works. So people, our forefathers have used this system of medicine or whatever traditions they have been. And those traditions, those medicines, they have worked, they have been helpful. So whatever has not been helpful or whatever was adverse has been filtered out. And it has been filtered out not over one generation, not in few years, like we have certain trials, we get new medications. Initially they work and everything seems so good, but 20 years hence we understand or we realize that, this medication which seems so good, but it may be developing cancer. It is good in decreasing sugar, glucose, but if you take it for 20 years, you may develop bladder cancer, so that medication is banned. So this happens over a period of 2 decades, 3 decades. But when we talk of Ayurveda or our original systems of medicine in India, we talk of thousands of years, we talk of many, many hundreds of generations. So this is where these traditional systems of medicine come in. Now we are living in a different era. Even the bullock cart was there probably 1,000 years back, it is there today also, but somehow we all travel in cars, we have luxury cars, we have different cars, we have airplanes, we have rockets. So things have changed, time has changed. The root of the modern medicine system, the system of medicine, and Ayurveda is basically the same. So modern system of medicine evolved from almost the similar concepts, that there was this concept of disbalance of humors, because it was earlier believed that there are 5 humors, and when they get disbalanced, it causes disease in human beings. Same is the system in Ayurveda, that there is a disbalance in the different doshas. So the basic approach was same. But the modern system, the modern medicine system, it has evolved to what it is today. And we know that there are so many remedies available. But the remedies which were available in the earlier system, they also work. They are very important. It is important for us to integrate the best of what is available into the best of what we can do today. Utilize everything. Technology is coming up in a big way in everything, and we must understand how to use it, integrate the traditional knowledge that we have and apply it and utilize it for managing diseases, conditions, and providing wellness today. So I would request Dr. Basavara Reddy, and he's been there in all our programs, and at the end of this session, he is going to give us some wonderful demonstration. He has delayed it because we all with a full stomach. So tell us, sir, about the amalgamation of systems of Indian medicine, yoga, meditation. How do they come together to make us healthy?
Yes, namaste to you all. First of all, what I think the patient-centric medicines are very important. Wherever we need some integration as a complementary, not alternative. Even WHO also prefer the complementary. So where they doesn't have the conflicts or conflict of interests. Many times in modern medicine, in Ayurveda, there are some conflicts, but there are also some pathways. But there is a wider acceptance for yoga across the globe, especially the impact of yogasana, pranayama, and meditation. These are the 3 widely practiced and accepted yogic practices apart from its philosophical domain. So in my opinion, there are 5 important dimensions in yoga. First of all, whenever you come up with, will you need a detoxification practices? Many yogic schools will not prefer, but they are very simple, non-pharmacological. We use only air, water, and some simple clothes. So we prefer first Neti, Dhoti, Kapalbhati. Then detoxification can also be done in the prolonged systematic way of diet and also fasting therapy. In the particular, now the Navaratri is going on. So there is 9 days in every 6 months in Indian system, we cleanse ourselves physically and mentally. That will lead for the higher dimension. The second one is for the yogasana. So most of the people in the West, when Iyengarji and others went into the West, they prefer for the exercise mode. That's why nowadays yoga means yogasana. But yogasana is one small component where we have some simple postures like Padmasana, Ustrasana, Shashakasana, Gomukasana, Bhujanga, Shalabha, Dhanur. These are all classical postures. But what we see in the social media, 90% of the practices are not really having the yoga, traditional yoga practices. They have been developed only for the weight management, other things. But here, this is the alignment of the different organs, and most importantly, the 3 frames we have to align. That will lead for the breathing. When it comes to the prana ayama, so prana is the vital force. It can be taken from the gross is from the food, and from the breathe. These are the 2 for the enhancing the prana. Therefore, when we do pranayama, so we also take care of the diet what we take, then also the prana breathing capacity first we enhance, then we start holding it very systematically. That leads to the ayama. So we can go on. That leads for concentration of the mind. The breathe is a vehicle to concentrate the mind. So dharanasu eva manasa. So once it starts happening, we start focusing. The entire yoga roundabout on the mind management. So if it is only for physical, it is not yoga. You can go for any other exercise mode. But if it is not connecting to the mind, your practices are not connecting to the mind, and you will not get a good results, and even if you get short time, they will not sustain for long time. Therefore, our ultimate goal in 3 weeks or 4 weeks of time to feel them to something calm, quiet, with these processes, not forcing them to concentrate. So once it happened, there is a beautiful then that will be complementing, especially for the lifestyle disorders. There are various research methodologies coming. But my concern as a yoga teacher or a yoga student is the quality of teaching. So every individual is different. So you have to change your every protocol. There is no fixed protocol for any particular disorders, because every individual having different dosha, different gunas and different aspects. The good experts can give the protocol, and alternately by every 5 days or 6 days it is modified or upgraded, so that at least in 3 weeks to 4 weeks time, we need minimum 3 weeks, so that will get the best results. That's the way how we can integrate. And only one caution. So whenever you practice yoga, always we put the qualified, etc. No, competent person who is having the experience in these things, they will be more effective in the as a complementary yoga therapist. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, moving over to you, ma'am. A very interesting question to you. So, how do you compare traditional diet vis-a-vis the modern practices of diet, especially counseling about diet, that breaking up diet into calories, into protein content, and into carbs, whereas the traditional diet is something very different, something that we've been eating that could be different in different parts of the country. So how do you put them together?
Yeah, it is a very interesting question, very close to my heart. And because I'm a student of mainstream nutrition and progressed into something which is sometimes conflicting with my science of nutrition. And at some points, I feel it's actually just standing upside down, whatever, right from fat-free and sugar-free and to various examples to be given here. So I'd like to begin with the fact that when we talk about this comparison, what has really happened is a big change. A change in not only what has happened to our food, but in a way we have broken food into different aspects, like you said, calories, proteins, nutrients. and from what food used to be. So change has happened in our approach to food, in the nature of food, in the ecosystem, the agricultural practices. Everything has changed. The way we cook food, the kitchens have changed. So change has really, but our bodies have also got impacted because of that change. We have, इन्होंने दोषा बोला तो मुझे एक वर्ड याद आया अपनी जो गट के बारे में हम बात करते हैं, दोषाज या डिसबायोसिस. दोषाज में बीमारियां होती हैं. डिसबायोसिस इज नथिंग बट अ imbalance in our gut microbiome. And when I begin this concept or this conversation about the gut, I am not referring to just recent research. Hippocrates, the father of modern medicine, 2,500 years ago had said all diseases begin in the gut. That was modern medicine. So somewhere we got disconnected with this and we went into specializing organ by organ, treating organs individually, forgot the connection with the gut. And I think that was the most, I would say, challenging time when it comes to our health, that we never realized in modern practice of medicine that it could have been something so closely linked with what we are eating in our gut. Because even as a nutritionist, I can tell you, the kind of transformations I see in my practice with food and gut health, manipulation of gut microbiome, addressing the problems with the dysbiosis is phenomenal, transformational. I can treat mood disorders in a matter of literally 1 week, 10 days. I can treat aggressive children. I can calm them down in a matter of few weeks. I mean, literally chronic problems from 40 years, stomach aches which have been there, people have started living with those in a short span of time. In literally a few days, things change. Reversal of diabetes, long-standing diabetes in 3 months to 6 months. HbA1cs of 15, in 5 to 6 months, we are back to 6 without drugs. I never thought as a practitioner as a student of nutrition that we could do that. We always thought of diet as an adjunct. Okay, it will help with cancer. It's still being used as an adjunct. You can have a good diet, a healthy diet, but as a treating force, it has become absolutely phenomenal, and that is because we are addressing or gone back to the science of the gut. So I think this is the biggest change that we as practitioners, as science, new science that has emerged from the practice of evidence-based medicine has brought to us. And going back to the changes that have happened in our food ecosystem, those can answer the question that why, despite India being such a heritage of culture and food practices, we can boast of so many traditional, healthy practices, why are we suffering? Why are our statistics so grave compared to the rest of the world? Whether it is diabetes, now whether it is obesity, whether it is any metabolic disease, we are topping the charts. And whether it is malnutrition or osteoporosis, we are really not in a good place. ये क्यों हुआ? क्योंकि हमारे बहुत खाने की जो पदार्थ हैं, जो इंग्रेडिएंट्स हैं, जो हमारी practices हैं of food production, वो सब बदली. And I can give you several examples here. Some of them would be very familiar to you. Processing. The industrialization brought in a lot of processed food. Usme additives, preservatives, and of course, during the agricultural practices, a lot of pesticides have been used. Particularly in wheat, we have used a fungicide called Roundup. And that is being closely associated with the intolerance we are seeing with the grains today. So from those to refining of oils, we in fact have promoted and marketed things which are actually increasing disease. Pro-inflammatory foods have been pushed down through marketing as healthy for you, good for the heart. So many examples. Refined oils are being sold as cholesterol-free. Margarine has been sold as heart-friendly, where it is loaded with trans fats. Vanaspatis have been sold as cholesterol-free, vegetable oil, vegetable fat. But, you know, these are half-truths. So one of the, I mean, I'm just saying, I can give you so many examples. We can see them every day. Today we see a big obsession with protein. You know, okay, we have the science of nutrition to help us calculate proteins, but this tool should not go to public. It is going horribly wrong. People are now doing calculations on their protein content and calculating that they are not making enough, eating enough protein. The problem is not to be addressed like this. So this science of nutrition has helped a lot, but somewhere it has also limited us in our understanding of food. Food is not about calories, proteins, fats alone. Food is what traditionally Ayurveda, I mean, ma'am here is sitting, she would know how we have classified food as sattvic, tamasic, and rajasic, etc., etc. People have been individualized as vat, pith, kapha. Constitutionally, foods have been advised accordingly. And I think today, food is about pH, food is about timing, food is about seasons, right? So many aspects of food which need to be factored in. Just calculating your proteins or calories is not going to make a difference. So which is one of the things that has happened in our context, one of the biggest changes, that we brought in this science in a not a very nice way. We tried to educate people about a science which is, you cannot do that. As an architect, I always give this example. I go to somebody's, I have a project. I just get a design. The architect doesn't have to give me the principles of that design. So if I have to give you a diet, I should give you a diet. And I'll give you some knowledge, but half knowledge or half-baked information can be very dangerous. So I think this, I feel, is a very big change that has happened. And of course, I can go on and on.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. I would just like to add something, sir. I think what is happening now is that we are going back to our roots. And we are going deeply back to our roots. Now, there's a diet called Paleolithic diet. So why? It is considered to be beneficial, it is considered to be good, but it is from the ages, from the Paleolithic times. So, see, the diet that which we consider today very good is our thali system. It is a very balanced diet. It has all the components of diet which we understand as doctors and nutritionists are very important and should be there. A balanced thali, a good thali would have sufficient carbohydrates, would have proteins, would have fats, would have prebiotics, would have curd, would have probiotics. So the traditional system which we had been following has been very good. Somehow due to certain conditions, changes, industrialization, things have changed in that system. And now, as we've been talking since morning, many people have talked about the digitization and apps like Swiggy, like Zomato. Things changing so fast, things have changed a lot. And somehow we are losing our tradition. And I think this is the reason why we all are gathered here today, to show us the path back to our roots. And in a modern context, in a way that we can utilize that knowledge for our benefit, bring it back in our day-to-day lives. But sometimes I feel, even though the concepts are great, very good, our tradition is good, the knowledge of Ayurveda practice is very good, but sometimes there are certain aspects which probably create a hindrance to their acceptance and utilization. Like, I'll give you an example from my family. I mean, I love raita with cucumber, and we've been eating it since, I don't remember since when I was a kid. Suddenly we realized 3-4 months back, because my father also watches Facebook and other apps, that, क्यूकम्बर खीरे का रायता नहीं बनाना चाहिए, बूंदी का ही बनाना चाहिए. So since past 6 months, we are eating only bundi raita. Even though it's good, but I love खीरे का रायता. So over to you, ma'am. So do you feel that these are so important because there are certain concepts which I would not be able to understand, that you don't eat this with this goes against that, because in every WhatsApp message there's a different advice.
Good afternoon. As you rightly said, that on WhatsApp, on Facebook, and on Instagram, you get these advices. So you probably should know what to believe and what not to believe. So I'm a graduate in Ayurveda, studied for 5.5 years, close to 15 years of practicing, third generation doing it. But then how we study Ayurveda, we are not taught like that, कि खीरे का रायता खाना है या नहीं खाना है. So this is not a part of the curriculum per se. It's more about, I think, how the scriptures are written are mostly about creating logic, yukti, making us understand basic principles. And if I'm to talk about Ayurveda very briefly, it is a science which is mostly restorative in nature. A lot of diseases happen because of imbalances, loss of homeostasis in a body. And then, of course, the first principle of Ayurveda was to maintain the health of the healthy. Isliye swasthasya swasthya rakshanam. And then, just in case somebody is not well, then there are principles of Ayurveda to help you, get better. Then there is a way where they talk about whether a disease could be cured or just maintained, or should be not left untreated, or maybe just given a palliative care. So it is very clearly structured like that. Somehow over the years, Ayurveda has become, if nothing is working, maybe we should go to an Ayurveda doctor, we'll fix something. So there are very large claims at times, and that is why somewhere the credibility went down the drain. But in today's time, I think Ayurveda is the most relevant, science to look at. Also to understand it from a very modern perspective, that why it is very, very relevant today. If to start with how we start learning Ayurveda, firstly, the principle is absolutely a right fit. Secondly, how it talks about the Dincharya, which is the second topic, Charya, Dincharya, how one is supposed to live their day. Coming back from the West now, when the circadian rhythm is being talked about, then chrononutrition is being talked about, that you need to eat at a particular time, this is how you're supposed to eat. So everything was structured in a very, absolute perfect way. But then how you decode it, how do you understand it, that is where the key lies. Just because somebody's telling this is not to be eaten, like someday somebody sent me a reel, ma'am, palak paneer nahi khana hai. Some oxalate, some spinach and all of that. And I don't know who created these logics. Like we all have grown up eating palak paneer, and suddenly because you've studied Ayurveda and you've watched a reel, you should not be eating palak paneer. I don't know. And even if you're asking me that on stage, where do I create this sudden, valid answer in my mind? I don't know. Probably there's something I'm not even aware of, but as of now, I remember we've not studied this. But then it really needs to, we need to talk more sensible and things which are more relevant, just not, bundi ka raita, like just saying that. Thank you.
Exactly. I think this is very important because there are certain good things. I mean, Ayurveda is a very interesting and a very good thing. Our traditions are great. I'll tell you one thing that we are studying right now. Now we have this Gayatri mantra. We worship the sun. It's so important when we look at it from the perspective of modern medicine, that sun, the sunlight, the energy of sun, that gives us the whole energy that thrives, that drives our life. Because with help of the photons, with help of the sunlight, the plants convert carbon dioxide into glucose. Then somehow that glucose lands up in the food chain, either through any of the plants that we eat or the animals eat, and then it comes as our food. And that glucose is broken down and it goes into our cells, and our cells through the mitochondria actually convert into ATP, and that is the original fuel of life, the ATP. But where does it come from? It comes from the sun. So in our tradition, in our Vedas, we somehow had this knowledge thousands and thousands of years back, which we are able to fathom only today. So, sir, Dr. Brain Sharma, sir, I would request you to tell us about certain Ayurvedic, I don't know how to term that, recipes or tips, because whatever we are talking about today is we want to give some take-home messages, information, which our audience can use in their day-to-day lives and give back to their families, to their friends. So can you tell us about certain Ayurvedic, I won't say intervention, but recipes, tips, that we could use in our daily lives and which would come from an authentic source like you?
Good afternoon. Today we are discussing from illness to wellness. So we have chosen the word illness. Illness means to say, first of all, we have to take the knowledge that what is health. As per WHO definition, health is a state of physical, mental, and social well-being. Mean to say health is a combination of physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely absence of disease or infirmity. It means if we are physically healthy, we might be ill mentally. If we are physically and mentally healthy, we might be ill socially. So if there is a combination of all these three, we can say we are under the umbrella of health. And the word illness. Here, in the modern era, we are facing the challenges of different non-communicable diseases as comparison to the communicable diseases. I can say if we are 500 people in this hall, at least 40% of the people are taking medicine daily for any of the complaints. Either they are hypertensive, either they are diabetic, either they are having a hypothyroidism, or they are having a obesity, or they are having, even in Delhi also, if we will go for the testing, we find that maximum people are having deficiency of vitamin D. And in schools also, we are watching that 30% of our kids are obese. And challenge is the obesity. Obesity leads to different complications in future life. That is why in our country, every 10th person is diabetic. Every 5th person might be hypertensive. And if nothing is there, we are facing the challenge of depression and schizophrenia. Or we are having an illness which is unexplained. That the person says, I'm not feeling well. His blood pressure is normal, his parameters are normal, yet he will say, I'm not feeling well. Why so? Reason being, our life is not balanced. We are not following the lifestyle, what is required to be under Ayush system of medicines. That is my counterpart told regarding Dincharya, which is very important part of our life. We can escape of diseases if we follow the proper Dincharya. Sir, I stress regarding the yoga. Yoga is a complete medical science. You can counter any disease with the yoga if you follow the real practice of yoga. Similarly, the diet part, that is the nutrition part. No doubt we are taking daily diet. But what type of diet? That is a balanced diet or diet with your own choice. And that becomes the challenges to our life. And these challenges are resultant of our lifestyle disorders. If we will counter these challenges, then we may have a healthy life. And for healthy life, you have to concentrate yourself. I will say at least in a one day, if you will have a 10 to 15 minutes for your own self. Either play with your kids, have a laughing, have a music, whatever the taste you have in your life, do that at least for 10 to 15 minutes so that the good hormones may be released. Your mental health will be very good if you will practice like this. But if we are in this hall, we are thinking something else. Our mind is working somewhere else. We are not concentrating on our body. You don't know the value of our body. You know what is the value of our kidney. You know the value of your liver. Nobody knows. But when there is a requirement of replacement of kidney, then you know the kidney cost 50 lakhs. Liver cost 10 lakhs. Or whatever may be the amount. So this priceless body given by God is required to be maintained. And if you will, the maintenance is not from outside, maintenance from your own efforts. So if you will face the illness, definitely with your routine, you will go to wellness. And in today's era, this, I have not to announce here that these all social universities, like as Facebook, WhatsApp, whatever there, everybody is putting the advice, take this one, it will treat your kidney, take this one, it will decrease your cholesterol, take this one, your weight will be decreased. If your belt size is more within abdominal circumference, it means you are obese. So, weight as well as your level of thinking, they are constantly relevant to each other. Your sleep is very important. We are not getting sleeps that if we are watching our this mobile, it is 12, 1, 2, 3, then we have a sleep. Then early we have to arise. So where we are completing our normal parameters of sleeps, which are very important. That is why by crossing to ultrasound, we go to the, you can say, doctor, he say that you have a gallstone. You have a enlargement of your gallbladder, that is the inflammation in the gallbladder. Your intestine are irritated. Reason being, our routine has been disturbed. And if we will put our routine as per the required one, we can face all challenges of the diseases, that is from illness to wellness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think that was really very great insight. You've covered a very vast topic. I would request from all our panelists, this is a general question to everyone, you know, since we are talking about tradition, we are talking about tradition in the modern times. Can you give us some tips which would be grounded in Ayurveda, our traditional Ayurveda, yoga, our traditional systems, which can be taken by our audiences? Whoso would like to start? Would you like to speak something? Yes, please, please. Anyone.
सर्वप्रथम सभी को प्रणाम, सभी को नमस्ते. इससे पहले कि मैं कुछ बोलूं, I want to recite a mantra. गुरु ब्रह्मा, गुरु विष्णु, गुरु देवो महेश्वरा, गुरु साक्षात परम ब्रह्मा, तस्मै श्री गुरुवे. आप सभी गणमान्य व्यक्तियों को मेरा प्रणाम, आप सभी को मेरा प्रणाम. जैसे राजेश जी ने कहा कि कुछ ऐसी प्रैक्टिसेस बताएं, कुछ ऐसी बातें बताएं. मैं तो कहता हूं कि आज के ज़माने में जैसे हम इतना फास्ट हो गए हैं, मेंटली, फिजिकली नहीं, हम अपने माइंड को थोड़ा ठहराव दें और अपने शरीर को थोड़ा भगाएं मतलब केवल रन नहीं कराएं, मतलब उसको कुछ एक्टिविटीज़ दें, अब जैसे यहाँ पर हम सभी बैठे हुए हैं, अब सभी अपने अपने पोस्चर का केवल ध्यान दे दें। देखिए सर, आपने कहा दैट एवरी बॉडी इज डिफरेंट, यू आर एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट, बट हमारा स्पाइन, हमारा मेरुदंड जिसको बोलते हैं हम संस्कृत में, क्या मेरुदंड डिफरेंट है? नहीं है सर। हम उसकी एनाटॉमिकल पोजीशन को देखें, क्या डिफरेंट है? नहीं है सर। वी आर मेकिंग इट डिफरेंट बिकॉज ऑफ आवर प्रैक्टिसेस, because of our activities, the way we are sitting on the chair. Let's say most of the people these days, they are sitting on the chair taking the support of most of the officials. Maybe whenever you go, you will find them like this, somebody is like this. So कोई पूछ रहा था, कोई कॉर्पोरेट के लोग थे, तो they were asking me कि sir, can you please give us some remedies for our executives and people. तो मैंने ये कहा कि देखिए, ऑफिस की परेशानी ऑफिस में ही, उसका सोल्यूशन ऑफिस में ही है। सो यू हैव टू स्टार्ट सिटिंग स्ट्रेट। वी हैव मैनी प्रॉप्स विच वी कैन यूज टू कीप योर बैक स्ट्रेट। सो द मोमेंट योर बैक इज स्ट्रेट, आपका स्पाइन जैसे ही सीधा होता है, आपके सातों चक्र, हम योग में चक्र बोलते हैं, और मेडिसिनल सिस्टम में आई थिंक वी कॉल इट हार्मोनल ग्लैंड्स, एंडोक्राइन सिस्टम। सो मुझे लगता है कि अगर हम केवल अपने स्पाइन को ही सीधा रखें, और योगा इज ऑल्सो ऑल अबाउट दिस, अल्टीमेटली वी हैव टू सिट इनटू क्रॉस लेग सिटिंग पोजीशन टू गेट द अल्टीमेट अचीवमेंट। विभूति को प्राप्त करने के लिए हमारी ये जो साधना है, वो साधना इसी पे बेस्ड है। सो अगर हम अपने केवल स्पाइन को सीधा रखते हैं, हम अपने स्पाइन को सीधा रखते हैं, माइंड इट प्लीज, आपके 99.99% प्रॉब्लम्स ऐसे ही ओवर हो जाएंगे। बिकॉज जितना भी एनर्जी फ्लो है वर्टिकल सिस्टम में ज़्यादा होता है, स्टार्ट फ्रॉम मूलाधारा टू सहस्रार, आपकी सारी परेशानियां दूर हो सकती हैं अगर आप केवल और केवल अपने टेल बोन को एक्टिव रखें, अपने ग्लूटल मसल्स को एक्टिव रखें। आपने बात किया ग्लूट एंड गट, आई मीन जस्ट कीप योर गट strong, intact, keep your glute intact, and you will see a great change in you. Because most of us, we are not taking care of ourselves well. We are keeping ourselves very, हम दुनिया को बहुत सीरियसली देखते हैं, अपने आप को सीरियसली देखते ही नहीं है। इतना इंपॉर्टेंट काम आप कर रहे हैं अपने ऑफिस में, you want your appreciation from your boss, but you don't want any appreciation from your side. So हमें यहाँ पर जरूर आना होगा। देखिए, टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत आएगी, अभी टेक्नोलॉजी तो ऐसी ऐसी आने वाली है कि आपका पूरा दिमाग घूम जाएगा, लेकिन क्या उस टेक्नोलॉजी से आपका शरीर भी बदल रहा है क्या? नहीं, आपका शरीर जैसे है वैसा ही है, आपके वांट्स जैसे हैं वैसे ही हैं, केवल आपकी एक्टिविटीज थोड़ी रुक गई है। फिजिकल एक्टिविटीज, मेंटल एक्टिविटीज तो खूब चल रही है, दिन भर सब लोग सोशल मीडिया पे चल रहे हैं। सो मुझे ऐसा लगता है राजेश जी कि हम अपने एक्टिविटीज को थोड़ा तेज करें, ठीक है ना? और बाकी कुछ बातें हैं जो मैंने अभी नोट किया कि बिलीव इन योर सेल्फ। आप देखिए, आपको बहुत सारे ज्ञान देने वाले हमारे जैसे मिलेंगे, बहुत सारे लोग ज्ञान मिलेंगे, ठीक है ना? लेकिन आपको अपने वालों को भी सुनना है। you have your own heart which is beating, sometimes you have to hear it. अभी थोड़ा सा बुखार होता है किसी को, hey doc, can you guide me some medicine? तो वो भी नहीं करना है, you have to wait for some time. This is what our tradition says. हम लोगों को बुखार वगैरह होता था, हम ननिहाल में जाते थे, तो हम लोगों को खाना मतलब रोक दिया जाता था कि भाई रोक दो खाना, इनका खाना नहीं चाहिए। अभी खाना एक पूरा टाइम रोक देते थे, दूसरे दिन एकदम टनाटन हो जाते थे हम लोग, विदाउट एनी मेडिसिन, एनीथिंग। सो एक्चुअली अगर हम अपनी इम्यूनिटी को भी बूस्ट करना चाहते हैं, तो अपनी इम्यूनिटी को बूस्ट करने के लिए उसको थोड़ा समय देना पड़ेगा। अगर हम थोड़ा समय देंगे तो अपने एनर्जीज को जनरेट करेगा, अपने मेडिसिनल इम्पैक्ट को जनरेट करेगा, अपने सिस्टम को जनरेट करेगा कि भैया secrete some hormones, secrete some goodness out of your own body. So हमारी जो ये lethargic सोच है, इससे थोड़ा आगे निकलना होगा. और देखिए, कहते हैं ना कि जब हल्के आवाज से अगर सुनाई ना दे तो थोड़ा तेज तो बोलना ही पड़ता है. You have to be a little loud. So अपने जीवन में थोड़ा लाउड होना पड़ेगा. उसके बाद अच्छा, हमारे पास जो है, कहते हैं ना कि धर्मो रक्षति रक्षितः, जो धर्म की रक्षा करता है उसी की रक्षा धर्म करता है. वैसे ही हमारा शरीर है. अगर आप शरीर की रक्षा करेंगे तो ये शरीर आपकी रक्षा करेगा. एंड दैट इज फॉर श्योर. सर,
thank you so much.
Welcome.
So Shikhar ji, you wanted to say something on this?
So for me, अगर मैं बोलूँ कि 5 things that one should do. First is take care of your sleep. That is where one should start. If you're sleeping right, that is when everything will fall in place. So सोने के लिए जो सबसे important tip होती है, आजकल हम सबका best friend is this mobile phone. So what you should do is ideally that keep it away at least 1 hour before you go to bed. If not 1 hour, 30 minutes. If not 30 minutes, do one thing, turn it into a grayscale mode, कि automatically grayscale में हो जाता है. You get bored of watching the reels, so you keep it down. I would always advise something which is practical and you could do, especially for kids, teenagers. I can see a lot of younger crowd here. So phone is something that you should give away. The scientific reason for that would be the more you see blue light, the melatonin level keeps going down and therefore you will not fall asleep. Secondly, when you wake up in the morning, that is step number 2, you should start to build a habit where you pass your stool as soon as you wake up. So that is what we all took as like granted. ठीक है, होता है. If you see the Western world, they don't bother about it. For days, they're like, okay, constipation is normal. So make sure that you're passing your stool every morning as soon as you wake up. If you don't, and also if you're addicted to any laxative as a day-to-day basis, especially kids these days, please take care of it. Improve your food, improve your water intake, have a lot of fiber, have a lot of fruits, salads, but do that. Third thing I would say is exercise. A lot of people don't exercise. They think exercise is something we can do later, or we consider walking exercise. Walking is not exercise. Yes, it is movement, but at least 3 to 4 times a week, one should definitely exercise. Also add yoga because a lot of breath work is needed. It has to be a combination of all these 3 things. Some muscle building because we need muscles, because they are your, actual currency for a longer run. Secondly, then your yoga for flexibility and breath work. Tisra, movement. All day you have to move. Few people, especially youngsters, would do gym for 1 hour every day, but throughout the day are sitting at one place. Again, it destroys everything that you've done in 1 hour. Fourth is your food. Food is medicine. We can't say food is apart from medicine, but food is medicine. In Ayurveda, ahar is first, then is your lifestyle vihar, and third is aushadhi. So it is always ahar, vihar, and aushadhi. So your food is very important. How it is important? The combination, the quantity, the proportion, and then what time of the day you're eating food. Supposedly, if you're eating homemade food, but you're having it 12 o'clock in the night, will not do any good to you. Second thing that we do wrong is, okay, बाहर का खाना खाकर आए हैं, मम्मी डांटेंगी, घर का भी खा लेते हैं, overeating. So make these mindful choices, be very clear with these things, it will help you. Fifth point is have social engagement in life. These days our daira is just us and our phone, our digital life. As and when more and more AI is happening, more and more technology is happening, social circles are, reducing. We are very socially active on Instagram. Probably today everybody would know I am here, but if I'm calling anybody, oh, acha, you are in Delhi, they would not really even think of it. So I mean, like, have a social group for some time in a week, try to meet people, and when you meet people, keep your phone off and select, wise people in life, because that is how you can have a good mental health, a good physical health, and good social health. All of this will regulate your emotional health eventually, and that is where the definition of health is, retained. So these are my advices for sure. Okay, last thing I'm forgetting is do have a hobby. Like one hobby, whether it is gardening, whether it is just helping somebody, whether it's a pet for you, or doing whatever, but do have a hobby. That's for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Very quick suggestions from my side. My definition of wellness is very simple. So I want to eat well, which I can digest and convert into energy. That's the first thing. Eat well, but it should be good for your body and also mind. The second one is most important, sleep well. That's called in Ayurveda, many people don't mention, Ratricharya. So how to get a good sleep, there is a very systematic science that has to be followed. Many times we don't take, once we become adolescents, maithuna or sexual activity, very good sexual activity is also very important for the physical and mental well-being. So that's why many times we go tired, we don't talk to our partners. Let's be after going home, it's forget about your office or anything. Just be romantic with your partners. And so that at least we start, it's not only the sexual activities, that type of mood that will give you very good sleep also. That's one of the things many people we don't talk. So yoga also talks about it, honestly speaking, what we're talking about chakras, etc. So this is one of the time where Rajneesh is, Acharya Rajneesh ji has put forward many very important scientific darshanik views on that. Then most importantly, once these three basic instincts has been followed, there is no fear. Why? We start converting into our routine, healthy routine. That's why Ahar, Nidra, Bhaya, Maithuna, these are the four instincts every animal have, but we are the human being where we can control, but we don't control. Why? That is the mind where yoga comes. 5 tips what I continue. First, I start with morning. Always start to wake up before sunrise as much as possible. Have a wash your bowels and mouth, etc. But many people suggested you take that, this, etc. But simple lukewarm water, a glass or 2 glasses of water will be very wonderful medicine in the morning. After that, don't take anything, at least for half an hour. So do some physical activity or whatever it may be, so that we can have that one. Second one is, many people suggest do 1 hour. I suggest always 40 to 45 minutes yoga practice or physical activity or breathing activity and also relaxation activity. All these to be included. Sometime I don't do yoga. Yes, go for walking or jogging or whatever it may be. But do some breathing practices, healthy breathing practices for 10 to 20 minutes. Then have a good relaxation. That will complete your morning rhythm. A healthy breakfast and good enjoyable midday meal and early light dinner will keep you healthy, what we follow. The last one is, before sleep, my suggestion is, please wash your feet, hands and also face. If possible, wear the cotton cloths. And before that, do 10 times alternative nostril breathing. So that's most important. If you are not getting sleep, chant Ukara for 27 to 29, 30 times. Ukara, just silently. So slowly, it will not happen in a day. Always I said that it takes minimum 21 days to give up a good results. So that will improve the quality of sleep. Once very good 3.5 hours rest to our brain and 5.5 hours to 6 to rest to our body keeps also healthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was really very interesting and very important. And I must compliment Shrika. You know, I've been conducting sessions about diabetes, how to prevent diabetes, how to prevent hypertension, metabolic disorders, how to prevent dementia, how to have a healthy old age. And in 5 lines, she has encapsulated everything. So what she has talked about sleep, sleep is very important. We, in modern medicine, we pay a lot of stress to sleep. In fact, now we say that sleep is even more important than exercise. Earlier we used to say that exercise together in lifestyle modification, together with diet, exercise is very important. But now we understand that sleep is very important, because if we don't have 6 to 8 hours sleep, we develop a chronic inflammation. And this chronic inflammation ultimately leads to diabetes, to hypertension, to heart attack, stroke, etc. So sleep is very important. Chrononutrition is coming up in a big way. We understand that our body is built to accept nutrients only in the first half of the day. The later half of the day, we have to utilize those nutrients to store them, and those stored nutrients have to be utilized in the evening time. So here comes the tradition, like in Jain religion, people don't eat after sunset. And there are certain Buddhist practices also where people would eat solid food only till noon, till half day, and after that they would have only liquids or would not have. So these are our old traditions which today we are understanding with the modern knowledge of science that they are very important. She talked about hobbies. She talked about social activities. She talked about intermingling with other people. Now, these are few things that which we have realized that they build the cognitive reserve, which are very important as we progress to our elderly age in prevention of dementia. So all these are simple facts. Most of us know them, but somehow we do not practice them in our daily lives, and it is very heartening for me to listen to experts from traditional fields of medicine that you endorse it, understand it, and it's a part of your treatment system. So I'm really very thankful. So would you like to share something?
Well, briefly, I'll try and be as brief, but yes, encapsulating a lot of what has been said, I would put it as you are what you eat, how much you eat, how you eat, when you eat, what you digest, and what you don't eat. So what you eat, I think, is important. We are all talking about selection of food. I have encapsulated the what in a 3P formula, which is first you plan. No food dincharya or whatever you can call it is possible if you don't plan. So it's very important to know your day, where you will be, what you're going to be getting, and how you're going to manage that. So it is very, very important. It's the first P, which is non-negotiable. And also the second P is about shifting from being carbotarians to protein-centric. That while I'm not overemphasizing anything, but we forget about eating our proteins. We put a mound of rice or chapatis, and then everything is on the side. So try and ensure that you choose good proteins in at least 2 meals. And the third is your protective foods, which really are nothing to do with nutrition per se. They are foods which have phytonutrients. They give you disease-fighting properties. Now, what are these? All the vegetables, fruits, spices, nuts, seeds, good fats, the fiber and the probiotics and the prebiotics, and even water for that matter. So it's all important to focus at least on 1 meal of the day on these foods. It could be soup and vegetables, fruits, salads. At least predominantly they should figure in your diet in 1 meal. And now there's one thing which I've missed is the cereals, the grains. So choose the grains that work for you, and also plan the time of the day when you're going to have cereal. According to Ayurveda, I'm going to speak it in English, that the man who wants a long life must not have grain beyond sunset. And I think that has been already shared. The grain part is extremely important. And the man who has stomach or digestive problems must not repeat the grain more than once a day. So essentially plan the time of the day for your grain and choose the grain wisely according to what works for you. So when I said this is about what you eat, then it is how much you eat. It is a quantity issue. People say, tell me how many calories. I can't put it in calories. Certain people can be happy in 1,000 calories. Some people need 2,000 calories. So it's about a feeling. The Japanese sentence for that is hara hachi bu, which is eat till you are 80% full. So that's the kind of sensation you must be mindful of. You put your attention to how much how hungry or how full you're feeling, and do not eat till your heart's content, till you're uncomfortable. The word is pleasantly full, so it's very important to address that. Thirdly is how you eat. Eat mindfully, eat slowly, chew your food well is also very important. Eat slowly. And the last is, of course, timing. We've already discussed that, but it's really important to address how much you eat and when you eat that. And I think that I won't overemphasize that, but what you don't eat is also important, because these days, thanks to the changes in our food supply, we have developed a leaky gut, and because of that, we have developed food sensitivities. So a lot of people are not tolerating good things which are around us, like maybe dairy or certain grains. So if certain things are not suiting you, then eliminate them from your diet for some time. Maintain a food diary, maintain your symptoms diary, and see when you put back those foods how you feel after 2 weeks. So elimination and maintaining a diary, and then test, and then of course seek advice. So I think I'm going to stop there.
Thank you, ma'am. So briefly, your comments.
Yes, the time is too short. My advice, at least for the younger generations, decrease your screen time. Second, try to hear with your own natural ears. Don't use earbuds. And for my seniors, after 60 years, what we feel that whether we will take water just after 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, but remain hydrated. Because after 50 to 60 years, the dehydration cause the altered sensorium, which we can't judge. We feel that something is going to be happen, I am going to lose my memory. This is all due to dehydration. So for my senior, this is the advice. Please take water or put your glass on the table so that you remain hydrated. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. So can I request Dr. Basavareddy to give us a demonstration?
Yes.
Yes? So maybe you will come here, because
Okay.
Please come.
Yes. You want? Can stand here? Or? No, I will sit, because everybody is sitting. I will also sit. Thank you.
You come here, because you will be visible.
Yeah, it's no problem.
Shall I put the chair up?
No problem. यहाँ सभी लोग नहीं यहाँ बैठ जाते. Yes, 5-6 years back we come up with in 15 years back, on 15, we come up with a common yoga protocol, what we are practicing in International Day of Yoga. Then there was a official working stress at workplace. That's why we come up with how much time we can speak. I asked for 6 minutes, but I had given only 5 minutes to prepare it by the government. So we prepared a vibe break. So we tested in 86 centers. It should be practiced in the first half 5 minutes, second half 5 minutes. So there is a wonderful results within the 14 days. Then we extended now in the Karma Yoga portal. So vibe break is the most very widely accepted protocol. That's we are going to practice. Please sit straight. See that way. Only 5 minutes I will take. Yes, close your eyes. Fold your hands in Namaskar Mudra. We'll chant Om 3 times. Breathe in slowly. Breathe in. Breathe in. Feel the relaxation. Open your eyes. Lock your fingers. Slowly stretch your arms. Stretch up. Make the body aligned. Back straight. Don't arch your back. Make it straight as much as possible. Look straight. Very good. Keep it for minimum 10 seconds to 20 seconds. You can increase up to 30. Slowly exhale and keep your hand behind the head. Stretch, arch your dorsal spine. Take a deep breath. Exhale, press. Inhale, stretch. Exhale, press. Inhale, stretch. Expand the chest. Exhale, press. Inhale, stretch. Make your spine straight. Last time. Exhale, press. Inhale. Then slowly again rise. Stretch properly. Then slowly bend to your right side. Your right side. Your right side. Very good. We are opposite. Make it lateral bending. Stretch your hip joints. The entire ribs in the left side has been stretched. Slowly breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, up. Exhale, another side. Stretch up. Stretch up. Breathe in and breathe out. Minimum 3 times. Inhale, come up. Keep your hand on the head. Slowly close your eyes. Relax your forearms, shoulders. Now slowly bring your palms on the shoulders. Bring your elbows front side. Rotate. Inhale, up. It is yoga at workplace. Stretch up slowly. Rotate your shoulders. Neck. Very good. Very good. Then anti-clockwise. Do it with breathing for better results. Yes. Very good. Then slowly keep your hands on the arms of the table. Go back. Drop your head back. Open the chest. Breathe in at least 3 times. Fill up the chest. Expand and contract. See that wonderful relaxation. Slowly come back. Inhale. And you are right twisting. Twist your right side, holding the chair. Twist the body fully. With the support of the arms. Neck also. Again, 3 breathings. Come back with inhalation. Exhale, another side. Twist it properly. Make the spine straight again. Squeeze it. Come back. Yes. Slowly, just because you have taken full meal, just bend forward a little bit. Come back. Inhale slowly. Close your eyes. Again, adjust your body position. Make it straight but relaxed now. You can breathe more. Slowly we do 5 times Anulom Vilom. I will guide. This mudra is very important. Yes. Inhale with the left nostril. Exhale right. Follow me. Continue another 3 rounds on your own. Take deep breath fully. With every cycle, your length of breathing is go on increasing. Emphasize on complete exhalation. Inhale Inhale up. Exhale down. Inhale up. Exhale down. Yes, slowly take our hands. Keep it straight. Now you have to breathe in. Make your tongue touching the upper palates while chanting like this. Okay, 5 times will do. First, breathe in. Breathe in with the throat. Breathe in. Spine straight, breathe in. Last time, breathing fully. Sit quiet with closed eyes for a minute. Just watch your body. Feel the change in the breathing patterns. Just the present thoughts and emotions. Don't hold anything. Be an observer, not a doer. Be an observer of your body, breathe and thoughts for a minute. Yes, slowly fold your hands again for Namaskar. We chant 3 times Omkara again. Breathe in. शांति शांति शांति. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Slowly open your eyes. Thank you. धन्यवाद.
No, you can please be seated here. So, I would request everyone a big round of applause for Dr. Ishwar Basavareddy. He's always been helping us and he's been guiding us through these yoga sessions, and they're actually so interesting and so relaxing. In just 5 minutes, you can change the condition of your mind and you can attain this sense of Shanti, Shanti Param Sukham, which you can attain just in 5 minutes. So what has been most interesting and important for me in this panel discussion has been, you see, we human beings are same. We were same, let's say, 1,000 years back. Today also we are same. The sun is same for all of us. The leaves, the plants, the wind, the sky is same for us. And now I understand so are the systems of medicine, which somehow at times come opposite each other, perhaps because we don't understand them so well. We've talked about so many different things, like we talked about mindfulness in our previous session. So what we did just was at the end of this was actually mindfulness, that is realizing ourselves, being in the present, looking at ourselves from inside. So these health practices which take us to wellness, prevent us from going to illness. So that is what we are working towards, illness to wellness, rather wellness for prevention of illness. I think this is a path that we are treading, and we are treading together, as has been shown, be it with the help of Ayurveda, be it with the help of yoga, yogasana, kriyas, or meditation, or different practices. What we want is, we want a healthy life, we want to be happy, and we want to be free from diseases. So I'm very thankful to all my panelists for being here with me today. And I'm once again very thankful to Illness to Wellness Foundation and Shri Anil Rajput ji, who is the person behind not only this foundation, I would say he is the person behind this movement. He has started on this movement, a big project, moving us all towards wellness and preventing illness. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for an enlightening session. Requesting Mr. Rajput to please join us on stage for the memento presentation ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again give it up for all our learned speakers. Thank you very much. We started on a very enlightening note and ended on a very soothing note. We'll begin with Dr. Ishwar. Sir, to please step forward for the memento. Requesting Rajput sir to please present it to Dr. Ishwar. Can we once again put our hands together and especially thank Dr. Ishwar for a very soothing session that he took. Ms. Ishi Khosla to please step forward. Kindly keep the applause going. Vaidya Shikha Prakash. Dr. Brender Sharma. Mr. Santosh Kumar. Request all our panelists to please come together for a group photograph with Mr. Rajput. Kindly come together for a group photograph. Thank you once again. Thank you very much for a very insightful session and also letting us know that most powerful solution to modern challenges lie in the wisdom of our roots. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we march ahead to the final and the much awaited segment of the day, which is the award ceremony. We'll quickly prepare our stage for the same and we'll begin in next 30 seconds, where we'll be felicitating students of for Illness to Wellness Inter-School Drawing Competition 2025-26. We'll be felicitating in two categories, in two themes: air pollution and its impact, as well as importance of health and hygiene in category A and B, as well as we have special mentions as well. We'll begin very shortly and then we'll finally conclude with high tea, and we have hygiene kits for all our participants. So kindly stay with us till the end and do collect the hygiene kits from the registration counter. In next 10 seconds, we request all our participants, all our respected dignitaries, delegates to kindly be seated as we are starting with the special session and the award ceremony. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Sushil Kumar Former Secretary, Ministry of Mines, ICAR, and Member Governing Council, Illness to Wellness Foundation, joining us on stage. Can we give him a very energetic round of applause to Mr. Sunil Kumar? A very warm and hearty welcome to you, sir. Please join me in welcoming Professor Nirmal Kumar Ganguly, former Director General, ICMR, and Member Governing Council, Illness to Wellness Foundation, joining us, along with Mr. Anil Rajput, Chairperson, Advisory Council, Illness to Wellness Foundation. And I now request Mr. Rajput to kindly present a bouquet to Mr. Sushil Kumar and extend an official and a warm welcome to sir. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us for this special segment, for your gracious presence. And we now present it to Professor Nirmal Kumar Ganguly, sir. Thank you so much for sparing your valuable time and joining us this afternoon. And now to begin this special segment, it's my privilege to invite a guiding force behind this initiative, Mr. Anil Rajput, Chairperson, Advisory Council, Illness to Wellness Foundation, to kindly address the gathering. Sir, can you please welcome sir on the dais?
Mr. Sushil Kumar, former Secretary, Ministry of Mines, ICAR, and Member Governing Council, Illness to Wellness Foundation. Professor Nirmal Kumar Ganguly, former Director General, ICMR, and Member Governing Council, Illness to Wellness Foundation. It gives me great pleasure to be part of this special segment where we celebrate creativity, awareness, and young minds. Children are the real change maker of society. And we have seen how children have played critical role in fighting cracker menace in our country during Diwali. Something that many regulations could not do, our young children managed to do. And they have changed age-old practice in our country. The habits they learn and the ideas they develop in their formative years shape not only their own future, but also the future of our society. Therefore, it is important to introduce them early to the idea of health, hygiene, and environmental responsibility, so that these values become part of their thinking and lifestyle from a young age. It is with this objective that Illness to Wellness Foundation has been working closely with schools over the last few years. Through drawing competitions, we encourage students to think creatively about health, hygiene, and environmental issues. Alongside this, in order to build awareness and healthy hygiene habits at a young age, the foundation also conducts hand washing awareness activities through interactive sessions. The response from school and children have been extremely heartening. And I want to pause here and thank all the school principals and teachers who have wholeheartedly supported us in our endeavor. Over the last 3 years, more than 150 schools across NCR and nearly 40,000 students have participated in our drawing competitions. While through our hand washing awareness activities, we have reached nearly 30,000 students in around 70 schools. Building on this engagement with schools and students, this year also we received an excellent response to the drawing competition. More than 50 schools from Delhi NCR took part in the competition. The competition was conducted in two categories, class 3 to 5th and for class 6 to 8th. And the themes included health and hygiene, air pollution, and their impact on health and environment. I was not only impressed by the high standards of art, but also by the creativity and imagination with which students depicted these themes. I compliment and congratulate all the participants. In my view, every person who participated is a winner because he is given thought to the whole idea, and the idea was how we build healthy India. It is also particularly heartening to see the participation of specially abled children who express their ideas beautifully through their work. This truly reflects the inclusive approach of Illness to Wellness Foundation, and we are delighted to recognize them today. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the schools and teachers who have supported this initiative wholeheartedly. All these initiatives reinforce a very simple idea. The journey from illness to wellness begins with awareness, and awareness must begin early in life. I would like to congratulate each and every participant. Through your drawings and ideas, you are not just expressing creativity through art, you are helping shape a healthier and more aware society. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now showcase a short video on Illness to Wellness inter-school drawing competition and initiative creating awareness among young minds on air pollution, health, environment, and hygiene. Kindly direct your attention towards the screen. And now the moment especially all the parents and the students have been waiting for, the award distribution ceremony of Illness to Wellness Inter-School Drawing Competition 2025-26. Would request our esteemed dignitaries on stage to kindly come forward for the felicitation ceremony. Would request the dignitaries to kindly step forward for the award ceremony. We'll begin, we have two themes, as already been told. We'll begin with the first theme, which is air pollution and its impact on health and environment. And we'll start with category B, which is class 6 to 8 students. The fourth runner-up in the category on the theme air pollution and its impact on health and environment goes to Anshika Kumari, 6th A, New Arvachan Bharatiya Public School. Many congratulations, Anshika. And ladies and gentlemen, for next few minutes throughout the award ceremony, let's keep applauding, let's keep celebrating, let's keep congratulating all the young students as they come on stage. Would request, please, Many congratulations to Anshika from New Arvachan Bharatiya Public School, 4th runner-up. The 3rd runner-up is Kanishka from Shiv Modern Senior Secondary School, 7th A Shiv Modern Senior Secondary School, 3rd runner-up. Category B for air pollution and its impact on health and environment. The 2nd runner-up goes to Sohista from New Arvachan Bharatiya Public School, grade 7A. Sohista. Sohista, are you here? Would request all the kids to quickly come and run towards the stage. Though the kids would run all the day, but here they are walking. So please come quickly and receive your prestigious award. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the first runner-up award goes to Divyansh Singh from Government Sarvodaya Bal Vidyalay, West Patel Nagar, grade 8th B. Are we all congratulating all the bright students as they're coming on stage? And now it's time to announce the winner of category B on the theme air pollution and its impact, and it goes to Harshika Rani from JP Public School, Noida, grade 7A. Meanwhile, we also extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Piyush Jain, who has just joined on stage, National Secretary, Physical Education Foundation of India and Governing Body Member, Sports Authority of India. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. With this, we conclude the category B for the theme air pollution, and now we move to category A, which is grade 3rd to 5th students. The 4th runner-up goes to Parth from Navyuk School, Darbhanga House. Parth from grade 5, Navyuk School, Darbhanga House. Ladies and gentlemen, we must all encourage the students with our applause. And we have a high tea organized for all of you, so don't worry, your energy is not going anywhere. The 3rd runner-up goes to Viraj from the Man School. Viraj, grade 5, the Man School. Being awarded the 3rd runner-up for air pollution and its impact on health and environment. Many, many congratulations. We also have an award for the one who will applaud the loudest. We'll announce it towards the end. The 2nd runner-up goes to Anshika from NSSN. Anshika, grade 5B NSSN, getting 2nd runner-up. Many congratulations. Let's all congratulate Anshika. And now the first runner-up goes to Akriti Ranjan from Adarsh Public School. First runner-up Akriti Ranjan from Adarsh Public School. Many congratulations, Akriti. And now, ladies and gentlemen, time to announce the winner of category A. And the winner is Avya Goyal from Adarsh Public School. Avya Goyal, grade 5B from Adarsh, the winner of category A for the theme air pollution and its impact on health and environment. So once again, many congratulations to all the winners of this theme. And now we move to the other theme, which is importance of health and hygiene, and we'll begin with category B, which is 6th to 8th students. 4th runner-up goes to Nand Dalal from Government Sarvodaya Bal Vidyalay. Nandlal from grade 7B. Do we have Nandlal here? For the theme Importance of Health and Hygiene, category B, which is grade 6 to 8 students, 4th runner-up. Many congratulations. The 3rd runner-up goes to Jumrani from Rishikul Vidyapith, Alipur. Jumrani, grade 7A, from Rishikul Vidyapith, Alipur. She gets 3rd runner-up. The awardees can exit from the center stage. And now it's time to announce the 2nd runner-up. It goes to Lavanya from KR Mangalam World School. Lavanya, grade 6A, KR Mangalam World School. I think all of us can do a little better. And you know, when we bring our hands together, there's better blood circulation. So it's a health and hygiene summit. So we are also doing good to our own health as well. Congratulations, Lavanya. And now it's time to announce the 1st runner-up, which goes to Myra from KR Mangalam World School. Again, Myra from the same school, grade 7A. Many congratulations. And now it's time to announce the winner. And the winner of category B is Amna Javed from JP Public School, Noida. Amna Javed, class 8th C, JP Public School, Noida, is a winner of the theme Importance of Health and Hygiene, category B. Can we give Amna, the winner, a more energetic round of applause? And now we move to category A, which is grade 3rd to 5th for the theme Amna, please step forward. Many congratulations to you. For the theme Importance of Health and Hygiene in category A, the 4th runner-up is Faiza from AAPVR K Ashram Marg, grade 5th B. Faiza is the 4th runner-up in the category A. Many congratulations. Marching ahead to 3rd runner-up, and it goes to Drisha Gupta from JP Public School, Noida. Drisha Gupta, 3rd D, JP Public School, on importance of health and health hygiene. Many congratulations to Drisha. The 2nd runner-up goes to Donia Kristin from Good Samaritan School, Jasola. Donia, grade 5A. Many congratulations to you on getting the 2nd runner-up. And now the 1st runner-up goes to Mitansh from Rishikul Vidyapith, Alipur. Many congratulations to all the winners. The 1st runner-up going to Mitansh. And now it's time to announce the winner of category A, theme Importance of Health Hygiene, and it goes to Hiya Sonok from GHPS. Grade 5th A, Hiya from GHPS. Can we give Hiya a more energetic round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? The winner of category A, Importance of Health and Hygiene. And now we have 2 special mentions on the theme Air Pollution and its impact on health and environment from category A only. The first special mention goes to Shashwat from JP Public School, Noida. It's a special mention for the category for the theme Air Pollution and its impact on health and environment from the category A, which is grade 3rd to 5. And it goes to Shashwat, 4th D from JP Public School, Noida. Many congratulations, Shashwat. We have one more special mention which goes to Kriyansh Kumar, grade 4th E, again from JP Public School, Noida. Let's all congratulate Shashwat, and now let's congratulate Kriyansh Kumar from JP Noida, grade 4E. Special mention. And now we move to the maximum participation. We are acknowledging the schools which gave the maximum participation, in which maximum number of students participated. The fourth runner-up is Air Force Golden Jubilee School, Dhaula Kuan, Delhi. For maximum participation, they are being felicitated for that. Fourth runner-up. We request a representative from, yes, we have sir from Air Force Golden Jubilee. The third runner-up goes to Guru Har Krishan Public School, Har Gobind Enclave. The second runner-up goes to Good Samaritan School, Jasola Vihar, New Delhi. Kindly keep the applause going for second runner-up. The representative from Guru Har Krishan to please step forward. We've already announced Guru Har Krishan, third runner-up Guru Har Krishan, and the second runner-up Good Samaritan School, Jasola Vihar. Ma'am, to please step forward. Ma'am, please. And the first runner-up goes to Birla Vidya Niketan. The representative from Birla Vidya Niketan, first runner-up for maximum participation from the school. We'll have a group photograph, so kindly all be present inside the hall. First runner-up from Birla Vidya Niketan. And the winner is JP Public School, Noida, for maximum participation. JP Noida, the representative, to please come from JP Public School, Noida. And with this, we conclude the award ceremony. We would request all our awardees to kindly come on stage for a group photograph with our dignitaries. All the students, all the awardees, kindly join us back on stage for a group photograph. Only students are requested to join on stage. All the kids who've been felicitated just now, please quickly come running towards the stage. Join us for a group photograph. Only students to come. Let's make this moment even more memorable with a group photograph. All the students to please join us. Our dignitaries to please on their knees. The students can bend down on their knees. The students can bend down. These awards aim to recognize excellence, innovation, commitment towards building a healthier and a more mindful society. A great initiative, a very thoughtful initiative by Illness to Wellness Foundation. Few kids can stand towards the back also, few can sit down. I'm sure all our kids are expert at taking group photographs, which is a very, which we do quite often in our schools. But yes, I'm sure they're waiting for the teacher's instructions. You can join at the back and stand towards the back. But you can also with all the winners who joined us on stage, can we once again give them a huge round of applause? Can we all acknowledge the winners of Illness to Wellness drawing competition, inter-school drawing competition, a great initiative, a very thoughtful initiative, and we look forward to even more participation in our future competitions. Many congratulations to all the parents as well. And with this, we conclude the award ceremony. We need a good, big, bright smile on all the kids' faces, and also a victory sign. Can we have a victory sign? All our victorious students can show a victory sign. Let's celebrate your victory with a victory sign. Teachers are playing their role pretty well from off stage as well. Once again, many congratulations to all the golden awardees. You've made us all proud. Thank you very much, kids, for joining us on stage. Thank you very much. And now we'll be presenting a token of appreciation to our respected dignitaries to please stay back. Our dignitaries to kindly stay back and give us a minute as we present a token of respect, a token of gratitude. Requesting Rajput sir to please give it to Mr. Sushil Kumar. Can we have the memento on stage, please? Rajput sir to please give it to Mr. Sushil Kumar. Thank you very much, sir, once again for joining us for the award ceremony. We now present to Professor Nirmal Kumar Ganguly, sir. Rajput sir to please give it to Professor Nirmal Kumar Ganguly. Thank you very much, sir. And we now give it to Dr. Piyush Jain. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Thank you, dignitaries, for joining us. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we conclude the 4th annual summit on illness to wellness. Thank you so very much for being a part of this eventful day, for your participation and support. And we now request you to all please join us for high tea, which is outside the hall. And don't forget to collect the hygiene kit from the registration counter. Thank you very much, and we wish you a great evening ahead. Thank you so much.